you're having, please, without naming any company names?
I was contacted by my housing association's contractors about fitting electric smoke alarms that go into, near the light rather than the battery-operated ones. They arranged a date came out, which this guy came out. He did the one in the hall and the landing, the kitchen. He then went into my living room, and that's at the back of my kitchen, and I've got a glass door there. He said, I'm not going to take the old one. The old ones have been up about 8 years, and they were stuck tight to the ceiling. He said, are you thinking of decorating soon? I said, well, it's not long been done. So he said, I won't touch that one. He then went and got his ladder up. I've got a glass coffee table and everything, and I asked him if he wanted it moved. He said no. I went in the kitchen and I heard this crash, and I saw he dropped a screwdriver on the table, and I should have gone in then, but I didn't. He finished what he was doing and he left. He was in his van, and I went to clean the dust up on the coffee table, and you could see where the screwdriver had cracked through the chip of the coffee table. So I went outside and I said, look, I saw you drop your screwdriver. I said, look, what we're going to do? I didn't. I said, OK, and I just walked away. I thought, I'm not going to get into a row. The Housing Association then sent me an online, was I satisfied? You put Y for yes and N for no, so I put N. They then contacted me, and I explained what had happened, and they said they'd get back to me. Then on the Saturday morning, this was on the Thursday, the old smoke alarm's just inside the living room door on the ceiling. And when I pushed the living room door to open it, obviously created a vacuum. And the old smoke alarm, which he'd obviously tried to get off, although he said he hadn't, came down and smacked me in the face, nearly knocked me out. So I phoned the emergency line at the Housing Association, and I got this nice guy on the phone. He said, oh, my God, how terrible. He wrote everything down. He said, somebody will be in touch with you on Monday. They then rang me from the Housing Association on Monday and said, it's nothing to do with us. You need to get onto the contractor. I said, but you contracted that company to come out.
Yes, quite.
You
they are responsible.
Safeguarding me as a tenant. No, you need to get onto the contractor. So I said, no, you do it. Well, the contractor phoned me, and they said he's the manager. He'd come out and see me. So I arranged for him to come out on the Thursday morning. He came in and sat down, and he said, I've had issues with this engineer before. He said, I've had to go round houses and apologise. I'm so sorry. He looked at the table, said, oh, yeah, you can definitely see where the screwdriver's gone through the table and chipped it. And he said, I'll take that smoke alarm away. He said, we'll get your ceiling repaired and we'll sort your coffee table out. I said, well, thank you very much for coming. Anyway, I never heard anything, so I rang them back and they said, you'll be getting a letter from our PR lady, blah-de-blah-de-blah.
PR?
Well, then I got a letter saying, our engineer said he emphatically denies doing it. We won't be taking it any further. Now, so if you've got damage in your house and somebody says, well, no, I didn't do it, then is that how it's supposed to be left?
Why were they saying a PR manager would be in touch?
I don't know.
Had you threatened to go to the radio?
No, not then, no. Oh. No, they don't even know I've done it. I never argued, I never said anything. I thought least said the better.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it seems very odd that they would be talking about a PR manager getting in touch with you.
Yeah, he said, we've got to see our PR lady tomorrow.
Right, okay, so this manager who came to your house, he made all these promises in the house, and then it would appear he went back and they completely changed their tune.
Yeah, exactly. And my son was present. I mean, he witnessed it all.
Well, how very frustrating. I mean, regarding, just so I'm clear of what happened with the other smoke alarm then, so are you suggesting that he had tried to take off the old smoke alarm and just dislodged it in some way, but still left it on the ceiling?
It'd been up for 8 years and it was solid.
It seems very odd, though. I mean, why would he bother to do that if you've told him that you are happy for it just to be left there?
Well, I think he tried before he'd asked me that.
Oh, right, okay.
You see?
So maybe he'd had a go and he realised it was a bit of a nightmare, so he thought, oh, well, I'll see if I can persuade this woman that actually I don't need to take off the old one, which he successfully did, but in the process of trying to remove the old one, he'd loosened it to the extent that when you shut the door, it fell off and whacked you in the face?
Yeah, I mean, the manager that came out, he saw all my face was all bruised and everything. But there was no apology, nothing. As far as they're concerned, the engineer said he denied it all. And so they said, well, that's good enough. You know, he hasn't done it.
A smoke alarm left you bruised in the face?
Yeah, it hit me in the face. As I opened the door, I looked up and I heard something. I looked up and it came down, it smacked me in the face.
Oh, dear.
And it got part of the ceiling on it as well, plus batteries inside it, so it's heavy.
Right, okay. Oh dear! So it really had come away from the ceiling.
Oh yeah. I've got a hole in my ceiling now.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How not to deal with a complaint of this kind. I think that is the lesson that we've learnt from this. Well, I tell you what I'd like to do. Tara.
Hello.
Can I please pass Helen back?
Absolutely.
Can we get some detail? I'm going to have a word with this company.
Yeah.
And I think we need to go to the Housing Association. The Housing Association, they are the ones that organised for this particular firm of contractors to come round and do the job. Yeah. They are responsible for their tenant. They are responsible. They should be representing their tenant to this contractor.
It does seem a little unfair that they're expecting Helen to take all this on.
It's ridiculous. You didn't choose who it was who came to do the new fire alarms, did you, Helen?
No, it was they were contracted by the Housing Association.
Right. Well, absolutely outrageous then that they think in some way it's okay for you to have to do all the running around now and taking it up with the contractor. OK, can you leave this with us? I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word, OK?
Thank you.
Hang on there, please. It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three Counties Radio.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Mavis's dog was attacked in the street by two dogs that were off the lead. Mavis has come to me for help, as she says the vet's bill has been very costly, and the owner of the two dogs responsible was refusing to help.
I went out for a walk with my little Bichon, Archie, and it was a lovely day. I heard a shout, and as I turned, I looked round, and there was these two Staffy-type dogs running towards me. It happened so quickly, and they just jumped on Archie, and he started screaming, and I started screaming, and people from right down the end of the road come running, and I was lucky enough that this man was able, wrestled the dog, and I think in the end he just punched him in the eye and got him off my Archie. And he's done so much damage to him. He's had to have specialist operations and treatment. He dislocated his shoulder, or elbow, I should say, and broke a bone in his leg. And he's had to have specialist treatment. And I had dog insurance, which they've paid up. It was only a £4,000 pet plan insurance, but it's all exceeded that, and I've had to pay out myself, and it's still ongoing now. Tried to get hold of the people, police and that was round, and they said that they won't do anything. It's now a civil matter. They reckon the dog is friendly to people, but dog aggressive.
Well, thankfully, when I last spoke to Mavis, she was saying that Archie was recovering, but Mavis had been left in thousands of pounds of debt, as her insurance policy would not cover the full cost of the ongoing treatment. Now, as far as I'm concerned, if you are a dog owner, you are responsible for your dogs. There is a legal obligation on you to make sure your dogs are under control in a public place. And if you've allowed your dogs to escape from your garden and to get into a public place and to attack someone else's dog, then you need to be held accountable for it. And if there is a large vet's bill as a result of all of this, then you need to pay it. And that's exactly what I went to put to the owners of these two Staffordshire Bull Terriers that were out of control in a public place. Well, Mavis is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Mavis.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So you will recall I did a bit of digging around. I managed to get through to the husband. These two dogs are owned by a husband and wife. When I spoke to this guy, and I've been doing this for a long time, Mavis.
Yeah.
I can sense when I'm about to be messed about. I can sense when I've got someone on the phone who thinks that I was born yesterday and they're going to pull the wool over my eyes. And I got this sense right from the very start. When I spoke to this guy, he said, "Oh, no, this is No, they're not my dogs. No, it's my my ex-partner's dog. I said, right, your ex-partner's dog. I said, and where does your ex-partner live then? Well, she lives with me, but we're getting a divorce, he said. I said, well, why would you be divorcing a partner? Are you suggesting that actually this woman is your wife? He said, well, yeah, she was my wife, but she's not my wife anymore. I said, well, how come she has exactly the same surname as you? Anyway, this guy, he was firing them left, right and centre at me, hoping one of them would stick. Nothing worked whatsoever. In the end, he got so fed up of me because it was quite clear that I wasn't buying any of his silly stories. He said, look, this is my wife's dog. It's got nothing to do with me. You need to take it up with her. And he gave me her details. So I called and her phone went to answer phone. So I left a message on the phone explaining why I was contacting her, how disappointed I was to hear that she and her husband had not taken responsibility for the dogs and the fact that the dogs were out of control. I also made a little bit of effort in terms of finding out who this woman works for. So I have details in terms of who she works for, and she has an income. Her husband, incidentally, told me that he was out of work at the moment, so there was no way he'd be able to pay you anything anyway. Well, I'm afraid if you haven't got the means to pay for the consequences of your dog, then you need to get the money from somewhere else, because it's unacceptable to simply expect other people to have to pay for the consequences of your dog if it's out of control in a public place. I left this message for this woman. She never called me back, but what she did do was get straight in touch with you, Mavis, and explain that she would like to start making payments to you to settle the debt. Well,
Yes.
that's fine. Okay, that's fine. I'm a reasonable person. If she'd rather contact you directly, and if she'd rather organise for a payment plan to start paying off the money that she owes you because her dogs were out of control in a public place, so be it. What was the amount of money that she needed to pay you back, Mavis?
Well, altogether was £2,099.
And she was going to be paying you how much money per month?
It was 150, and she done that and up until March.
Well, I was going to say,
And
so she
then
started making those payments last year to you.
Yes, that's right, last October.
And we have spoken several times since last October. And you said to me, yep, she's continuing making the payments. Great. How much has she paid you in total?
£1,060.
£1,060. So less than half of the money that she owes you.
Yes, there's £1,039 to pay still.
And what started to happen in March of this year?
She emailed my daughter, because I haven't got a computer, and said that her hours have gone down at work and she's going to pay £80 a month. So we said, that's fine, reasonable, let me know. And then she done 40, and then she done 40 again. That was April and May, and then June she done 80. I thought, oh yeah, we're going to get the money now. And then July and August we've had nothing. And my daughter's emailed her and she won't reply.
I see. I had a sneaky feeling, Mavis, that this was going to happen.
Right, okay.
I had a sneaky feeling. I really hoped that this woman would prove me wrong, and I really hoped that she would realise her responsibility to you, and she would realise that there was no way I was going to go away. And she would just say to herself, do you know what, I'm going to do the right thing, because otherwise I'm going to have that bloke off the radio phoning me up again.
Yeah.
But it would appear, for whatever reason, she's now stopped making those payments to you. So what is the total you have received, including the payments since March?
I think it's 1,060 she's paid altogether.
Oh, that is including that as well. Okay,
so includes those ones. April, May, and June.
Right.
Included.
And what was the total bill again on the credit card?
£2,099. I think we said £2,099.
£2,099 less 1,060 equals a total of £1,039. Then she still owes you.
Yes.
Okay. Can you leave it with me? I'll be making a call to her this afternoon, and probably her husband as well.
Yeah.
And I will be
Okay.
asking how they intend to settle the remainder of their debt with you for their two dogs
Lovely.
that were out of control in a public place and attacked yours.
Right, lovely. Thank you.
Mavis, leave it with me. I had really hoped we would be able to resolve this in an amicable way where it would not be necessary for me to identify this couple. I hope that will continue to be the case. We will see what they have to say this afternoon. Mavis,
Lovely.
I'll talk to you very soon.
Tackling your consumer problems. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Jerry and his wife are council tenants. A couple of weeks ago, Jerry's wife discovered the outside pane of their double-glazed window in the bathroom had shattered. Well, they had no idea what had caused it, so they contacted their council to report the problem.
We phoned the nominated contractor that deals with the repairs and renewals the following day to report the occurrence, and was told that in actual fact any problem with double glazing is actually down to the tenants to replace and pay for, which I must admit did leave me rather shocked and surprised. So that's the situation we're in. We've got to replace it. If the nominated contractor that works for the council was to do it, it's a fixed charge, I think, of £163.42.
Well, Jerry doesn't think that as a council tenant he should have to foot the bill. He says that it wasn't their fault this window got broken. It's not as if they had children or grandchildren playing cricket in the garden and one of the balls broke the window. He says it's obviously one of those things. Some of you who work in the glazing industry were suggesting that this may well have had something to do with the recent very hot weather we had, because it was around that time that the glass suddenly shattered on the outside, and it might have had something to do with expansion or contraction of the UPVC frame on this particular window. So I went to put it to the council concerned to see what they had to say. They are Milton Keynes Council. Jerry's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Jerry.
Yeah, good morning, Jonathan.
So, Milton Keynes Council came back to me with this. We always aim to carry out necessary repairs to council properties as soon as possible. While responsibility around the glazing of windows generally lies with the tenant, there are some circumstances in which the council will cover the costs. Our team will reach out to the resident to see what help we can provide. So I'm hoping that you've heard from them.
No, I haven't heard a word, Jonathan.
You're joking.
No.
That email came through from Milton Keynes Council a week before last.
No, I promise you, we've not heard a word from the designated contractor that deals with it.
Right.
Or the council.
Or the council. Okay, fine. Right, well, this is really disappointing. I need to go and speak to them again. It's looking appalling for them on the programme, because as you've just heard, they suggested some time ago that they would, quote, reach out to you to see what help they could provide. I mean, no clarification as to what reaching out to you will actually involve.
Or help.
Or help. But it certainly is better than them saying we're not going to do anything at all.
Yeah.
Which is why I'd hoped that you would be saying to me now, oh yeah, well, they called me up and they've offered to do this or they've offered to do that. I'm really disappointed. Yeah. Let me go back to Milton Keynes Council again. Let me find out why it would appear it was an empty promise. Yeah. And I'll find out if they can please contact you this afternoon. Jerry, leave it with me. I'll talk to you very soon.
Thanks, Sean.
That I purchased from a very large chain of stores. I purchased it in January 2017, and then last month, July.
How much was it?
It was £1,249.
Mm-hmm.
And then July of this year, we started to experience problems with it, where the screen was displaying sort of vertical and horizontal lines across it.
Oh, that doesn't sound right, does it?
Which, no, wasn't very good, but it was actually purchased for my son, who has special educational needs and is also in secondary education, so really, really important. So I went off to the store and obviously explained to them that there was this problem, and I was told because it was out of warranty or guarantee that I had to go to another place and get it assessed, which is with the place they referred me on to. Went and got an assessment, and they brought up some issues with it, saying, yep, there was no accidental damage to it internally or externally, but there was a fault with the screen. And they also found a battery fault as well. Went back to the store, and they said, well, you have to pay for all of that. And I was like, doesn't seem right. Been passed between pillar and post, been to citizens' advice, and done all the legal letters that I should do. And to be honest, the company is a very big company.
Okay, I don't need anything that will identify who they are.
No, but they've always been great with customer service, but they've stonewalled me at every avenue.
Right.
So it's a bit like banging your head against a brick wall.
So what I don't understand is if they've said to you, because they're quite within their rights after the warranty period has ended. Well, to be honest, any point after 6 months from the purchase date, they are within their rights from a legal perspective to put the onus and the responsibility on you, the customer, to prove that the product has a manufacturer-related fault with it.
Yep.
And indeed, they've done that, and they seem to have facilitated you getting someone independent to look at it.
Yep.
Can I just ask, when the independent people looked at this laptop and they found the problem with the screen and a problem with the battery, did they suggest at any point that those problems were anything other than a manufacturing fault?
No, they didn't. Not at all. But basically, the store, they have said potentially manufacturing, but the store has said that because the word inherent isn't quoted within the report, they won't do anything about it.
Right, so they want the letter from the independent people to say that the product has an inherent problem with the battery and with the screen. Yes,
they want that word in there. I went back to that company and said, this is what they're saying. They've put this all in an email to me.
Yeah.
And the company went, well, we're not going to change our report to add that word in. You know, there's no accidental damage internally or externally.
But you see, it would appear that this retailer doesn't understand, from what you're saying, they don't understand all of the law. Because the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 that would have applied and does apply to you in this case because you purchased the laptop in 2017. The Consumer Rights Act says that any product you purchase must be A, fit for purpose, B, of reasonable quality, and C, must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, if the product has developed a manufacturing fault, whether it's an inherent problem or not, the product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. Anyone spending £1,249 on a laptop would expect it to last longer than 2 years, or 2.5 years. You would expect to get about 5 years use from that product. So it hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time. And unless the report had said there is clear evidence of liquid damage on this computer, that of course would have put the ball firmly in your court in terms of being responsible for the problem, if the product has a manufacturing fault, whether it was inherent or not, it hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time, and the retailer has an obligation to get things sorted out.
Yeah, well, they're just refusing to. I have actually been to the people that make the laptops now as well, and they have identified it being that there is actually this screen fault that is in these line of ones, shall we say, and they're looking at trying to resolve it for me. But the actual company that I purchased it from says no. And I'm finding time and time again that people are saying that unless you identify the fault within the first 6 months,
no,
they're saying it doesn't exist.
No. It's a complete misunderstanding of the law.
Yeah.
It's a complete misunderstanding. There is no onus on you to have identified a fault within the first 6 months for you to be able to take it up with the retailer afterwards. I don't quite know why some of these retailers are coming out with such bunkum. But I'm encountering it more and more. I presume it's because the retailers are consulting with lawyers and are trying to find any way of getting out of their responsibility because they realise that to have to honour their responsibility is going to cost them money, potentially. That's the only way I can see that this could possibly happen. But any consumer lawyer will have advised the retailer that, you can try this, but ultimately, if the customer takes it to court, you're probably going to lose.
Well, I mean, I had got to the point that is my last. I've already served the letter before action on them, and I was going to take it off to the small claims.
Yeah.
But I just sort of heard of your programme and thought I'd speak to you to see what other advice, if there was any, with what I could do, because I think time and time again, consumers are buying products and people are just going, do you know what, it's gone wrong? Oh, well. But actually, we should be asking for a product that lasts, like you've just said, a reasonable amount of time.
Of course. And regular listeners to my programme, thankfully, know it. And they do not allow retailers to fob them off. But as you have just correctly alluded to, there are lots and lots of people out there who don't necessarily listen to my programme, who buy something from a retailer, it breaks after 2 years, they go back to the retailer says, oh, sorry, it's over 12 months, there's nothing we can do, and they go away and they say, oh, well, never mind, and they go and buy another one. And they've allowed that retailer to get away with it.
Yeah, which is what, and this is the other thing, that we tried to go to mediation with them, because that was another course of action that we were advised we could do. So we located a mediator. The mediator contacted the retailer. The retailer refused to even liaise with the mediator, but came back to us and said, we don't mediate. So I'm finding these sort of like big companies are using their size, shall we say, to stop customers accessing where they need to be able to access.
Okay. Well, they won't do that with me. So what I would like us to do, can we get some detail, please, Tara?
Yes, I already have some from Emma, so I'll just confirm that we have absolutely everything that we need.
Absolutely, and I'd like to call this company this afternoon, and I would like to just test them on their knowledge of the law regarding consumers. And I would, because this concerns me, if they are adopting this kind of policy with Emma, is there not a chance they may adopt this kind of policy with lots of other customers? And there may be some other customers who, unlike Emma, will be less resilient and will just back down because they are fearful of a big company taking them on. And in fact, the customer is the one that's in the right. So I'd like us just to see whether this is a wider issue that we need to take up with them. Emma, can I pass you back to Tara? We'll get that detail and I'll call them this afternoon for you.
That's brilliant. Thank you ever so much. Thank you.
Now, David was telling me his wife wanted to redecorate the house. They ordered some new beds to go in the spare rooms for when their adult children come to stay, and everything was absolutely fine until David's son came to visit for a third time.
He stayed overnight that night, slept in the bed, and then went home. A little while later, we finished the other room, so we bought another bed for my daughter, who comes from South Africa. She's due this week, and we bought another bed very similar. He came up again, assembled it, and slept overnight in the bed, no problem. And away he went. Well, he popped in to see us again on another occasion, and this time when he got in the bed, it collapsed.
Well, the company are not taking responsibility for the bed collapsing, but David thinks they really should, because he says the reason it collapsed, as far as he's concerned, is that there is a very flimsy leg, a support leg that goes in the middle of the bed, and that gave way, which was why the rest of the bed then collapsed in this way. Well, I went off to speak to the company that David had purchased the beds from. David's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, David.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So you will recall the company concerned is Benson's for Beds. And they said, we are sorry to hear of David's frustration and discomfort. We arranged for an independent technician to come and inspect David's bed after he reported the fault in June. The inspection took place and found that there was no manufacturing fault on the product. The technician reported that the bars supporting the bed were bent. However, it is not possible for the bars to have bent on their own, particularly if the support legs were in the correct position, as they are designed to stop this happening. The technician relayed to David that the bent bars would have resulted either from excessive force or from support legs being fitted incorrectly from self-assembly. David responded that the legs had been fitted correctly, but did not understand why the bars had bent. Based on this report, we are unable to take further action as no manufacturing fault was found. However, we have advised David that under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, he is within his rights to take the matter further with a third party if he wishes. Well, we had a frank conversation, didn't we, David? I mean, you weren't very satisfied with that response because you still feel the reason the bed collapsed was because this support leg had given way. And the reason it gave way was not because it had been fitted incorrectly, but because it was not of very good quality. It was very flimsy.
That's right.
And therefore, I presume, I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth here, but do you assume that maybe just normal movement in the bed above had caused that support leg to move a little bit, and that's why it then was no longer properly supporting the weight of your son?
This is possible.
Well, I know exactly the kind of support leg you're talking about. I've got one of those on one of the beds in my house as well. And you have to be very careful. And I check it from time to time to make sure that it is properly down on the floor, because if there is any movement in the bed, then it can slightly go to one side, which then means it's not actually supporting the bed above. So just as a word of warning for future on this, just keep an eye on that leg and make sure that it's in the right position. Now, when we had this conversation and we talked about whether it was worth your while getting an independent person out to come and inspect the bed and to write a report, when I said to you how much you were likely to be looking at in terms of the cost of having that done, you said, look, I just feel as if there is the chance here that I might end up spending even more money and will lose even more money. Even though, of course, if you had a report carried out and the report found in your favour, you would be able to go to Benson's for Beds and ask for that money back. There was a concern that the report might not necessarily be 100% conclusive. It might leave some question marks, and therefore you would not be in a strong position to ask them to reimburse you the cost of having that done. So you said, look, all I really want is the slats that have bent under the bed. I just want them to be replaced. And you said, I'm happy to pay for them. I'm happy to pay for them because at least that then means I can put this bed back into a functional kind of state. So I went back to Benson's for Beds and asked them if that would be possible. And they came back with another response. They said, we are happy to provide David with 3 replacement metal slats for his bed, which will cost a total of £63.50, including postage and packaging. We have contacted David to process payment for this, and his order should then be with him within 7 to 10 working days. Well, when I spoke to you, you said to me, look, I've been trying to get back to them to make this happen, to get it all organised, and I just can't get anyone at the company to take my call. I can't get through to someone who can deal with this. So last time we spoke, you were heading down to the store to have a word with the manager in the hope that he would be able to make sure that everything was ordered for you and reassure you that you would have these new slats. Now, that was last week, David. What's happened since then?
Right. Well, I did go down the store and I spoke to a very nice assistant on the shop floor, and she told me that the manager wasn't available and that she would pass all my comments on to the manager and that he would contact me. This did happen. The manager came back and he heard my story and he said he would do everything he can to get it sorted out. So, because what was happening, they wanted me to, the customer services wanted me to pay for give them the money for the slats, and then they'd give me then they'd make out the paperwork. Well, I said, no, look, I want the paperwork first to pay against. And this sort of caused a bit of a disagreement between the two of us. And I said, look, I'm not going to give you money unnecessarily. So I went down and saw the manager again. He said, I'll sort that out. I'll sort it out. And he was very nice about it. He said he'd sort it out. The net result is that customer services came back to me again and turned around and said, right, well, we're not going to supply them. We can't get these parts. We've discontinued the bed.
You are joking.
I am not.
But I've got it in writing from the representative for Benson's for Beds in the statement that they have sent me. We are happy to provide David with 3 replacement metal slats. The total cost will be £63.50, including postage and packaging.
Sorry, can't have them. Not available. We've discontinued the bed.
Right, so what are they offering you instead?
Nothing.
I can't believe it.
They've offered me advice to go and see consumer.
Right. Well, I tell you what. Let's say no more now, David.
Can I just stop you 1 minute?
Yes.
Since then, I've spoken to the manager at Benson's in Luton, and he said, "Leave it with me. I'm going to do the best I can for you. I don't want you unhappy." So we've now got a situation between customer services and the manager of Benson in Beds. He's going to see me tomorrow with the results that he's got.
Right. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do as well. I'm going to go back to their press office and I'm going to take this up with them as well, because to issue me with a statement suggesting that they are going to do this for you, only to then turn around and say, actually, we can't, I think is just appalling. David, leave it with me.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it. I understand you're looking more for advice, really, than anything else. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. I recently took a 2-week holiday to Halkidiki in Greece. It was just really a terrible experience from start to finish. I was wondering if you could give me some advice on what sort of refund I could expect from the company involved that I booked it through. Okay,
well, it's interesting to me because I've been looking at holidays in Halkidiki myself.
Oh, crikey. Okay.
So you're going to put me off, are you? What's
I'll try not to.
Okay, tell me what happened. Start at the beginning then. What's gone wrong with this holiday?
So I'd been told from the beginning that the hotel was being refurbished and it was due to be finished the day before I was flying out there. So we arrived out to the hotel and we'd arrived just before around about lunchtime, it was about 12:30, and they said that the rooms weren't ready yet, but go and help ourselves to some lunch and then we'd be shown to our rooms afterwards. Went into the restaurant area. There were no tables set out, no place settings in the restaurant for tables. I should start by saying it was a 4-star all-inclusive holiday. So there were no place settings in the restaurant. None of the food had any labels on it, so it was a bit of a lucky dip as to what we were serving ourselves. We had to help ourselves to cutlery, which was in one of those big grey catering cutlery trays like you see in restaurants. Off the side, there were dirty plates and crockery, cutlery all over the tables, and a lot of rather confused staff, just sort of not really knowing what they were doing. It felt like they were new people and hadn't been given any real instruction or direction. After the lunch, I was shown to my room and got into the room, and there was like a layer of dust on all the surfaces. So everything that I put down, all my bags and coat and things, everything you picked up had a layer of dust on it. Like after you've been doing the decorating and sanding everything down, it just sort of lingers for days. The lady that had shown me to my room, she started rummaging through all the drawers and showed me the air conditioning unit on the wall, but told me that she couldn't find a remote control for it. So she said, I'll go and get one. I'll come back. So I unpacked my suitcase. After about 45 minutes.
Were you there on your own?
I was, yes. I travel on my own.
Okay.
So I unpacked my suitcase, went back down to reception and said, can I have the remote control for the air conditioning, please? And she shrugged at me and said, no, I haven't got one. So I said, what do you mean you don't have one? She said, there is no air conditioning controller. I said, there must be one somewhere. And she said, no, we've got no maintenance man. There won't be any maintenance man until tomorrow. So I said, well, that can't be right. I'm not paying for a night in a hotel without any air conditioning in Greece in like 33, 35 degrees, whatever it was. And she sort of shrugged and said, well, I'll need to speak to my manager. So I thought, right, okay, I'll go back to my room, get changed and sort of explore around the hotel. Noticed then that there was no signage anywhere. So there was no signage on reception for meal times or directions to the swimming pool or the bar. More importantly, there was no signage showing directions for the fire exits and the fire escapes. And when I got back to my room, noticed in a hotel room, you usually get a sign on the back of the door that says, in event of emergency, follow this route or congregate in that area. There was no information pack, nothing on the back of the door in the hotel room telling you where to go either.
Had you gone on this holiday with a British package holiday company, or had you booked this directly with the hotel yourself?
It was a British package holiday company. I'm, like I say, as a solo female traveller, I'm always sort of quite reluctant to book anything on Airbnb and sort of go for a cheapy package, as you do, because I need the security that I'm going to be helped out and supported should anything go wrong.
Sure.
So I always try to book through a reputable travel agent rather than winging it as some people do, and I think they're very brave to do that, but I just need that extra bit of security and safety, really, like I say, as a solo female traveller.
As you say, when you book a package holiday, you do have a level of protection that you don't have if you book individual component parts. So you were disappointed with the lack of signage. Your air conditioning doesn't work. The room is dusty, and generally you're feeling a bit disappointed. Did things get better or worse?
Yeah, they got worse. It felt really dangerous. Like I say, there's no fire exits. The fire extinguishers we discovered in a courtyard with all the building and decorating materials.
Right.
There was about 15, 20 fire extinguishers all in one location.
So now at this moment where it's very clear that you've arrived at this hotel, they're not yet really ready for you, because it sounds to me as if they hadn't had an opportunity to put everything in place, like the signs, the fire stuff, the fire extinguishers, etc., the air conditioning, etc. They hadn't got everything ready for you. You're disappointed. So the first thing you need to do at that point is then to make contact with the travel company that have taken you, to express your disappointment and to give them an opportunity to find somewhere else for you to stay instead. Did you do that?
I did that. I called the travel company, and other people were calling the travel company as well. The travel company sounded quite helpful in the beginning, and they said they needed to speak to the hotel. So they kept trying to call the hotel, but they said to me, we can't get through, nobody's answering the phone. I did say that's probably not going to be likely because there was a big queue of us at reception.
Did they not have a rep in resort?
No, there was no rep in resort, and I did suggest that I contact the people that had transferred us to the hotel because I thought they might be affiliated, but the lady at the travel company told me that the transfer company were just a taxi company and they couldn't find me any alternative accommodation. She told me also that she would work with the hotel because it was the hotel that would find us alternative accommodation and not the travel company that I'd booked through. So it felt like they were taking no ownership and accountability or responsibility for moving me away from something that they'd booked me into that clearly wasn't ready, which the hotel staff, by their own admission, said they wouldn't be ready for another 6 to 8 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So I was eventually told later on that evening, having had a cold shower because there was no hot water either, that I would be moved by hotel number 1 to hotel number 2 the following morning.
Perfect.
They couldn't give me any timings or anything because they weren't taking responsibility for it. It was on hotel number 1. So other guests in the hotel, their bedroom doors wouldn't lock. They slept with their suitcases up against their bedroom doors that night with no air conditioning. So it was really, not a group of happy travellers.
And had you, I presume, you sound like a quite a particular kind of person to me, Hazel.
I am.
I presume you did your research before you went on this holiday and you looked at reviews, etc. on the internet for this accommodation. Were people happy with it?
Because it was being refurbished, there were no reviews on the usual websites, the TripAdvisors and things like that.
Oh.
There was nothing available. The hotel did have a website itself, which I'd looked on, and the photos looked fantastic. However, we then discovered that they were photoshopped.
Right.
So,
well, I would certainly advise, and as I say, I mean, I've been looking at holidays recently myself, and it's very important when you're going to somewhere that you don't know and you have no experience of. It's very important to do your homework and to make sure that there are lots of reviews, good reviews on the accommodation that you're planning to go to. And you make sure you familiarise yourself with all of the pros and cons that other people who've stayed in that accommodation are talking about, so you know what you're getting. So I would certainly be wary about booking a holiday to stay in a hotel where there are no reviews.
Yes, and I agree with you totally. The travel agent at the time of booking had explained to me that there wouldn't be any reviews, but, you know, it would be refurbished and all new and fresh. Okay. So I trusted their guidance on that.
Okay, so just to bring us up to speed with where we're at, did they eventually move you to a better hotel?
No. Hotel number one moved me to another hotel. The first hotel that I'd booked was described as being cosy and exuding unprecedented comfort. It had 102 bedrooms, which were, so therefore, you know, 204 people, assuming they're all double rooms. They moved me to quite a family-oriented hotel, which had 134 bedrooms, almost half of which were apartments and maisonettes, so built for families of four, which meant that there was, you know, it was quite a lively hotel, and obviously catered for families and not the quiet, relaxed holiday that I'd booked.
No, okay. So did you express your dissatisfaction at the accommodation they'd found you?
I didn't, no, because by the time I'd got there, I'd wasted 2 days of my holiday, repacking, unpacking my holiday, my suitcase, moving over. It just wasn't really up to the standard that I'd hoped for. The food in the restaurant was, you know, a bit of a bum fight, to say the least, every evening. And there was a lot of pasta and chips and anything that was any good, meats and fish, seemed to go within the first 20 minutes. So you sort of had to get into, it wasn't relaxed going for meal times either. It was just, you know, the complete opposite of the holiday that I'd booked. And obviously I didn't book the holiday through the hotel who'd moved me to the second hotel. I'd booked it through the travel agent. So I didn't want to waste any more of my holiday time complaining while I was away.
No, okay, but that is a bit of an issue. Just being honest. I mean, I know you've called me because you want advice on this. It is a bit of an issue because what I would have advised you at that point to do is to write to the holiday company, you know, from around the pool or something, compose an email to them and say, I'm currently sitting in alternative accommodation that was organised for me. It's wholly unsuitable. I booked the original hotel because I was looking for a quiet, relaxed resort to stay in. And in fact, I appear to have been put in a family hotel because the first hotel was so appallingly unprepared for any residents to stay in. I'm now staying in this second accommodation and I'm very unhappy with it. I await your thoughts. At least if you put something in writing, again, you give the travel company the opportunity. It's known in legal terms as mitigating loss. You give them the ability to mitigate their loss and to actually sort it out before it's too late.
Right, okay.
So I presume then you kind of made the best of your holiday, but it wasn't ideal, and when you've returned, you've complained.
Exactly. So I wrote a letter of complaint the day after I got back so that they had something immediately because I didn't want to let the time sort of drag on. They replied and offered me a gesture of goodwill, £100 refund. I paid £1,600 for my holiday. So having lost 2 days of it, I didn't think that £100 was anywhere near, well, I thought it was quite insulting, to be honest with you. I wrote back and said that I wasn't happy with that and was hoping for something around the £800 mark. They then wrote back to me again.
Half of the entire cost of your holiday?
I did, yeah. I didn't expect them to go to that level, but I thought, you know, you've got to go at the extreme rather than, you know.
Well, I think had you complained in the second hotel, you may well have you know, been in a strong position to request that kind of refund. I think the fact that you didn't, you know, they could argue that they had no knowledge of you being unhappy with the second hotel. They had, in good faith, moved you to somewhere that they thought you'd be happier in. They didn't hear from you to the contrary, so they presumed that you were then enjoying the rest of your holiday. And therefore they're looking at, I mean, I think the way of doing it is, so it took, the first 2 days of the holiday were ruined, were they, because you were still in the first hotel?
Yeah, I'm moving to the second hotel, which then obviously I couldn't get into the room until later on in the day and all that sort of stuff.
I mean, I think what you would certainly be within your rights to ask for, and what I think is eminently reasonable, is to suggest that you would like 2 days of your holiday to be refunded. Now, if you take the £1,600 and you say you were there for 2 weeks, so that works out at £228 for the 2 days.
Yeah.
I think that would be a perfectly reasonable amount to request, and to say, look, I'm really dissatisfied with it. I'm only going to, even though I found the second hotel was not at all what I'd booked and what I was looking forward to, I recognise that you did move me to that hotel because the first hotel that was so appalling. The first hotel that was so appalling meant that the first 2 days of my holiday were completely ruined. And therefore, I don't believe it's unreasonable to request 2 days of the holiday cost back, a total of £228.57.
Right, okay. So I'd also paid a supplement for a side sea view room and things like that. And then obviously the upset and the phone calls and everything that I had to go, is that not worth anything as a refund or a gesture of goodwill or whatever you might call it?
Well, not really, because the first 2 days that you'd complained to them about and they knew about, you are absolutely justified in asking for those 2 days back, and indeed I would suggest expenses that you've incurred for it. So, for example, if you've got a phone bill that shows you are having to phone back to the UK to get the problem sorted out, then I think it's absolutely fine for you to ask for that money back as well. But I do think, if I was the holiday company, I would be saying to you, well, you can't complain about the second hotel now, because as far as we were concerned, you were very happy there. We didn't hear anything from you once you'd been moved to the second hotel. So we assumed you were happy. Had you come back to us and said there was a problem with the room or a problem with the view or a problem with anything else, at least we would have had the opportunity to sort it out for you. But because we were unaware of those problems, we weren't able to do anything to make you happy. So we feel it's unfair that you're now requesting money back, having not made us aware of the problem while you were there.
Okay, so they come back to me with a subsequent offer, which by the reckonings that you're giving me now is actually very generous, so I should probably accept it. It's going to be your advice. What
have they offered you?
They've now offered me £400.
Right, accept it. Yeah. Is it £400 in cash?
No, they'll refund it to my credit card. But
but I'm saying not vouchers off another holiday.
Yeah.
Accept it, Hazel.
Yeah, grab it with both hands.
Yes.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I would certainly say. I mean, you could try to eke a bit more out of them. You could write back and say, I thank you for the offer of £400, but I really was very disappointed, and you could talk about the fact that the second holiday, and you didn't complain because you didn't want to ruin your holiday further. You could try and see if they would increase it any further, but I think £400 is probably a fair amount, considering the fact you hadn't mitigated their loss in the second hotel.
Okay, so the lessons to be learned are to mitigate the loss in future. Hopefully it won't happen again. But
exactly, and I'm so pleased you've come to the programme, because it gives me an opportunity. There are so many people who are jetting off on their holidays every day at the moment. If you get to the hotel, if you get to the accommodation, and you're not happy with it, complain. Get something in writing while you're there. Because even if the company do absolutely diddly squat to sort it out while you're there, if you can prove that you complained at the time and gave them an opportunity to sort it and they didn't, you're in a very strong position on returning home to request a substantial amount of your money back.
Brilliant. Okay.
If you haven't complained and given them an opportunity in resort, then even if you were to go to ABTA arbitration, many travel agents are members of ABTA, the Travel Association. If you go to ABTA arbitration, they will simply say, did you give our client the opportunity to solve the problem? If the answer is, well, no, actually, I just groaned about it to people around the pool and came back and wrote a filthy letter, then I'm afraid ABTA will simply turn around and say to you, well, sorry, but you didn't do anything to mitigate our client's losses, therefore we're not prepared to uphold your claim. Okay, right. So complain at the time and make sure you get evidence of complaining. And if that means that you speak to a holiday rep will have a form that you can request they fill in, and they get a copy, you get a copy, and it demonstrates that you have indeed complained at the time in resort. Make sure you get it and make sure you keep the evidence. Hazel, if I were you, accept that offer, and hopefully you'll have a better holiday next time.
Thanks.
Activities and cycling, and in June of 2017 he bought himself a nice new sports watch. Well, it was all working absolutely fine until July of this year, when it went horribly wrong.
2 years, 1 month, 11 days since the date of delivery. It just stopped working. I plugged it in overnight. It had been charging, and I was due to go away to Wales on a walking holiday, so I was going to use it while I was away. So off I went on holiday. I was away for kind of a week and a half, returned. In fact, I returned on the Sunday, so it was the 4th of August. The manufacturer wasn't available at that time, so I contacted them on the 6th of August, the Tuesday.
The manufacturer, why not the retailer?
Because I thought the manufacturer might be able to run me through a series of troubleshooting procedures just to see whether it could be rebooted and restarted.
Yep.
So I did that, the outcome of that being that the watch was faulty. They said it needed replacing, but they said because the manufacturer's warranty had expired in June 2019, so just a month or so earlier, they offered me a replacement, but said I would have to pay £147.50.
Well, Paul was really unhappy with this. He really felt as if this watch had not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, and he also felt as if he was now being expected to pay too much to replace it. Well, I promised him I would contact the retailer. I've done that, and they've been very helpful. Paul's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Paul.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So you will recall the retailer, they are Wiggle. And they came back to me with the following. They said, we were made aware of the escalated customer complaint on the JVS show today, and we completely understand the customer's frustration with his watch breaking after 2 or so years. Customer service is paramount to us, and after investigating the situation, we can say with confidence that our customer service procedure was followed correctly in this instance. When the customer called, we suggested he should take up the offer of replacing or repairing his watch to the value of £147.50 provided by the manufacturer, and that it was a great offer, considering the watch was no longer under warranty. Unfortunately, this did not satisfy the customer, and he asked for the CEO's contact details, which were given to him. In the emailed response, it again reiterated that we had followed company procedure, but we would like to be treating our customers fairly in all cases, and we suggested that the offer of fixing it for £147.50 was a fair resolution. However, this was the crucial bit in their response. At the very end, they said, however, as a goodwill gesture from our CEO, we would also like to offer the customer a further £150 to spend with us. We hope that he is satisfied with this outcome. So, in effect, you're getting the £147.50 provided from the manufacturer, and then Wiggle are adding another £150 worth of vouchers to it. Well, that was great. It sounded great, but as I said to you, Paul, can you please let me know as soon as you receive said vouchers, and as soon as everything has been resolved, and I gather you have received something. What's going on?
I contacted you last week. I forwarded an email to you, Jonathan, from Wiggle, who it doesn't appear it's exactly as it sounded as we spoke last week. Wiggle had provided me with £150 worth of vouchers to use on their website, which effectively covers the £150 to replace the watch. Now, it isn't as you originally said last week, but I am happy with that outcome.
Well, hang on a minute. Because they have suggested in this response they would also like to offer the customer a further £150 to spend with us. I'm using that is an exact quote from the response they have given. Now, I understand suggesting that they would like to offer a further £150 means that is £150 on top of the previous offer that the manufacturer had made.
Yeah, and that was my understanding last week from our conversation.
Well, are you suggesting that's not the case?
Well, the email I've received effectively says, with that in mind, we would like to offer you £150 worth of Wiggle vouchers to cover the cost of replacement watch that has been offered. The voucher codes can be found below.
Right, well, but hang on a second, because let's just make sure, before I go, because if what you're saying is right, I'm going straight back to them, because I'm not happy with that.
Okay.
But let me just make sure that we're right to go back and bang the old desk a bit, because The offer that was made from the manufacturer of £147.50, how was that going to work? What did they say?
The manufacturer?
Yeah.
Well, effectively, I've contacted the manufacturer. I've sent the watch back to them, and I paid £147 on the back of the email I received last week, which effectively was Wiggle saying there's £150 worth of vouchers for you to spend. So I acknowledge that it wasn't the best outcome because I'm spending money on their website, but for me it was an acknowledgement from the retailer that the watch didn't last as long as it should have done.
Right, so hang on a minute. So the £150 that they are giving you in vouchers covers the costs that you have incurred, albeit in vouchers that you can only spend with them, rather than reimbursing you the money that you've had to pay?
Yes.
Well,
which, as you said, isn't exactly what they said last week.
Well, I don't know. It depends how you read it, doesn't it? Because I'm just trying to be absolutely fair to everyone here. In the emailed response, it again reiterated that we'd followed company procedure and we would like to be treating our customers fairly in all cases, and we suggested that the offer of fixing it for £147.50 was a fair resolution. However, as a goodwill gesture from our CEO, we would also like to offer the customer a further £150 to spend with us. So it doesn't necessarily... I think where the confusion has come is that because you've already paid the £147.50 to the manufacturer, rather than paying it to Wiggle for them to organise, then, I think, to be honest, the way that it's written was a little bit open to interpretation, given the fact that you've already paid the £147.50 to the manufacturer. So, in effect, will you spend £150 with this retailer quite easily? I mean, do you buy other kind of sporting things?
I do, yes.
Okay.
And I will spend that £150. I did think it was an extremely generous offer of them to give me £300 for a watch that I was really only looking for £150 for.
So can we be happy then on the basis that ultimately it's not going to cost you anything, because you will end up spending the £150 worth of vouchers on stuff that you would have spent money on instead?
Yeah, I mean, the ideal outcome would have been £150 in cash to replace it.
It would have been,
I could have chosen where to spend the money, but I will spend the money, ultimately.
Right. Okay. Well, I feel as if we had a moment of euphoria followed by a slight moment of disappointment. But am I going to give them the horn and thank them anyway?
I definitely think so, Jonathan. And can I just say, your powers of persuasion and influence were far greater than mine. Whilst I only sent them 2 emails kind of outlining what I thought my rights were, it was quite clear their stance wasn't going to change, which is why I came to you, and many thanks for your help.
Well, I'm pleased that you're happy. We will thank Wiggle very much indeed. We will give them the horn for giving you the £150 worth of vouchers. Let's hope that you have reason to spend those vouchers soon, and then you'll be back in the black, as it were. And any other problems, you know where I am.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much for your help. Keep up the sterling work.
All the best. Odette was telling me that she has a huge German Shepherd dog she calls Big Ben. Well, she was having difficulty finding hotels that accept large dogs, so she and her hubby decided they were going to buy a caravan about 6 or 7 years ago. But due to poor health, Odette was telling me that they've only used it a few times, so they decided to sell it for about £8,000. Well, it was in excellent condition, or certainly it appeared to be in excellent condition, and a nice young couple came round to buy it, seemed very happy with it, but the following day they returned it, and they weren't best pleased.
They came back with a caravan and an engineer, and to our utter horror, we found that dampness under the lino, which over the plywood floor, and the plywood floor deteriorated badly. The engineer stated at the time that it was a common problem in this type of caravan and was extremely difficult to repair. They had to dismantle completely the caravan. And they said, obviously, we gave back the buyer his money.
Oh, did you?
Oh, of course. We do not lie, we do not steal, and a case like that, we felt duty-bound. Although we sold it as seen, we found duty-bound. I couldn't have slept if I had robbed those people of £8,000.
Well, Odette, as you can hear, is a lovely person. By law, she did not need to take the caravan back and to give a refund, but because she's a good, decent, honourable person, she couldn't bear the thought of having sold this young couple a caravan that it turns out, unbeknownst to her, had some pretty fundamental problems. But obviously Odette feels somewhat hard done by. They, in good faith, had purchased the caravan. She said they've looked after the caravan, and through no fault of her own, she's now left with a caravan that, frankly, is useless. And she can't sell on. So I promised her that I would contact the manufacturer, and although from a legal position she didn't really have any rights, I did say that I would speak to the manufacturer and try and work my best persuasive techniques on them to see if they would be prepared to do something to help. And it seemed to work. Odette is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Odette.
Good morning to you, Jonathan. A pleasure to talk to you.
Likewise, Odette. Now, you will recall from our last conversation when I went off to have a word with the man who is, I believe, in charge at the manufacturers. He said, yes, we are sorry that Odette has had problems with this caravan. He said that the warranty that comes with the caravan lasts for 6 years. And in order to comply with the warranty, you have to have the caravan serviced on an annual basis. Now, he said that obviously from a time perspective, the caravan is no longer in warranty. But he did say, look, the retailer that Odette purchased the caravan from, they are no longer around. So what we would like to offer, he said, purely as a goodwill gesture, if Odette can get the caravan to her nearest current dealer that is still in business, we will then go collect the caravan, bring it back to our factory. We will carry out a full repair on it to put it in a saleable condition, and we will then return it back to the dealer for Odette to collect. And I said, what, for free? And he said, yes, we will do that as a goodwill gesture. And that then means that Odette will be in a position where she can, in good, clear conscience, sell the caravan on to someone else, knowing that it's been properly repaired. So that's exactly what you were going off to do. What's happened since we last spoke, Odette?
Well, we got in contact with the nearest dealer, the North Park, and they asked us to bring the caravan as soon as possible, which we did last Friday. Now, we were in contact with the manufacturer, and they said they would come and collect the caravan yesterday and take it down for repair. Mm-hmm. But yesterday, we had to empty all the mattresses and big heavy things from the caravan, which we did on the Thursday last week.
Yeah.
And then we delivered the caravan on Friday to the dealer. And they parked it and said they should be collecting it Monday, which was yesterday.
Right. But did they not collect it?
However, yesterday, my husband and I, it's an industrial area where the dealer is. So my husband needed something from another firm, Screwfix, to go and get some bits and pieces for himself. And we passed the caravan park, which is not far from us, and our caravan was still there.
Oh.
So,
well, maybe something occurred yesterday and they weren't able to get someone to come and collect it yesterday.
Yes, I hope so.
Yeah.
But as I said, we do go often to that area to do some shopping because we live in a little village. There's no shops here. Mm-hmm. So we have to drive to the nearest town to get some food. So we will be passing the next few days along the road to see if the caravan has finally been returned.
Yes, I mean, if it is for some reason still there next time you go, then please let me know. But you see, the thing is, we have to deal with this in a sensitive way, because the manufacturer are doing something that they don't actually have to do.
No, I appreciate that.
You know, we have to be a bit careful in terms of, we don't want to upset them because they're doing you a bit of a favour. So it may be that something happened yesterday and they couldn't come and collect it, but they are still intending.
Yes, I appreciate that, Jonathan.
They don't benefit at all, do they, from just leaving it sitting there? Because if they've agreed to sort the problem out, they're going to have to sort the problem out. But I think let's wait and see. Let's hope. And I don't know how long it's likely to take, but I think if we give it till next week.
Yes.
Let's see if the caravan has gone. I'd like you to let me know when you next go there whether it has gone or not.
Certainly.
And what I can do is probably next week it will be a good time for me just to call the man again, and in a very friendly kind of way say, hello, just checking up to see how's the repair going. You know, just to let them know, just to remind them that this is something that I'm planning on covering on my programme. So I think that's probably the right way of doing it without them feeling that I'm breathing down their neck and having a go at them for doing something that they don't really have to do anyway.
No, I appreciate that, Jonathan.
Okay, fine. Well, listen, let's catch up, fingers crossed, next week, and you'll be able to say, yeah, it's all gone and I'm happy.
That's lovely. Well, as usual, can I say how marvellous a miracle you have performed there, because before you got involved, we got nowhere. We wrote and contacted the manufacturer and just didn't get anywhere.
Wow.
So you've performed a real miracle for which I'm so thankful.
Well, hang on a second, Oda. I mean, it is obviously it's hugely gratifying to hear how pleased you are, but let's just hold back a little bit until everything's sorted. Because what matters to me is that they do what they've told me they're going to do and they get that caravan sorted, OK?
OK, that's lovely.
We will talk very soon. You take care, Odette.
You too, Jonathan. And again, my eternal gratitude to you. You've performed really...
Good morning, JVS.
Morning, Darren. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
June last year, I purchased a new kitchen, £16,500.
Yeah.
You have to pay for it up front before they'd even give you a fitting day, so we did it all up front.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. On the day of completion, the guys that they send out to do the kitchen did the most amazing job. The kitchen was unreal. It was beautiful. On the day of completion, basically what they do is they sign everything off. So they show you so say for instance the cooker, they show you the cooker, they turn it on, show you how it all works. They run through everything. Anyway, they put the washing machine on, and then we turn around while that's starting to work, going through the cookers. It's a double cooker, going through that. In the meantime, the washing machine, there was a problem with the inside of it. One of the Jubilee clips hadn't been fitted properly at the manufacturer's, and it flooded the kitchen. It went, but because the house is on concrete flooring, it went through the kitchen, into the hall, and into the living room. The week before, we'd just put new flooring down throughout the whole of the house with no separation between the doors, so it flowed all the way through.
Oh, no.
Before the kitchen was fitted, their house had been decorated. Anyway, the company were fantastic. They replaced the flooring. They put new plinths. I mean, it was properly flooded. Anyway, fast forward 1 year later, right above where the washing machine sits, there's a join with the two work surfaces. The kitchen, it's a square room, but the kitchen goes around in a half circle. So wherever you stand, you can turn around. It's beautiful, it is. Anyway, a year later, the work surface right above where the washing machine is starting to blow. It's not near the sink. There's no reason why there should be water up that end. The only thing I can think of, when the washing machine burst, water's got in underneath the units underneath, and we hadn't noticed it, and it started to go. Subsequently, I phoned the company back in June, and I cannot get anything from them at all. They just keep saying they bring in the manufacturers. I've tried probably, if I say 15 times, I'd be surprised if it were more. I can never get an answer from them. They tell me they're ringing the manufacturers, then they tell me they ring me back. I never get. I haven't received one call back, or maybe one out of the 8-10 weeks.
So having been so good initially when you had all of the problems, they've now turned out to be a pile of pants.
Yeah, now the problem's started because we don't know what else is damp behind there. You know, whatever else was.
Okay, well, I'm out of time for today, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass you back to Tara, and we'll get some detail. We'll go and have a little word with this company, and we will find out why they're not responding to you, okay?
That's fine.
Not naming any company names, please.
Okay, yeah. So on Monday the 5th of August, I was doing the washing up, and I'd noticed out of my kitchen window that the car that I'd only purchased 2 weeks ago had quite a bit of considerable damage on its rear wheel arch. So I contacted my neighbour, who sometimes has his CCTV set up.
Okay, so hang on a second. I presume then your kitchen faces out onto the street, does it? Which is why you could see your car while you were doing the washing up?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right.
Yeah. So he hadn't had it set up, but as soon as I'd mentioned that my car was damaged, he had said that he had witnessed this courier van attempting to park between two cars about 5 times, going in forward. And it was only about 10 minutes after she had been to deliver the parcel to him. So I found out the company details, and it took an hour to actually get through to anybody. As soon as I mentioned the word complaint, I was kind of redirected back to their website quite a lot. But eventually I got through to somebody, and I was given an email address to report the damage to. And as the day went on, I was getting quite stressed, and I drove down to the local hub, which is 20 miles away, without any joy. I'd also sent a message out on a local app that's local for our village, just to put out news, just to say that this has happened. The day after that, I got a response from them acknowledging my complaint, and that they'd get back to me in due course.
So can I just establish, did you, having had this conversation with your neighbour who is going to review his CCTV, I mean, have you got CCTV footage that shows the courier's van damaging your car?
No, because he only has it set up occasionally, because sometimes he has foxes. It's not even a proper CCTV camera, it's a webcam that he has set up occasionally.
So is there any evidence that the courier's van damaged your car?
Well, 2 days after, because I put this message out on the app to a very small village, the same neighbour had noticed that she was back in the village in the same van, and took a video of her van which displays the damage, which corresponds to how she was trying to park, and the damage to my car, because the damage not only to my car is on the side, it's also on the rear, which is how she was trying to go in forwards to parallel park. So I do have that evidence. But
so there's a photo of the courier's van with the damage to the van. And is there, I don't want any kind of colours at this stage that will identify anything, but is there any of the colour of paint from the van on your car, or vice versa?
There is, There's lots of colour on my car. There's also a section of her bumper missing, because if it was her bumper to have hit my car, then there wouldn't have been any colour. But that bumper is missing, and then there's the paint on my car and also my paint on her van. Okay.
So it sounds like you have got some evidence that you could certainly use. So what has this company had to say when presented with this evidence?
Well, I reported it to the police as a fail to stop. I haven't presented them with the evidence yet. I did say that I do have, because their reputation isn't the best, but I got a response on the 14th of August saying that she didn't hit the van, and that unless I had CCTV footage, they couldn't take it any further. But they've not answered my questions with regards to her licence plate registration. They haven't answered whether or not they've checked the van. It's not actually the company that I'm dealing with. It's another company that is obviously created just to deal with maybe complaints or damage to property. I can't speak to anybody, and it takes well over a week
by the looks of it, to even get a response.
And what have the police had to say? I mean, obviously the police have got lots of very important things to do, and investigating this kind of thing would fall way down their priority list.
Yeah,
I think we all understand, even though that's frustrating for you. But have the police at least expressed an interest in the fact that this courier, it would appear, has crashed into your car and just driven off?
No. I mean, I've been given a reference, and at the time I didn't have the registration plate number until the day after when I'd had the video. So
now your car insurance, I hope I've got everything crossed as I say this. I hope that you have paid the extra to have legal cover.
No, I didn't. No.
Why?
They did. I'm a single mother at the minute, and to insure this car, I was with my partner for 15 years, and I was never a car owner or an insurance policy holder. I was always a named driver, so I need to keep the cost down as much as possible. And I'm kicking myself.
I mean, just some advice for other people. The legal cover is normally about £25. It is the best £25 you will ever spend if you are involved in a situation like this that will potentially end up getting lawyers involved and a court case. Because if there is a dispute, as a motorist, it gives you the complete cover to cover any kind of legal costs that are incurred in proving a case. So, for example, here, I would suggest that if you had this cover, your insurance company would organise for a firm of lawyers to pursue this courier company and to potentially take them to court to recover the money to pay for the damage to your vehicle. The fact that you haven't got the legal cover probably means that your insurance company will not do that. They will probably simply say, well, you're going to have to make a claim on your policy. Yeah. And it's as simple as that. Have you been in touch with your insurance company yet?
I did. They did offer some sort of service where they would pursue that, but it's not part of my cover. I need to phone them actually to find out a few more details about that. They did say it was a free service. I don't know if it's a national scheme, but I will phone them to find out. Yes,
I presume that means that you would be going through the uninsured motor insurance bureau. I presume that's what they're talking about, but I don't know. I mean, what I would certainly like to do for you, because this kind of thing just sickens me, I would like us to get in touch with the courier company, and can we just present them with the evidence that we have, Tara, and can we just ask them why they believe their driver was not involved in this, and why they have simply turned around to Sarah and said, we're not prepared to do anything?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some details already. I'll just make sure we have everything we need for this one, Sarah.
And just so we're fully understanding, so you've got the photos that you talked about, and you've also got a neighbour who will be a witness to testify that he saw that driver reversing backwards and forwards right near where your car was.
Yeah. And I did mention that to them in my initial email, but everything was just disregarded. But yes, thank you. I appreciate your help.
Fine,
thank
okay.
you.
I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word, okay?
Thank you very much.
Hang on there, please. If you have a consumer problem, 08081 008800.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Stephen bought a corner sofa for £1,800 just over 2 years ago. He turned the cushions, as you're supposed to from time to time, and noticed there was a problem with the stitching on one of these cushions. Well, he got in touch with the company, but he feels their response has been certainly less than satisfactory.
The part that's kind of torn, no one really sits there unless I have guests. They've just said the only way we can actually send an engineer out is if you pay us £75. Didn't say anything about if it works out that it's a manufacturing defect, then you'll get the money back. If they had said that, then I would have said, that's fine, send them out and I'll pay it.
Well, as you can understand, Stephen's very unhappy with this. He says that if the stitching has started to come apart through completely normal use, that of course is unreasonable. And it means that the product has clearly not been made of reasonable quality, has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, and he doesn't see why he should have to pay any money in order for this company to come out and inspect it. Well, I've been off to have a word with them. Let's find out what they have to say, because Stephen's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Stephen.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So you purchased this furniture from SCS.
Yeah.
They've come back with this response. The goods were delivered in June of 2017. and have performed satisfactorily in the home for over 2 years. When he has raised the concern regarding a seam, as the original 12-month warranty had expired, the call-out fee for a qualified technician to attend the home to carry out a full detailed report is £75. From experience, it is most unusual for upholstery fabric to tear as a result of a manufacturing defect, particularly after this length of time. If the report did conclude that there was indeed a manufacturing defect, then any further parts or labour will be free of charge. If the report concludes that it is accidental damage within the home environment, but we are still able to assist, then a quote would be issued if parts and labour were required. Of course, we would always provide a remedy in accordance with their rights as a consumer, and in the event of this was determined to be in the event of this it was determined to be a result of a manufacturing fault, we would give the customer the refund of the charge they have said. Let me just read that last bit again, because it doesn't quite make sense to me. Of course, we would always provide a remedy in accordance with their rights as a consumer, and in the event this was determined to be the result of a manufacturing fault, given Stephen's reluctance to have a report carried out, I can confirm the charge will be refunded. Okay, so they're saying that you will get your money back if, when they come out, they find it is a manufacturing defect. You will get your money back for the £75.
Yeah, they never mentioned that to me at all. And to be honest with you, I could kind of pay out £75, and to somebody that they send out, they could say, it's down to us. And then I'm going to have to go and pay for an independent to come out to have a look, because I don't really feel that I could be that trusting in the people that come out to have a look at it. I mean, if it's torn in the middle, it's right on the seam, so it's like all the stitches come away. I mean, the rest of them are fine.
I mean, this is the thing. It's not actually a tear, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's that where the cushion is under pressure, if you sit on the cushion, obviously it will pull at the seam, and the whole idea of the seam is that it should have stitching in it that is strong enough to be able to hold those two parts together.
Yeah, because we updated the cushions as well. This is the thing, because when we originally looked at the settee, it had these very, very soft cushions on it. And because I've got back problem, I said I can't have those cushions because obviously you're slumping into it. So they said, well, we do these harder, upgraded cushions, so it gives you more support. So I said, well, I'll have those instead then. And it's obviously a lot more comfortable because you don't kind of sink into it. So even with these kind of more firmer cushions, it still seems to have allowed a seam to split.
Okay, well, I think this is how we proceed.
Mm-hmm.
I would suggest that you, if you haven't already, you respond to SCS and you say, okay, well, I am happy for you to send out an engineer.
Yep.
And I'm happy that in the event that the engineer finds that we have damaged the furniture, I am happy to pay the £75 call-out charge. However, I am very confident that he will not find that, because we have not damaged this furniture. The furniture has not ripped. The cushion has come away at the seam, and I maintain the reason the cushion has come away at the seam is because the stitching has not been done to a reasonable standard. And as a result of the stitching not having been done to a reasonable standard, the two parts of fabric are coming apart.
Right, okay.
I trust that your independent technician will establish that on arrival at my property. However, please be advised, if he does not believe that is the case, I then reserve my right to have a further independent report done, and if necessary, I will pursue SCS through the Small Claims Court for full reimbursement of all my costs that I have incurred.
Yeah, I will do, definitely.
Okay? And I would suggest as well, when the engineer comes out, you might want to just drop in the fact that you are going to be coming back on my programme to talk about his findings.
Okay.
And just to make quite clear from him at the time when he comes out to have a look at the furniture, what he believes has caused the two parts to come apart.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll do that. As I said, I will do that. It's just, I mean, if they would have just said from the start, if it deemed that it was a manufacturer and would give you your money back. She didn't say that to me. She just basically said I have to pay £75 before they will even consider sending out an engineer.
Well, I think how I would play it is I would say, that's fine, I will pay the £75 charge. However, be advised, I expect that money back if when your engineer comes out you establish that this furniture has not been damaged by me, but it is of purely not of very good quality, and that's why it's come apart.
Yeah.
And if I have any kind of problems whatsoever, I'm going to sue you. And,
I will do, yeah.
And I'm going to sue you, and it's going to cost you a whole load more because I'm going to have my own independent report carried out, and I'm going to be coming after you for far more than the £75. So I expect you to refund that money after your engineer has been out, and I expect you to do so pretty pronto. I think I would phrase it in that kind of way.
Yeah, I will. I mean, it's just ridiculous because, to be totally honest with you, if I was to kind of phone them up and say, I need a replacement cushion cover, I don't even think it would cost £75.
I bet it would.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much it costs, but I don't think it'd be much more than £75.
Well, I would have two issues with it. Firstly, I reckon it would, and I reckon also you'd have a problem because it wouldn't match.
Yeah.
If they replaced it with a new one, chances are the fabric will be from a slightly different batch. There might be a slight colour change. You'll have one nice brand new clean cushion with other cushions that have got 2 years worth of wear and tear on them.
That's true.
It will stand out like a sore thumb. So I think the best thing they can do for everyone involved is to send an engineer out with the ability to stitch that cushion back up.
Yeah.
Which, to be honest, a proper upholsterer, if they send someone out who's a proper upholsterer, they'll be able to fix it there and then.
I would have thought so, because it's not that big. It's just because it's obviously going to get bigger.
Of course. They will have, if they send someone sensible out there, he or she will turn up with the ability to be able to restitch that cushion. They will restitch the cushion. They will apologise to you that you've had the problem. They will accept that the stitching clearly wasn't done of reasonable quality when the furniture was first manufactured, and they will refund you your £75, and you'll then be a very happy customer.
Yeah, okay, then I'm going to get on the phone until today.
Yeah, I would suggest that that's the best way of proceeding. Can you please keep me posted? And let me know what happens afterwards, and I will follow this right through until its conclusion.
Yeah, I will do. Thanks very much, Jonathan. I appreciate it.
All the best. His daughter saved up all of her money to buy herself a camera. You see, she's into performing arts and she likes to make videos to upload to YouTube.
She used it about a dozen times, maybe a little bit more, and got fed up because her laptop took 24 hours to load a video, which she then put onto YouTube. So she got a bit fed up with it and stopped using it. She's recently got a new laptop. She started using it again, and the lens has jammed. So we took it back to where she bought it from, and they said, well, it's out of its year's guarantee.
Well, obviously, we've heard that one before, haven't we, on this programme? Teresa's daughter paid £561 for the camera. She expected it to last longer than the 2 years that it had. Now, I went off to have a word with the company. It was a bit of a nightmare, to be absolutely honest with you. Teresa's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Teresa.
Oh, good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So when I did finally manage to get through to someone who could respond to this, they came back to say, we can confirm that we will make contact with the customer to arrange for the camera to be sent to the repairer, and we will cover the cost of this free of charge. We will make contact with the customer to discuss the matter further and to inform them of progress once we have a time frame for completion. Well, that all sounded good. However, I know that having sent that camera back to them and having had the camera for some time, it's been a bit of a devil of a job to find out what on earth is going on. Now, I went back to have a word with this company again. They are Jessops, incidentally, and they came back with the further response. They have said, we are sorry that there's been a delay. The item was with the repairer awaiting a spare part, which has arrived. The repair has been marked as urgent. We expect the item to be back in store next week, and we are trying to contact the customer to make this apology directly. Well, I think they have now been in touch with you, haven't they? What's the latest from your perspective, Teresa? What have they said?
Okay, Jonathan, they let my daughter know that the repair would be in store this week, but that was just a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
And so she can't collect it until Saturday because she's working. On top of that, I don't know if you're aware, I did let one of your colleagues know that I actually wrote to the managing director because
I understand, yeah.
Yes. I was unhappy that the staff member was unaware of the trading standards regulations, the
Consumer Rights Act, yeah.
Yeah, so I explained the scenario and I raised the point about this, and I said that I felt a little bit, not upset, I thought the gentleman that was serving me appeared to look incompetent because he didn't know his job. And I said, that's not his fault. That should be covered by basic management training.
Yeah, but you'd be amazed how many retailers you'd find exactly the same problem with.
Exactly. Well, this is it. This is why I raised it, because I just thought it should be in their basic training package. So I had a phone call from the head office on Friday saying that they are so sorry how all of this whole thing has happened, and yes, he should have been aware, and yes, it is now going to be incorporated into their training for their managers and staff.
Good.
And yeah,
well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I will remember that, and if we have another case regarding Jessop's, and if I hear somebody coming back to me again on my programme suggesting that they have given incorrect information to customers as to what the customer's rights are under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, I will refer to the conversation that you have had with them. Although, as I say, I would not be surprised if it did happen again, because I encounter this all the time with big retailers in this country. The number of times it would appear staff are telling customers, oh, sorry, it's over 12 months, there's nothing we can do. Yeah. And of course, probably find 8 out of 10 customers will accept that. They'll say, oh, well, they must know what they're talking about. They've given me the right information. The customer goes away and the customer either ends up having to buy a whole new item at huge cost to themselves or has to pay to have it repaired. And in fact, the law would have protected them.
Well, I still think that if my daughter didn't have me there, she wouldn't have known, and she just would have said, well, I can't afford to have it repaired. Yeah. And that's it. And she wouldn't have a camera. So it annoyed me because it should be part of the training.
So do we know when the camera is going to be back?
Yes, that's what I was saying. The camera is back, but she can't collect it until Saturday because she works full time. Right. And they also said that she could have a free SD card if she would like it. And they also said if she doesn't want an SD card and she would like something else, to go back to them and they will see that they can do something else. And she has said maybe she would like a case because she's got a couple of SD cards. She's pretty loaded with memory, so she might ask for a case.
Yeah. Well, that's very good of them to make that goodwill gesture to you. Yeah. And I just need to reiterate this again because there are always new people tuning into the programme. And there are sometimes people who will come to me and they'll say, oh, do you know what? I learnt that from your programme. I had no idea that was how things stand. When you buy any product in the UK from a retailer, you are covered by the Consumer Rights Act. The Consumer Rights Act says that any product you purchase must be A, fit for purpose, B, of reasonable quality, and C, must last for a reasonable amount of time. There is no cut-off after 12 months. You are entitled to expect a product to last for a reasonable amount of time, and generally, that is much longer than 12 months. So never allow a retailer to simply use the 12-month rule and say, sorry, there's nothing we can do, and to fob you off and suggest you've got to go and talk to someone else instead because they no longer have a responsibility to you. It's absolute nonsense. Look, I tell you what I'm going to do. Listen to this. It's a bit of the horn.
But, half a horn.
But until your daughter has got her camera back and you're able to confirm that it's all fixed and it's working beautifully and you're a happy bunny, they're not getting the rest of it, okay?
Fair enough. Yep, fair enough.
Brilliant. Okay, Teresa, I will speak to you, fingers crossed, later on this.
I have indeed. I purchased a mattress from a retail store. The reason I did that, with all these fantastic things on the TV and online shopping, was that I've sustained a serious back injury and I couldn't get into the store. So my wife went along armed with photographs of the measurements because we needed some advice. I was not sure if I was going to measure it up correctly. Stallman gave the advice that what we needed was a 4 foot by 6 foot mattress. Now, I didn't question that too much because that's the reason that we went to the store, was to get the advice. And it turned out to be wrong.
Well, hang on a second. So, you didn't know what size your bed was?
I wasn't sure because there's about 5 different sizes of king-size bed frames and some unusual sizes also. So, to make sure I didn't make a mistake by doing online shopping, I thought let's use the skill and expertise of a retailer.
Well, the skill and expertise of a retailer doesn't mean that they know what size your bed is.
No, I sent with photographs of a tape measure to make sure that, one, I'd measured the correct areas, and two, that there would be no mistake in any handwriting or anything like that. It's crystal clear on the photograph.
So hang on, you measured the existing mattress?
The bed frame, yeah.
Why didn't you measure the existing mattress?
Because the mattress we had on there wasn't particularly in great form anyway.
But it doesn't matter. You were only getting the size of it, weren't you?
Yeah, but it wasn't the one for that bed frame, and I wanted to make sure I got exactly the right one.
So hang on, you already had a mattress on the bed frame that wasn't the right size mattress for the bed frame?
No, it was a little too big.
Right. Okay. What? So you had a mattress that was too big? I
had originally a mattress that was slightly too big, with a few inches overlap on it, and I didn't want that because it was giving me discomfort with sleeping with the back injury. So hence the reason that my wife went along armed with photographs, because there's nothing more clear in my mind than to show a tape measure on a bed frame and saying, hey guys, what do you advise?
What was the size of the mattress that you had on the bed? The wrong one?
Yeah, 5 foot.
A 5 foot mattress?
Yeah, 5 foot by 6 foot.
5 foot by 6. So is that a king size or a double?
I think that's a king size. This is what confused me. There's king, queen.
Yeah, I think so. Well, no, it goes single, double, king, super king. They're the sizes of bed that we have in the UK. I mean, I know if you go to other countries, you can then start finding things like a queen size bed. But in the UK, we have a single, double, king size, and a super king. There is also an emperor. But unless you've got an enormous mansion, you're never going to be able to get an emperor bed in your house.
I'm a man of meagre means.
Okay. So it sounds to me then as if if the existing mattress that was on there was a king size and that was too big, then it sounds to me as if the correct size mattress for your bed frame would be a double.
It turns out it should have been 4 foot 6 by 6 foot.
Right, which is a double.
Yeah.
So what did you buy?
We got a 4 foot by 6 foot. And the issue that the shop has with it, which I find quite surprising, that retailers are having a hard time at the moment, that they'd be a little bit more conducive to our needs. I didn't question the invoice because the advice by the salesperson was given as, you need a 4 foot by 6 foot. I spoke to the individual on the phone briefly and said, well, the measurement looks a little bit different to me than that. It looks bigger. And he reiterated, no, 4 foot by 6 foot. So, of course, we went on the advice that we went to the store to get and went ahead and purchased. When it got delivered, the delivery guys were fantastic, spotted the mistake straight away and said there's something wrong. But they couldn't take it back because it was made to order. Not made to measure, made to order.
Right.
And advised me to go back to the shop. And the shop just simply says, well, you got what you paid for, you got what's on your invoice.
So hang on a second. So you had on there previously, you had a king size mattress, and that was too big.
Yeah.
So they ordered you a
king size bed.
Okay.
But, so we got rid of the bed, bought a new bed, and thought that I could save some money by using that mattress, and it didn't work out. So I obviously wasn't going to purchase another mattress exactly the same size as the one that was on.
Okay, but hang on a second. So you had on there a king size bed, king size mattress.
Yeah.
And they told you that you needed a 4 foot 6 mattress.
4 foot by 6 foot.
Yeah, 4 foot 6. 4 foot by 6 foot. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
But that's a double size. So what's wrong with the double size?
The size that's on there, the bed frame supports, which I found out from these delivery guys, a 4 foot 6 inch wide by 6 foot long. And I showed him the photographs also that were sent to the.
Where did you get the bed frame? Is the bed frame from IKEA?
No, it's not an odd size, which I understand sometimes happens with IKEA.
Yes, because I know IKEA beds and bedding is often a different size to the standard UK sizes. But
yeah, I found that out afterwards. It's been quite a learning curve over the last couple of weeks.
Right. Okay, so this bed, the mattress is too small now for the size of the bed.
Correct.
Right,
So
but the company
my query is that we got, based on the information and advice that was given to us at store, we went ahead and purchased on that, believing that to be professional and correct advice. What we've got is a mattress that's too small for the bed frame, even though they saw the photographs and agreed that was all fine. We were advised to get a 4 foot wide by 6 foot long, and it's too small. Now, I purchased in good faith, went to the shopping, or my wife went to the shop in good faith, to get the correct professional advice as to what I needed for 2 points. One was for the bed size, and 2 was to give me the support that I need because I fractured my back in 2 places. I need to get a proper night's sleep. Based on that advice, we went ahead and purchased. And it's wrong.
Right. I'm just slightly confused though. So what is the standard size of a double mattress? Standard double mattress size. Let's have a little look at this because I'm intrigued to know where on earth this bed frame is from. If it's got a funny size mattress.
No, I'm told
I
by
see.
the
so
delivery
you've
guys it
got
came standard.
okay. So you've got what is known as a small double, which is a 4 foot 6 by, and then a double 4 foot 6 by 6 foot 3.
Yeah.
And then a king size is 5 foot by 6 foot 6, and a super king is 6 foot by 6 foot 6. So they've given you a small double rather than a double.
Correct.
But you'd given them the measurements.
On the invoice here, but I wouldn't have known that at the time.
But you've clearly got the photos to show that this bed frame is designed for a standard double rather than a small double.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, then it's their fault, isn't it?
I sent it. I deliberately sent to my wife while she was in the shop via WhatsApp. So I mean, it's time-stamped, date-stamped. They know full well that this is not photographs that were taken at a later date. This is what was shown to the salesman. And we took his advice to the letter and purchased.
Okay, well, let's have a little word with them. Tara, who knew?
It's been a learning curve.
Who knew there were 2 types of double? I mean, I could never... I couldn't sleep in a double.
I've got a small double in my son's bedroom, and I've got one of these European-sized beds in my daughter's, which does make it confusing because you have to remember whose sheets are whose.
Yes, quite.
Otherwise, they're the wrong width for the length.
Yes, quite.
So, yeah, it is a little bit confusing, but if you, as you say, you were absolutely clear, there could have been no misunderstanding on the sizes that you were given them, then they've given you a small double instead of a double.
Exactly. So it's their fault. Can they have a word with their supplier and send it back and exchange it? I mean, I can't understand why, if a bed company has a good relationship with their supplier, as long as that bed is still... I mean, I presume the bed was still all in the packaging and everything, it hadn't been taken out of the packaging.
Delivery drivers unpacked it, put it on the bed. So the packaging was literally just a polythene cover.
Right, but they took it off.
Moved into the spare room because I won't use something that is not fit for my purpose. I need to return it.
Yeah, but hang on a second. So the delivery drivers took the packaging off the mattress?
Yeah.
At what stage did they notice then that it was the wrong size? Because they would have had to get it on the bed, having taken the cover off, to realise that it was the wrong size. So, actually,
they called myself and my wife upstairs once they had finished and said, "Look, we think we've got a problem here," and then showed me that clearly the mattress doesn't fit; it's too small. Oh. By then, they'd already unpacked everything, so I don't know at what point exactly they found that it was too small, but certainly when the time I got there, the packaging had been removed.
Right.
So what I've done is to, I just said to my wife, I can't sleep on that. I don't think it's right because.
Well, hang on. So did they leave the mattress? Did they leave the mattress with you?
Yeah, they couldn't take it back because they said it was special delivery.
Right, but the mattress has never been slept on.
No, it's in my spare room with a dust sheet over it while the wife and I sleep in the spare room.
Okay, well, look, I mean, let's try and be... Obviously, there is a hygiene issue, and bed companies are often very reluctant to take back a mattress that could have been slept on by a customer, which is why they would normally advise to never take the packaging off until you've checked this kind of thing. But if their delivery driver removed the packaging, that wasn't down to you, was it?
No, not at all.
So if you've got a bed that has never been slept on, the mattress has never been slept on, it is in as new condition, all they need to do is rewrap it up in the plastic packaging.
Yeah, and my point exactly is also that this is not a tailor-made mattress. It is still within UK standards.
Yes, so but it all depends on whether they can resell it.
And just replace it. Use it. I even suggested to them, look, I'll even accept an X-display model. I need a mattress for my bed. I've got 2 fractured vertebrae and 6 compressed discs. I need a good night's sleep.
Yes, I mean, I understand the problems with your back. That's not ultimately going to change the situation for the retailer. This comes down to, has the retailer made a mistake? From what you're telling me, it sounds as if they have. You went into the store because you were expecting their professional advice to be accurate. You went in with photographs that showed the measurements of the width of the mattress that you would need, and that measurement clearly showed that the mattress that was needed was a 4'6" by 6'3" size mattress, but for some reason they ordered you a 4 foot by 6'3", and as a result the mattress is too small. Their delivery drivers unpacked it. You're now left with a mattress you can't use. Their fault, not yours. If everything you've told me is correct, then I think we need to go and have a word with them and ask them to change the mattress, please. Hello, James.
Hello, JVS.
Morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, well, I bought a pair of walking sandals about a year ago. It's the second pair of these that I bought. The last pair I had lasted quite a long time, but this pair, after about a year, there's a little metal thing which the strap goes through and secures it to your foot. This metal thing just sheared off, so you can't actually close the sandal. You can't wear them. And so I thought,
what is it, like a buckle?
It's a bit like a buckle, yeah. This strap slides through this almost like a ring and then turns back on itself and Velcro's closed.
Oh, right, okay. So these are Velcro sandals?
Basically, yeah.
Lovely.
Well, I got in contact with the people I bought them from and said that I thought it was probably a manufacturing fault because normally metal doesn't shear. The other sandal was all right. They said that as I'd had them a year, that I'd had probably fair usage of them, and that if it was a manufacturing problem, it would have showed up after 3 months. So I went back to them and said, well, actually, I haven't really worn them that much, because these sort of sandals you can only really wear when the sun's shining. So it's like on holiday. On a good day in Britain, you can wear them if you're going walking, but you can't wear them in the rain, for example. So I didn't think I'd worn them that much. So after I'd gone back to them saying this, they then came back to me and said, well, that I'd got to get an independent assessment of them to prove that they were faulty and send them something in writing with a proper letterhead, and then they'd probably look at it.
Yeah.
So that's where I ended up, and I wasn't sure whether that was, the sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean that is something that they are perfectly within their rights to ask you to do.
Right.
They should be aware, and you need to be aware as well, that if you have to pay someone to perform some kind of report on these shoes to work out what the problem is, and whether it is because a component on the sandals have not been made to a reasonable standard, if that finds in your favour, you are within your rights to expect the retailer that you purchase the sandals from to reimburse you any costs that you incur.
Right.
Okay. If, however, of course, the report comes back and it's either inconclusive or it sides in the retailer's favour and says, no, we think this is just down to wear and tear, then you will have spent more money on something and will have just lost that money. So it's a bit of a gamble. How much did you spend on the sandals in the first place? I mean, I think that's quite a crucial question.
Well, I always both pairs I bought in the sale, and the retail price is about £69, and I paid, I think, £22 or thereabouts.
22. Do you want my advice? My honest reaction to this?
Yes, why not?
Chuck them away and buy a new pair.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I do, because, I mean, if you were telling me that these were a very expensive pair of sandals, you'd spent, £100 on them or something, and you'd only worn them a handful of times and they'd only lasted for a year, then I think it would probably be worth your while getting someone to look at the sandals, carrying out a report, writing a letter to side with you, going back to the retailer saying, right, here's my official independent report that shows that you've sold me some sandals that are not made to a reasonable standard and that's why they've fallen apart, etc., etc. It will be worth you doing it. But I just think to myself, for a £22 pair of sandals, how sure are we that an independent report will come back and say that these sandals are not of reasonable quality for £22? Do you see what I mean?
I do. I get where you're coming from, and I'm sure you're right.
I just think there's a risk that the report might not necessarily side enough in your favour. I think it might leave some question marks.
Yeah.
At which point you've then spent probably at least double £22 to get it proven or to get this report, and you'll end up having spent that money and having lost it. And then you'll still have to go out and buy another pair of sandals. So,
yes, I see what you're saying. I think from my point of view, because I'd had a pair already, which lasted a couple of years.
They were the same brand, were they?
Exactly the same brand and exactly the same shoe. It's one that this particular company makes themselves, I think.
Yeah.
I thought, this should have lasted a bit longer. But maybe it's just a case of bad luck.
I think it may well be. I mean, there is one other thing you could try. The manufacturer, of course, has no legal obligation to you whatsoever because your contract is with the retailer that you purchase the sandals from. However, and I don't know who the manufacturer is, and I don't want to know, but it may well be that they are a company that are very proud of the quality of the sandals that they make, and they are very, very keen on having loyal, happy customers. And therefore, it may well be from a customer service perspective, if you were to write a nice letter to the managing director of the manufacturer, stressing your loyalty to their brand and stressing the fact that this is now, second pair of these shoes. You were so happy with the first ones. They were lovely, so comfortable. They lasted for 2 years, very happy with it. The second pair, you just want to raise their awareness of the fact that you're a bit disappointed you haven't had as long out of them. It may well be that the manufacturer will send you a voucher or something to put towards another pair. So I think that would be worth a try. But they're under no obligation to do that. So it would only be something, just to flutter your eyelids a bit and see if it makes any difference.
I'd be happy to do that. The only thing is that the retailer is the manufacturer. Okay. So I can't really.
Well, you can. You can. You could write a letter to the CEO of the retailer then, if they are one and the same thing.
Yep.
Just write a letter. Again, without necessarily throwing your weight around, just keeping it very much about brand loyalty and how pleased you were with the first pair and how disappointed you've been with the second pair and how you're concerned about, you're very tempted to buy another pair from them. However, you're concerned you don't want to have the same thing happen again. Are there any assurances they can give you in terms of the quality of their products, etc.? If I was the CEO of the company, I would be very inclined to send you a token in terms of some kind of voucher to you to spend on more of my shoes, because I would think, well, if I can sell him a pair of shoes that are going to last a bit longer than the last pair, he's probably going to buy another pair from us and he'll recommend us to other people. So I think it's worth a try. But in terms of In terms of how far you can force this to go, I think, to be honest, you might as well cut your losses.
Right. Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah. I think I hadn't thought that I could write to the manufacturer, but the way you put that, I think, a letter to the CEO is well worth a try.
Yeah, I think so too. Good luck, James, and let me know how you get on.
Will do. Thank you ever so much. Thank you.
Okay. One other thing. Have you been to have you taken them to a shoe repairer to see how much it would be to repair them?
Yeah, I did. I took it to a high street one, and they just sort of looked at it and said, "No, we haven't got any of them, mate." Referring to the rings, the buckles. Right. So no, maybe an old-fashioned style one might be able to do it. Maybe.
But then, again, if you're spending more money on a pair of sandals that are towards the end of their life anyway, then is it just throwing more money after bad? James, thank you very much indeed. Good luck. I hope at the end of July, it was Jackie's husband's 70th birthday, and as a special treat, their daughter decided to book them a 4-night package holiday to Las Vegas. Well, the trip was booked for the start of November of this year, and the cost was just over £2,200 for Jackie, her husband, their daughter, and their daughter's partner. Now, her daughter's partner paid a deposit of £558 and received a confirmation of the holiday, but her daughter now has a pretty big problem.
Her dad's birthday came and went on the 26th of July, and then she split up with her partner 2 weeks later.
Oh, no.
Yeah, things hadn't been going brilliantly for a while, and I think it sort of all came to a head, and I think she decided that she couldn't carry on like this anymore. So they actually split up, and he's gone now. So we have this spare place. So she tried to cancel this one place. She called customer service on the 7th of August. It was a 10-minute call, and she asked to cancel one place because she thought she could, because she'd only paid the deposit. And the lady said, no, you can't.
Well, Jackie's daughter's contacted the holiday company to see if she can take someone else, another member of the family or a friend or someone, and just change the name. The company said that they would raise that with the airline, and she'd be told within 7 to 10 days as to whether that would be possible. Well, not wanting to wait, she contacted the airline directly. They said, no, sorry, no change of the name whatsoever. The tickets are booked in that name, end of story. Well, as frustrating as it is for Jackie and her family, it is very often the case, the terms and conditions with airlines, the best offers they offer you on an airline ticket are normally pretty static tickets. You can't change them, you can't change the name on them, you can't cancel them and get your money back. They're offered to you at a good price because they are immovable in terms of the detail. However, Tara, I know that we went to speak to the booking company just to see if there was anything further they could do, because there could have been the potential for them to try and do something as a goodwill gesture. Jackie's back on the JVS show now. Let's find out what the latest is. Morning, Jackie.
Hello, Jonathan.
Morning, Jackie. Right, Tara, what's the latest then? What's happening?
Well, so at the end of last week, I did get in touch with them, because as you were explaining just then about the whole thing with the airline tickets, absolutely they were not moving on that. It was their policy that they did not change names, which is something that Jackie had originally suggested that they would like to be able to happen, because they had a friend who could take up that ticket.
And it is very clearly in the terms and conditions.
Oh, absolutely, very clearly. And this airline is very, very determined that it would always be the case.
Okay.
So they said, well, why don't you go back to the booking company that Jackie's family went through, which is lastminute.com. And they have been very positive in trying to do something about this, because again, it's a price that they had that was very competitive in terms of being able to go on this flight. And normally, as they've said to me, we wouldn't normally offer an option where they could split the package and be able to change the names on the tickets, because obviously the airline won't do it anyway. So there was quite a bit of toing and froing that was going on, wasn't there, Jackie? Between myself and the airline, and then myself and lastminute.com. So at the end of last week, after we last spoke to Jackie about this, I got back in touch with lastminute.com and said, look, what are the options that you could give Jackie's daughter, which is what they started looking into. And they have been trying to do something. And at the end of last week, we were really talking about maybe getting the airport taxes back, which would probably be in the region of somewhere around £50, wouldn't it be, Jackie? That's the figure that was being discussed.
It's more than that.
It's more than that now, yes.
Yes.
Fill us in, Jackie.
What are they offering?
Well, they're actually offering £124.62 as refundable airport taxes,
Right.
which it's not the cost of the ticket, because they've said that they've already paid the airline the ticket, so the cost of the ticket is non-refundable. They did, however, say that the room, which is part of the deal, would you wouldn't have to pay any more money on that, because that's already sort of taken care of, because we wondered if she'd incur a fee for that, but that seems to be okay. And in the email that they sent Caroline, they did say that they would refund these taxes, and they didn't mention a fee for doing it. So we've sort of been back to them and said, well, that would be great, that would be better than nothing, but we don't really want to incur a fee from you for doing that, because Caroline's been a really good customer over the last 10 years, blah, blah, blah.
And I did send them an email to that effect to say, you have been a repeat customer in terms of...
It's always worth, just a bit of advice for people listening to the programme, it's always worth stressing loyalty. If you have been a loyal customer to a company and you're dealing with a complaint, it's always worth just making that point and just dropping it in that you have, over the years, always used their firm for this, that or the next thing. It's worth doing, because they might look more favourably on you in terms of whether they can do something to assist. I mean, the long and short of it is, Jackie, and I've been very honest and blunt with you from the start on this. Your rights, your rights were always very, very limited, because the price of the tickets, the price of the flights, it would appear that they were all based on the fact that the flights are non-cancelable, non-transferable, all those kinds of things.
Right.
And to try and then say, well, yeah, but can we change them anyway? Even though the terms and conditions say at the beginning of the process you can't, it always meant that you were going to be on the back foot with this. But I think if there is some kind of goodwill gesture that can be done, so at least you get some of the money back, that's better than nothing, isn't it? What was the cost per person of the flights?
I don't know how much the flights were, but the actual cost per person for the whole package was £562 or something like that. So it was a very good deal.
And that's including the accommodation?
That's the accommodation, no food, it's return flights and accommodation in a nice hotel in Las Vegas.
So 125 quid or something. I mean, that's actually not that bad, is it, really, to get as a refund?
And Caroline said it's better than nothing.
It's better than a slap round the face with a wet fish, as my dear old mother used to say.
Exactly. So, originally when she approached the company, they weren't even going to give a cancellation. So, we've come forward from there. So at least we've got something. Originally they said no cancellation, no transferring, blah, blah, blah. But at least they're looking to give us this now. And she's actually got an email from them with that amount on it. So we've got it in writing.
Yeah.
And she has accepted it.
Very often you will find, and obviously a lot of people who are flying with business and things like that will do this. When you go onto an airline's website, it will give you the option of paying more for a ticket to buy in some flexibility.
Yeah.
You pay an extra 100 quid or whatever it may be, and that £100 gives you the ability to change the date of the flight or to cancel it altogether, etc. But obviously that's something you pay a premium for. The cheapest price for a flight generally means that the flight, you can't change it, you can't cancel it, you can't do anything with it whatsoever. You've agreed to buy that flight, you go on that flight in that name, and if a mistake's been made, well, you have to absorb the cost. So, listen, I'm very pleased that at least they're giving your daughter something back. We will thank lastminute.com, we will give them the horn. Has she received the refund yet, or is it just been taken off the balance that's to pay?
Well, what we've asked for is a new invoice showing only 3 tickets minus this amount. So, we're waiting for that to come through.
Okay, well, I'm going to give them this. I'm going to give them this.
Well, I'd just like to say, Jonathan, thank you so much for all of your help, because, we couldn't have done it on our own. We were getting absolutely nowhere. So thank you for that, and all your team.
Let's wait and see what happens when you get that invoice. Jackie, we will wait to speak to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Can I send you a photo from Las Vegas?
Oh, yes.
You can.
Outside the MGM Grand. Yeah.
I will.
Right. Well, I hope you have a lovely time when you go. We'll wait to hear from you when you've got the new invoice. He's a courier. He needs a sat-nav to get around for work, so he purchased one from a local supermarket. Well, 2 years later, he's having problems with it.
It just doesn't work at all now. Stopped working about a week ago. I went to the customer services and they said the old chestnut, you only have a year's guarantee, nothing to do with us. Well, they said that the warranty's only a year, so they weren't interested.
Well, as we all know, that's absolute nonsense. Balderdash. When you purchase any product from a retailer in the UK, the law says that the product must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, why on earth would you buy a sat-nav that would only last for 12 or 13 months before it breaks? You wouldn't, would you? And it was for exactly this reason that I went to speak to the retailer on Michael's behalf to ask them why it had broken after a year and why they would not take responsibility for the fact that it had broken after a year. Well, Michael's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Michael.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning. Now, I'll be honest with you. You purchased this from a certain supermarket and they've taken an absolute age to look into it. However, they did finally get back to me this week and they didn't give me very much detail, but the detail they did give me filled me with a level of hope. They said, we've had a chance to look into it. We've spoken to the customer and on this occasion we are offering him a gesture of goodwill. I said, well, what does the goodwill mean? And they said, well, if you'd like to speak to the customer, he'll be able to tell you what the goodwill gesture is. So, Michael, over to you. What have they offered you?
Yeah, I had a lady. Can I say her name?
No, I'd rather you didn't.
All right, well, a lady from the company ring me up and they've offered me the full, if I send it back, they've offered me the full refund plus my postage and packing.
Which is pretty incredible. I mean...
Unbelievable.
They didn't have to do that.
I gathered that.
Yeah,
I've had 2 years use out of it, haven't I?
Exactly. And they could if I was the retailer and I was trying to be fair to you and I was also trying to comply with my obligations under the law, I would have worked out a pro rata refund for you. So I would have, for example, if I bought a sat-nav, I would expect it to last for 5 years. How much did it cost in the first place?
£100.
So £100, you divide that by 5, you got 20 quid a year. So in effect, you've had 40 quid's worth of use, so I'd be offering you 60 quid towards a new one.
Yes.
It would appear that they've gone even further than that, and they've said that you can have a full refund, which is fantastic. How do you... So you've got to send it back to them?
I've sent it back, and she rang me yesterday, she's received it, and she said she's going to write a cheque to me, and I should have it within the next 7 days.
Wow. How are you feeling, Michael? Are you happy?
Oh, wonderful. I'm really happy because now I'm tempted, because I got such good feedback from the lady, I'm tempted to use that supermarket again.
Well, there we go. You see, and that's what happens if you treat a customer nicely. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. Listen to this. Half of the horn.
That's for the head office, not for the branch, the customer services, because that didn't help at all. But the lady from head office was brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Good. Okay, well, I'm really pleased about that. I'm going to reserve the final half of the horn for when you've received the money. So can you let me know as soon as it rocks up?
I will do. No problem.
Okay, Michael, all the best. I'll talk to you soon. And tell me everything without naming any company names, please, and let's see what we can do to help you.
Well, we have a problem with my neighbour. The neighbour basically moved in about 12 years ago and on her arrival pronounced that she doesn't do gardening. For over about 12 years, the gardens gradually got worse. We did contact, we're privately owned, but we did contact the council, and every year we get visitors from the environmental officers that come out and look and agree that there's a complete mess next door.
Sorry to stop you there, Suzanne. I mean, there's a couple of things I would say first of all. If somebody doesn't do gardening, how stupid to have a house with a garden.
Yes, part of it was slab, so she thought stupidly that it didn't need maintenance.
Right. So, and did she buy the house, or is she a council tenant?
No, she bought the house.
She bought the house. Well, I mean, how? Okay, if you're not a gardener and you buy a house that's got a garden, then pay a gardener to come and do your garden.
Well, she can't afford. I'm making assumptions. I believe she cannot afford to pay a gardener.
Well, she could afford to buy a house with a garden.
She didn't know she owned the bottom third of the garden that contained the really big trees. I actually told her that she owned that. So.
Well, again, it's a bit of a silly thing to do, to buy a property with land that you don't even realise what you're buying. Anyway, so this woman moves in 12 years ago and announces to you proudly that she doesn't do gardening. It's a bizarre thing to say. I mean, why did that come up? Were you having a conversation about the garden and how nicely she was likely to keep it then?
Well, over the period of time, I mean, she wasn't keeping it.
I see.
Yeah,
so it was when she'd started to let it go to rack and ruin, that's when she said, "Oh, I don't do gardening."
Yeah, it was sort of one of those introduction sort of meetings that we had, and yeah.
Right. Okay. So she hasn't done anything to it at all for the last 12 years?
Twice I've known somebody come in and do work in it, but very minimal. And when that's done, the rubbish is left within the garden.
So, I mean, what's the problem for you?
There's several problems. The trees... There's a weeping willow tree, and that tree stretches from my friend's house in number 17, the house next door, and my house. So that weeping willow every year is getting bigger and bigger and taller. And, I mean, the last week or two with the winds that we've been having, the bigger branches are starting to break. Now, when you Google it, they say the roots will be at least the height of the tree, if not more. Well, those roots must be nearly getting out to our foundations now. But if that tree falls, it's extremely dangerous, and the branches are falling off. It's starting to go yellow, and I think that's showing sort of like disease, or it's lacking in water. It should be in a park. It shouldn't be in a garden.
Okay. So have you spoken to her about the problem of this tree?
My neighbour, we don't communicate now, because every time we've communicated, either she pretends to be on the phone and waves us away, or she tells us a mistruth, now we don't talk.
So she's an unreasonable person?
Yes.
Okay. Have you written to her to put her on notice that should this tree cause any problems to your property that you'll sue her?
No. The council have taken her to court twice.
Really?
And the judge recently, they've issued a monetary fines. Now, we asked for that not to happen, knowing full well that she can't afford to pay somebody to do the garden. Taking her to court and issuing a monetary fine will only make that circumstance even worse. The last time, I believe, now the council are good at coming around, looking, taking photos, and they're very nice to talk to, but they tell you that they're going to get back to you, and they never do. And when we chase again, we usually end up with some more enforcement officers coming around and taking yet more photos. But this recent time, I believe they went to court in April. Now, we both, myself and number 17, said that we would go for a witness to the court case and say we actually want the trees removed. And I believe the council can go in, if they get the right order, and remove the trees. But the judge deemed to issue another fine. At that stage, the hedge at the front has been cut back, but that's all that's been done.
Well, it must be really quite bad for the council to be taking her to court on several occasions for this.
It is. I mean, it is bad. We were also advised by the council to stand on a step ladder and cut some of the conifers back, the overhanging branches, which we did, and we were told we had to return those branches back to the garden, which we did, but they're still there. I mean, So we're following the instructions from the council, but this recent time, it's now been referred from one department to another department, and 3 days ago I was talking to the gentleman then. Unfortunately, I never got his name, but he then said, well, his words were that it looks like the judge said that people can do whatever they want in their gardens. Well, to be honest, not if it affects their neighbours.
No, well, quite. I mean, that is the crucial bit. The plants, the flowers, the grass, the furniture, whatever I want to do in my garden is absolutely down to me.
Yeah.
My garden, I do what I like in my garden. But if my garden starts to affect my neighbours' gardens or my neighbours' properties, then it becomes an issue for them, and I need to deal with it adequately. I mean, apart from anything else, it's very unneighbourly to have the kind of approach that this woman has, which is why I would certainly be writing to her and putting her on notice that she can expect to be sued. If any kind of problem occurs to my property, I will sue her. Have you got, I presume you have home insurance?
I have. I've contacted them. They said if the tree should fall, I'm covered.
Right, but do you, I would hope that you've paid the extra to have the legal cover as well.
I do have that, yes.
Right,
Oh.
okay.
Okay, yeah.
So if you have the legal cover, that covers you for any kind of civil action that you need to take.
Okay.
And I would have thought, and it is worth calling them back and stressing this, I would have thought that maybe it would be a very good idea for solicitors to get involved now and to, from a civil point of view, begin action from you towards her for the fact that the garden is not being maintained and is having an effect on your property.
And if I was to do that, I mean, if it's already gone to court twice by the council and they've issued a monetary fine, where would I stand if I took civil action against her?
Well, I mean, that's something you would need to discuss with the solicitors, and they would need to talk to you about what they felt was achievable in terms of action.
Yeah.
I guess the problem is always going to be the powers of the courts. You know, do the courts have the power to force her to sell the house? Which is ultimately, I mean, it sounds to me as if that's what needs to happen. This woman is living in an inappropriate property because this woman has a garden that comes with her property that she is unprepared to maintain.
Well, she's not maintaining the house, but that's a separate issue. I'm semi-detached, which concerns me because she's not maintaining her house either.
Right. Well, why on earth did she decide to buy a house? I mean, what a stupid decision. I mean, if you're someone who doesn't have any interest in doing gardening, and if you're someone who doesn't want any kind of maintenance upkeep in a property, then go and buy a leasehold flat. Don't buy a house.
Yeah.
And then all of those things like gardening and painting of windows and external bits and pieces that you have to do when you own a property, all of that is just taken care of for you if you're a leaseholder. If you're a freeholder, it's your responsibility.
Yeah, it's all freehold. And when they bought the house, it was immaculate. It was,
yeah.
And that's what they saw, an immaculate building.
My advice to you would be to contact your insurance company and to ask your insurance company through the legal cover that you have, to start the ball rolling in terms of taking some kind of action. What I'm more than happy to do is to contact the council and just to see if there is anything further they can do. Although, to be honest, to be fair to them, it sounds as if they have been quite proactive anyway. I mean, a lot of councils, you'd struggle to get them to even take an interest.
Well, the reason we went to the council is that there's a statement on the council by I'm not quite sure the title, but Laura Church has a statement on our website, on their website, should I say, that says if you've got a problem with your neighbour, contact them.
Yeah, that's fine. All councils have that. But what I'm saying to you is, from my years of experience of dealing with things like this, most councils, to be honest, it's like pulling teeth trying to get them to actually get involved in situations like this. The fact that your council have, on several occasions now, taken legal action against this neighbour, shows that they obviously are pretty proactive. So I'm not sure if there's very much more they'll be able to do, but I'm more than happy to call them. You call your insurance company and let's take it from there. I'm going to pass you back to my team now.
Yeah. Great, thanks very much.
Hang on there, please, Suzanne.
Tackling your consumer problems. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, let me catch up with Tina, who's lived in her property for the last 18.5 years. She's made various improvements to the property over the years. She had some new UPVC triple glazed windows installed in February 2018. They cost her £12,500. But she's really disappointed with them because ever since, her property's now much noisier and much colder.
During the summer last year, the first thing I noticed was how noisy it was, literally with the volume of traffic going past the house. Also, I can hear people talking out the front. And the other thing is when I'm sort of upstairs in the centre of the house, the volume, which I still can't get over, of the birds tweeting from all the trees outside is very, very clear. It's as if I had the windows open. So it was the noise that I first sort of realised was the issue until it got to the winter, at which point, obviously, I literally have froze the entire winter. Had the heating on 2 degrees higher than I've ever had my heating on, even so that the heating provider has notified me that my heating is 1.9 degrees higher than anyone else around this local area.
Well, Tina's just thinking to herself, and you can understand why. Why did I bother having triple glazed windows installed if my property is now noisier and colder than it was with the double glazed windows? Well, if everything is as she says it is, I'm inclined to agree with her. I've been off to speak to the company to try and get things resolved. Let's find out what the latest is, because Tina's back on the JVS show. Hello, Tina!
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, right, so let's just fast forward a little bit. As regular listeners will know, I've been in touch with the window company. They are Anglian Home Improvements. Anglian Home Improvements have sent out a surveyor to have a look and an engineer. They have a certain view on work that needs to be done as far as they're concerned, but the ideas for the amount of work that needs to be done do not tally with your feelings. You believe that the windows have all been manufactured too small. And as a result of that, there's gaps around them, which is what's causing the problem. They say, yes, certainly with one of the windows, they believe that the window is the wrong size. With the rest, they think that they're acceptable, and they think that things can be sorted out that will solve the other problems you're having. Now, you're not happy to proceed on that basis, so you've made it very clear to them that you would now like to have an independent survey carried out, and that you will then expect Anglian Home Improvements to carry out any work that the independent surveyor says is necessary.
Yes.
Now, they've agreed to that, really, although last time we spoke, you were saying they had started to change the goalposts.
Yes.
Because having organised your surveyor to come and carry out the survey, they then responded to you and said that they not only wanted someone who had certain qualifications, but they also wanted a surveyor who was a member of the Glass and Glazing Federation. Well, you just think it's unfair that they are changing the goalposts. I've been off to speak to them and they've come back with another response. Anglian Home Improvements say, I can confirm we requested that an independent surveyor selected by Tina has suitable fenestration experience and is registered with the Glass and Glazing Federation. This is the industry's main trade federation and the main representative organisation for companies involved in all aspects of the manufacture of flat glass and products and services for all types of glazing. We have made this request so we can all have confidence in the surveyor's credentials. It is important that the surveyor is industry aware and qualified so we can all expect an accurate and credible report. So they're not backing down. They absolutely insist that this surveyor, as far as they are concerned, is a member of the Glass and Glazing Federation as well. So how do you proceed from here? Well, I think you have two choices. Choice one is that you indeed follow their instructions, which will probably mean you having to find another surveyor, which is very frustrating.
Yes.
Option number 2 is that you respond to Anglian Home Improvements and say, I'm sorry, I don't feel your requests are reasonable. I have found a surveyor who is perfectly qualified to be able to carry out a survey on the windows. I will have a survey carried out by him. I will give you an opportunity to resolve the problems. If you don't resolve the problems, you will then leave me with no alternative but to sue you.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you more inclined to do?
Well, it's a difficult one, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
To be honest with you, this chap, I've spoken to him on numerous occasions. I say he was actually recommended, and he has, it's actually part of his normal every week, unfortunately, of going through different surveys on different windows. He is fenestration registered, hence why, I was put in touch with him. So it's really difficult. This is something he does week in, week out, and he is registered for fenestration. The Glass and Glazing Federation, he isn't, but he has been doing this for over 20-odd years. So it's really hard, if he's doing this all the time, to then turn around and say, and you can clearly see on the fenestration registration thing that he is certified.
Yeah.
This glass and glazing thing, to me, is just another red herring, because a surveyor with fenestration experience, which is what Anglian requested first of all, he is that person.
Well, as I say to you, you've got two choices. I mean, it sounds to me as if Anglian are prepared to work with you based on the surveyor having the qualifications that they have requested. If you choose to go with your surveyor, that doesn't mean that you can't proceed further. I mean, it's
Why
not
did
down
they
to
change their mind, though?
It's not down to Anglian Home Improvements to lay the terms out for what you do. They're just saying, in terms of what we will respect, we want this person to have this qualification. So you need to really think now how you want to proceed. As I see it, one way is to work together with Anglian Home Improvements. The other one is to work against them. It's really down to you to make that decision. Can I leave it with you to have a think about it? And let's catch up again tomorrow. And tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
We booked a 2-week all-inclusive holiday. We were due to travel on the 4th of June. The week before, on May the 29th, my husband had a stroke.
Oh, Tracy, I don't know what's going on with your line. It's not very good. Could you just move a bit so I can hear you properly, please?
Yes, now?
Well, it's not great, no, to be honest with you. It's going to be very difficult for me to take a consumer problem if I can't hear what you're saying properly. Just try again. So this was an all-inclusive holiday to where in June?
Gran Canaria.
Where? Gran Canaria.
Canaria.
Gran Canaria.
Yes.
Right, okay. And this was to go on the 4th of June?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the problem?
On the week before, on May the 29th, my husband had a stroke.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry to hear that.
He was admitted to hospital. So we had contacted the tour operator and explained we were unable to take the holiday, and they were unable to make any changes, and had told us to go through our travel insurance.
Yeah.
Which we did, and we were declined by them as we had failed to declare he had a Baker cyst.
He had a what?
A Baker cyst. We had to get a 5-year medical note from our GP.
You'll have to forgive me. I don't know what that is.
It's just a little cyst. It's nothing bad.
A cyst?
Yes.
Right. A Baker cyst?
Yes.
Okay. And where is the Baker cyst? What?
It was on the back of his knee.
Okay. So there was a Baker... I've never heard the expression Baker cyst before. So because you didn't tell the insurance company that he'd had a Baker cyst, how long ago was that?
The Baker cyst?
Yeah.
It was this year he had that. So it could have been, I'm not too sure when, but because we hadn't declared that when we took out the travel insurance.
A Baker's cyst is a fluid-filled swelling that develops at the back of the knee
Yes.
The knee joint becomes swollen and inflamed. The swelling and inflammation can cause pain in the knee and calf, a build-up of fluid around the knee, and occasional locking or clicking in the knee joint.
Yes.
Is there? I'm just looking down here just to see if there's any kind of connection between a Baker cyst and a problem with your blood flow or anything like that that might call... Oh, hang on a second. Further tests may be recommended to rule out other more serious conditions such as a tumour, an aneurysm, or deep vein thrombosis, a blood clot in one of the deep veins of the body. So did they actually diagnose it as a Baker cyst and remove it, or was there a question mark over what had caused this swelling?
No, he had the Baker cyst. He had it for quite a while, and then it got quite big, so they drained it.
Right.
And it was never a problem.
Okay. And when you took out your travel insurance to go to Gran Canaria, and they said, have you got any pre-existing medical conditions, you did not declare that your husband had just had this procedure for his Baker's cyst?
No, we didn't.
Right. Any reason why?
No, we just didn't think it was medical or life-threatening.
Right. So you hadn't seen the relevance of mentioning it?
No.
Okay. So the insurance company have said that because you hadn't informed them of that, that's invalidated your insurance?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the holiday company? I mean, I presume they have said to you, unfortunately, because it's too close to the holiday, we can't resell it to anyone else, and therefore you've lost all your money?
Yes.
How much did you pay for the holiday?
£1,904.
904. Okay. I mean, firstly, the most important thing, how is your husband?
Since then, he's had another stroke.
Oh, no. How old is he?
58.
Oh, gosh.
He had gone into hospital to have surgery on an artery on his neck, and during surgery, he had a stroke.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. And is he recovering from those two strokes?
He's out of hospital. He was in hospital for 4 weeks. He has physio come round a couple of times a day. It's going to be a little bit longer recovery because the stroke was worse than his first one. But he's doing fine.
And has there been anything at all in the treatment of the stroke that has related back to the problem with his knee?
No.
Okay. Right. Well, I mean, I think what we can do, right, this is my action plan, and I need to begin this by saying, Tracy, because I need to manage your expectation. It may well be, if you have indeed invalidated your travel insurance by not disclosing a pre-existing medical condition, it may well be that you're not going to be able to make a claim on that policy. And if you've invalidated the insurance because of non-disclosure of a pre-existing medical condition, then there is absolutely no responsibility or onus on the holiday company to give you any money back. But I think what we need to do is call the travel insurance company, and can we just explain to them that this cyst is in no way connected, based on what Tracy's saying, to the strokes that he has had. It is not something that is connected in any way. So how do they respond to the accusation that what they're doing here is they are simply using a technicality to avoid paying out for Tracy and her husband's lost holiday at a cost of £1,904? They did not mention the Baker's cyst because they did not believe it to be in any way a substantial or relevant problem that they needed to mention. They just thought it was one of those things that had been dealt with and that was an end to it. Moving on. Let's go and have a word with the insurance company. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we're going to have a word, okay? Kitchen in June of last year. He paid the total cost of £16,500 up front and, well, he was delighted with the look of it when it was all installed. But there was one very big problem with it.
There was a problem with the inside of it. One of the Jubilee clips hadn't been fitted properly at the manufacturer's, and it flooded the kitchen. Because the house is on concrete flooring, it went through the kitchen, into the hall, and into the living room. The week before, we'd just put new flooring down throughout the whole of the house with no separation between the doors, so it flowed all the way through.
Oh, no.
Before the kitchen was fitted, their house had been decorated. Anyway, the company were fantastic. They replaced the flooring, they put new plinths. I mean, it was properly flooded. 1 year later, right above where the washing machine sits, there's a join with the two work surfaces. The kitchen, it's a square room, but the kitchen goes around in a half circle, so wherever you stand, you can turn around. It's beautiful, it is. A year later, the work surface right above where the washing machine is starting to blow. It's not near the sink. There's no reason why there should be water up that end. The only thing I can think of, when the washing machine burst, it's water's got in underneath the units underneath, and we hadn't noticed it, and it started to go.
Now, Darren said what is so frustrating about all of this is that when the washing machine, just having been installed, sprung this leak and caused all of this damage, the company that had supplied and fitted his kitchen, including the appliances like the washing machine, they were brilliant. They were so good. They came out, they got everything sorted. And yet now, a year down the line, when he's trying to make them aware of the problems he's now having with the kitchen, he was saying he just cannot get them to call him back. They seem completely and utterly disinterested in the whole problem. Well, I went to put this to the company on his behalf to see if I could get things sorted. Let's find out what's going on now, because Darren's back on the JVS show. Good morning to you, Darren.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning. So, the company concerned is Wickes. And I have the following response from Wickes. They have said, Darren's complaint has been passed to our customer relations team. The team has now contacted Darren and is arranging a visit in order to inspect the worktops and agree the next steps to resolve the problem. So I presume you've heard from them, Darren?
Yeah, within 3 hours of the show finishing, lady phoned to tell me that the gentleman that I've been dealing with was no longer with the company.
Sorry, Darren, I don't know quite what's going on with checking of phone lines today, but your phone line is terrible. Could you just move a little bit so I can hear what you have to say?
Yep, is that any better?
Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, don't move. Right, carry on.
Right, the young lady phoned about 3 hours after the show had finished to say that the gentleman I'd been dealing with was no longer with the company. I think due to his the way he'd been dealing with customers. And,
well, I don't know that, and we have no comment from the company regarding that. So let's move on from that particular accusation.
The next stage is that the company that fitted the kitchen, she's arranged for the fitters to come out on the 2nd of next month to find out what the problem is and how we can resolve it.
Right. Okay. Good. So you now get the impression that they're taking it seriously.
It's they've dealt with it straight away, which has taken me 10 weeks to even get a reply back. Within 3 hours, they were sorting it out and telling me that they're going to get someone round.
Good. Okay. So the mood music has changed, and the mood music is now looking good.
It's definitely so.
Okay. Fine. Well, I'll tell you what I'd like us to do. We will obviously stay in touch with you. Can you please come back to me as soon as you hear any more and as soon as they've been out to have a look, because I'm going to stay across this until your kitchen is completely resolved, okay?
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your help.
Has lived in her house for the last 18.5 years, and she's made various improvements to it over the years. She had some new UPVC triple glazed windows installed in February of last year, cost her £12,500. But she was saying ever since the windows were installed, she's been really, really disappointed with them.
During the summer last year, the first thing I noticed was how noisy it was. Literally with the volume of traffic going past the house. Also, I can hear people talking out the front. And the other thing is when I'm sort of upstairs in the centre of the house, the volume, which I still can't get over, of the birds tweeting from all the trees outside is very, very clear. It's as if I had the windows open. So it was the noise that I first sort of realised was the issue until it got to the winter, at which point, obviously, I literally have froze the entire winter. Had the heating on 2 degrees higher than I've ever had my heating on, even so that the heating provider has notified me that my heating is 1.9 degrees higher than anyone else around this local area.
Well, Tina's really frustrated with these windows. She's complained to the company. She believes the problem with the windows is that they've been manufactured too small, and therefore there's a gap all the way around the outside that hasn't been properly filled, and as a result the noise and the cold air in the winter comes through those gaps. Well, she wants the company to remake the windows, to come and reinstall them. The company semi-agrees with her. They are Anglian Home Improvements. Tina's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Tina.
Hi, Jonathan.
Morning. So Anglian Home Improvements said to me that indeed they do accept that there are some issues with the windows and they are keen to resolve them. Mm-hmm. However, that is unfortunately where the agreement seems to end, because they recognise that as far as they're concerned, one of the windows needs to be remade, but they believe the rest are fine and the rest just needs some little kind of patching up remedial works. As we have discussed, if you want to take this any further forward, you will now need to have your own independent survey carried out. That's something you're perfectly prepared to do, and indeed you've started the ball rolling in that direction. However, you were pretty frustrated last time we spoke because you were saying that Anglian Home Improvements have changed the goalposts. Having initially told you that you would have to find a surveyor who has fenestration experience, they've now suggested that they not only want a surveyor with fenestration experience, but they also want someone who is registered with the Glass and Glazing Federation. Now, your surveyor is not registered with the Glass and Glazing Federation. So you were pretty annoyed with this. I went back to Anglian Home Improvements and they said, I can confirm we requested that the independent surveyor selected by Tina has suitable fenestration experience and is registered with the Glass and Glazing Federation. This is the industry's main trade federation and the main representative organisation for companies involved in all aspects of the manufacture of flat glass and products and services for all types of glazing. We have made this request so that we can have confidence in the surveyor's credentials. It is important that the surveyor is industry aware and qualified so we can all expect an accurate and credible report. Well, you were a bit frustrated with that, but you were going to go away and have a think about how you wanted to proceed, whether you were prepared to work with them to find a different surveyor, or whether you would persist with your existing surveyor and simply take the company to the small claims court rather than trying to work cooperatively with them. What have you decided to do, Tina?
So, based on our conversation, I then actually called Glass and Glazing Federation to understand actually what is the process. Also, what does the Glass and Glazing Federation actually mean? The outshot really is, it is actually a membership organisation only. Obviously, they have a number of businesses such as Fencer, which obviously I have a Fencer certificate given to me by Anglian Windows to say that it's been certified. I have already contacted Fencer, but they have said they're not interested because they're only interested in manufacturing default, which I cannot prove unless we have a survey. The GGF basically told me that I could pay for one of their surveyors to carry out the survey. However, the people are only exactly the same as the guy that I found, fenestration registered or accredited rather, because the GGF is not an accreditation. It is only a paid membership organisation where these types of companies can go to get hold of the latest in the industry standards, etc. I also requested, do they actually conduct any reviews on the people who are members, their work, and they said no. Only when there is a dispute, and then somebody pays for their surveyors to go and actually look at their work. So quite frankly, this is just another spin from Anglian Windows. It's nothing to do with any kind of accreditation or qualification or anything. The thing that matters, and GGF said to me, the only thing that matters right now is that this person is fenestration accredited. So, of course, the surveyor that I have found is accredited and obviously does this job of surveying all of the time. So I'm going to stick with him.
Right.
But GGF have also offered to act as a mediator between Anglian Windows and myself to get this resolved, because that is one service they offer for £100 plus VAT.
Right. Using your surveyor?
Yes.
Okay. And have you communicated that to Anglian Home Improvements, and do they seem satisfied with that?
I sent an email on Friday and I've had absolutely no response.
Okay. Well, it has been bank holiday, so it may well be
Yes.
that they're still looking at that and you'll get a response later.
Perhaps. But the thing is, you see, at this moment in time, my concern, quite frankly, is I need the Anglian Windows fitter to come and remove all the strips in order for this surveyor to conduct the full survey this Friday at 10 a.m. And they still have not confirmed that the fitter will attend. They had agreed that a surveyor would attend, but of course I don't want an Anglian Windows surveyor. I just need a fitter who will remove the strips. So I'm still waiting for the confirmation that person will turn up.
Well, I would suggest what you do is you chase up the email you sent on Friday today and just say, I haven't yet received a response from you. I presume you're working on that at the moment. Can I just also press you to confirm that you will indeed be sending out a fitter to remove the edging strips ready for my survey to take place? If you fail to do that, you will leave me with no alternative but to employ an independent window fitter to come and remove those strips, and I will then expect Anglian Home Improvements to reimburse me for the cost of that if the survey comes back and finds in my favour.
Okay, I was going to ask you your opinion on that, so that's great. That's fantastic.
That's what I would be doing at this point. You're
Okay.
giving them an opportunity to do it.
Yes.
If they don't, you'll have to pay someone to do it, and they'll have to pay the bill. If
I
indeed
agree.
you are successful in your action against them.
Mm.
And obviously, at the moment, they still maintain that as far as they're concerned, there's only a major problem with one of the windows. All the rest can be patched up. Let's wait and see what happens this week then. I will stay across this Tina number. She's on the line now. Hello, Seema.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, we booked a holiday in May with a booking company for Turkey, and there was 9 members of the family were going, and everything was fine, and we got on the flight. Everything was cool. Got there, and the hotel told us that we had previously 1 month before notified your booking company to say don't send the family. We're fully booked, and I reallocate them. So it was a nightmare.
Oh dear. So
Yeah.
there was no room at the inn.
There was no room at the inn, and it was 2:30 in the morning in
no.
Turkey time. 9 of us. I had a pregnant daughter with me. I had another daughter which takes injections. I had the injections with me in a little box. It was a nightmare. It just came worse, and we was there for hours and hours until the morning.
Now, was this a package holiday you were on, or had you booked the holiday in individual components?
It was a package holiday.
Right, okay. So you needed, at that point, and I would hope you did, get straight on to the company in the UK. They would have an emergency number
Yes,
for
they
anybody
did.
left in that position, and they have a duty of care to you to find somewhere else for you to go.
Well, Jonathan, that's where everything went pear-shaped. We got the number. The hotel refuses to give us the Wi-Fi because obviously we're not their guests. At the end, they got sympathetic, gave us the Wi-Fi so we can get onto the phone. They refused for us to phone from their phone. Okay, that's fine. My daughter went on her phone. It was £1 a minute. the people on the emergency phone, Jonathan, were saying that they can't deal with it until a manager comes home England time, 9 o'clock. So we had nothing. Every half an hour they kept on saying, no, we can't do anything. Then they said, oh, we can't do anything. Could you wait 2 hours more? Somebody will ring you back. We kept on ringing them back. My daughter's phone got it stopped. Then my niece started on her phone. So they've got big bills. And nothing was resolved until 9 o'clock England time when somebody phoned. It was ridiculous. And then we ended up on the street, Jonathan, because the hotel said it's not their responsibility.
What, so they asked you to leave the hotel?
Well, after 2 hours, they said that 9 people in our lobby with 9 suitcases, it doesn't look nice because they're not responsible for us. And they said that they had the email. He gave me the email. He said, we had sent the email a month before to say, don't send you. So I'm sorry, you're not our responsibility. So there's 9 of us on the road in pitch dark in a foreign country. We can't speak their language. And we're sitting on our suitcases, Jonathan.
Oh, how terrible.
Yeah, 33 degrees, Jonathan, just to add to that.
Oh, God. Well, it sounds like a nightmare.
It was a nightmare. Then after 2 hours, somebody got sympathetic. Somebody from reception came outside, said, okay, this is inhumane, what's happening to you. Come back in, let's sort it out. So we came back in, got on the phones again. Nothing was getting sorted. And it was a nightmare, Jonathan. My daughter, poor thing, we couldn't sleep. We had turns to sleep on the couch because there was one couch. So we had turns to have a little nap. It was ridiculous. 9 of us.
So what happened the next morning?
So what happened now, we're talking from 2:30, the nightmare begins. We're talking about 9 o'clock in the morning. The manager comes, the morning manager. Such a lovely man. Oh, my God, he's so nice. He said, I can't believe this happened. He goes, he's been in the business more than 20 years, and this has never happened. And he couldn't believe he was from England and this happened to us. And he gave us another email to say, look, I've sent these emails, and I'm shocked that you're here. What I'm going to do, have a breakfast on us, all of you, because you look drained out. And when there's one room available, because it's not priority for them to accommodate us, but he says because of a goodwill gesture, because we went through hell, he goes, he's going to give us one room and we can just go in there, just have a little nap until this is all sorted out.
Yeah, okay.
And he said he'll ring them. He rang them. He told them, it's inhumane what you're doing to this family. It's absolutely ridiculous. Let me accommodate them to a different hotel and you can pay for it. The booking company in England said, if you allocate them, you're paying for it. We're not paying for anything. So he could have allocated us, but they wouldn't let him allocate us.
So what did you do, Seema?
So what we did, 2 hours after that, so it's 11 o'clock Turkey time morning, a room got available. We got stuck in this 1-bedroom apartment, 9 of us. So we've got we're all laying around. Nobody can sleep because we're so upset. Then an hour later, 12 o'clock Turkey time, somebody phones from the booking company, says, I'm the manager for the morning. And I said, how are you? He goes, yes, I am. Because I was really angry that we'd be treated like this. So he says, the only thing I can do for you, Seema, is give you a hotel. And because I paid for half board, he said, you're not getting half board. You have to pay for everything. And you're going to this hotel and I'll pay for the taxi. We ended up paying the taxi. He didn't pay. So we said that this is unacceptable. I want what I paid for. He goes, either take it or leave it, and I'm going to give you £100 for spending your food money because you paid for food and you're not going to get any food in this hotel. So I had no choice. I just took it.
Are you sure this is a package holiday?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I mean, it sounds appalling. And the company that you booked through, are they members of ABTA?
Yes, Atoll, you mean?
No, ABTA.
I don't know about that, Jonathan. I can't say yes. Yeah.
Well, it is always well worth looking. If you're looking at a package holiday, you need to be looking to make sure if you want the ultimate protection, you need to be looking to make sure the holiday company is a member of ABTA. ABTA are the Travel Association, and they have an independent arbitration procedure for customers who are left dissatisfied with a holiday. They also have a basic set of standards that any holiday should comply with. And if this company were a member of ABTA, I'm sure ABTA would be horrified to hear the way you were dealt with. So they ended up putting you in another hotel, but without any food that you'd paid for.
Yes, without any food. And the guy on the phone said, "Oh, I'll put a free breakfast in you for you." So we thought, "Oh, that was nice of him. At least we get a nice breakfast." When we end up going to the hotel, I told the new manager, the hotel's second hotel. He says, "Oh no, the people we stay here get a free breakfast anyway." So I don't know who told you that. So that was wrong information. So we got nothing really. We haven't got the holiday that we paid for.
So how much had you paid for the holiday in total?
500 grand for £5,000.
Sorry?
£5,000, sorry.
£5,000.
Yes, £5,000 I paid for, and we paid in small amounts because obviously it's a lot of sum. And we thought, oh wow, we paid it. We're going to go on a lovely holiday. We ended up having a nightmare. Right.
So I presume then you have complained to the company. What have you requested?
What we requested, since I've come to England, I haven't. When I was there, I haven't. Since I've come to England, I contacted you. Since I was there, he says that this is the only thing he can do for us.
Right, so you haven't yet outlined a formal complaint to them?
No, I haven't.
Right. Well, that is something you would need to do before I can take matters on for you.
Okay.
So what you need to do is you need to write a letter to them. Are you good at writing letters, Seema?
Yes, I am.
Good. Okay. So you need to write a formal letter, and you need to don't go into too much detail. You know, letters of complaint that go on for page after page after page, they get very boring to read.
Okay.
So you want to keep it concise and to the point. And you need to just put in the letter, regarding this holiday, we're very dissatisfied. When we arrived, the hotel explained that the booking had been cancelled and that we should have been informed of this. However, we were not informed of it by yourselves, and indeed we were left at the hotel and in fact were asked to leave the hotel in the early hours of the morning. We had to sit on our suitcases, etc., etc. When we were finally the following day, having had a night of hell, when we were found alternative accommodation, that alternative accommodation did not provide us with the half board that we had paid for. We would therefore like to request that you look at this complaint and you see fit to reimburse us for the cost that we incurred in terms of having to buy food when we had expected to have it provided by the hotel. How much do you think it cost you for the fact that you had to eat out?
A lot of money, because I had money transferred from England because we took shopping money. So a lot of money. We've got all the receipts and everything. I've received bank transfers. I've got proof and everything.
Of the meals? You've got receipts for the meals?
Meal. Yes, we have. We kept the receipts for the meals.
Roughly, how much do you think you paid?
I think in total, because we was there for 10 days, Jonathan, minus the one nightmare and 24-hour nightmare. So I think about 900 something.
£900.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's perfectly reasonable for you to put in the letter the cost of eating out as a result of your mistake was £900 to us. We were obviously extremely dissatisfied, having paid for half-board status in the original hotel. Not only were we put through absolute hell, but we've also incurred this kind of cost. We would like to give you an opportunity to refund us our costs, and we hope that you will explain to us how this problem could have occurred in the first place. When you've written that letter, you need to send it recorded delivery to them.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what it's also worth doing, you say that this was a package holiday, a formal package holiday. It's worth just checking out on the company's website to see if they are members of ABTA.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay. Now, what I would also advise you to do, if they are members of ABTA, then send a copy to ABTA of your letter of complaint.
Okay.
And also, at the end of the letter, you need to say, we hope that you will reimburse us all of our costs.
Yes.
Please be advised, if we do not hear from you in a favourable fashion, we will begin ABTA arbitration immediately.
Okay.
It's very good for you to mention ABTA arbitration, because even though if you do go to ABTA arbitration, you will have to pay some money. It's about 120 quid or something. was last time, the holiday company have to pay much more.
Okay.
So holiday companies are normally very keen for things not to go to ABTA arbitration because they recognise that the cost to them of going through that process will be quite high, and they will do anything they can to avoid having to go through it. All right?
Okay. Yeah.
Seema, good luck with that letter. If you want to copy me in on it as well, that's absolutely fine. And please let me know how you get on. And if needs be, if they don't respond to you in a favourable fashion, then I would be more than happy to go and speak to them on your behalf, because that sounds terrible.
It does. Thank you, Jonathan. I took your advice. I'll do exactly what you said.
Good. OK, good luck.
Thank you.
I'll wait to hear from you.
Fighting.
Passed away aged 91 in June after a short illness. When Ruth was looking through her bills, she discovered 2 of them were much higher than expected.
Gas bill was over £900 and the telephone bill was over £700, which I found outrageous. So when I looked at the bill, they were both on a business tariff. And
what for your mum?
Yeah, and it's a residential, terraced house. So when we made contact with both companies, they both confirmed that the rate was changed. Well, it's been on that rate and since 2007, which I find amazing. But neither of them were willing to backdate anything because they said that it's my mum's responsibility she should have noticed that she was on a business rate.
So a 91-year-old should have noticed that the company had put her on a business account rather than a private residential account. That seemed to be what the companies were telling Ruth. Well, we've been off to have a word with them. Let's find out what the latest is, because Ruth's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Ruth.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So this is intriguing. I know my colleague Hannah's been looking into this. And Hannah, one of the companies had suggested that indeed Ruth's mum was on a business account, but it had been signed by her son. So Ruth's brother, he was aware of the fact that she was on a business account, and therefore that is why that company felt that it was perfectly reasonable to hold them to account for this, because it had been checked by Ruth's brother.
Yes, so they had a business tariff account set up for this property since 2007, but in 2016, Ruth's brother did sign a business rate contract, so they felt that what they were charging was correct. They did reduce the bill slightly as a goodwill gesture, but that was as far as that went. And then we investigated a little bit more, and Ruth looked into it and found that when you search the property that is now owned by Ruth's brother online, a business that we're not going to name is affiliated to that property.
Yes, it's very odd, isn't it? So for a limousine company.
Yes, indeed. So we there is a number for it. We called it nothing. It seems to be that we can't reach this particular company that are from this property. Ruth doesn't know anything about it either.
Your brother doesn't run a limo company, does he, Ruth?
No, he doesn't, no. And I checked with my neighbour as well, and they've never heard of it.
It's very odd. I mean, I'm not quite sure how your late mother's address has become registered to a limousine company, but it does appear to have been, and that may well be why the gas provider and indeed the phone provider started billing it as a business address rather than a residential address. Now, I gather the other company, Hannah, the telecoms company,
yes,
they have a completely different take on all of this. What are they saying?
Well, they say that they don't actually have any record of this property being on a business rate account, and they've been in touch with Ruth, and they're asking for a copy of the bills that she has to prove that this particular property has been charged that business rate.
Have you got a bill with it clearly pointed out that this is a business account, Ruth?
I did. When I first went back to my mum's house, my brother showed me the bill, and that's where this all started. But then he was in contact with BT because the bill is now in his name. Unfortunately, he's gone into hospital now, and I don't know where that bill is, I'm afraid.
Oh.
So it's a bit complicated.
Yes, it does appear so. So your brother, he's been living with your mum, has he?
Yes, yeah, for the last 4 years, yeah.
Right. Okay. And he was kind of overseeing all of her affairs.
Not really, just taking responsibility for some of the bills while he was there.
Right. Okay. But
Yeah.
also it would appear he's been signing contracts as well for her.
Yeah. Well, he took over the gas bill to put it in so that he would pay for it, and obviously hasn't noticed that it was a business rate.
And are you sure the phone contract that you saw was definitely a business contract? Because the phone company are saying to us that they have no record of your late mum being on a business account. She was a residential customer.
Yeah, because when I spoke to the company, they said they couldn't find a residential account in my mum's name, in my brother's name, but not in my mum's name, which leads me to believe that it may have been a business account previously, because he couldn't find anything on the residential side for my mum.
And it is a large bill, so you would think that...
Yeah.
It's quite
So
a large bill.
This company that's and there's a picture of the house, and it's got this company affiliated to it, so I'm just wondering if that's where this is all going.
Yeah. Well, it does seem very strange. And your brother doesn't know anything about any of this? He doesn't know about the limo company being registered to the address, or...?
No, because when he moved back to the address, he was an engineer. He's an electrical engineer was working in London at the time. So, don't know anything about it.
And you have a good relation. You trust your brother. You've got a good relationship with him.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, it's very odd, isn't it? I mean, the whole thing is very, very odd. Obviously, if you can get hold of the bill from the telephone company that makes it very clear that this is a business account, then we would like to see that, because at the moment the telephone company is saying, well, show us the evidence, because we can't find any evidence of that.
Right, because he did speak to someone on the phone about it, and that's when but unfortunately I wasn't there when he did that, so it's hearsay at this stage, but I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, well, look, we're going to have to just wait and see what happens when is your brother okay? I mean, you said he's in hospital.
No, he fell and fractured his pelvis.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so got a lot on my plate at the moment.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say, how did it fall off what?
Well, he didn't fall off anything. He's got a disability with his legs anyway, and he was in the kitchen on flat ground, and his foot sort of just got stuck in the ground, and he fell, and he fractured his pelvis, so... He's on the same ward that my mum was on in the hospital, which is a bit difficult, but...
they always say, don't they, it never rains, but it pours.
It pours, exactly.
Yeah, quite.
Exactly.
Well, I guess you're going to have to wait and see. There's no way you can go into the house and just have a look at the paperwork.
Yeah, I'm going down there today. And I did find a pile of paperwork where I'm clearing out rooms, so I'll have a look when I go down. As far as the gas company... do I need to call them and see if they know anything about the limousine company?
Well, you can do. Although the only bizarre thing is, I gather the paperwork that came to your late mother.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually say the limousine company name on it, does it?
No.
So it may just be a bit of a red herring. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
It's just very odd that a residential address owned by a 91-year-old would be listed on the internet. I mean, the minute you put your mum's address in, it comes up, doesn't it, with this limousine company?
Yeah.
Which is so strange. And is there any way your mum might have had met someone who said, oh, can I use your address to set up a company? Was she that kind of trusting person?
She was scammed by someone, but that was to do with the roof. They said that the chimney needed fixing, and it was quite a bad scam. I had to call the police and whatever. But as far as anything else, she knows she's supposed to speak to one of us.
Yes, well, one wonders whether that kind of thing might have taken place with this limousine company. We obviously will wait to hear from you when you've had a look at the bill. Regarding the gas company, I think we just need to make sure that the bill that you receive is the readjusted one with the reduction on it, and we'll turn new armchair. And he had just one sticking point. It had to be comfy. Not unreasonable, really, is it? Well, he tried one in the store and he thought it was absolutely perfect for him.
It was absolutely beautiful. I sat in it, I sunk into it, your back sunk into it, and your head was supported. Anyhow, we decided I'll go and pay for it, which is what they want. They want a full payment up front. The delivery man put it together, showed me how it all worked. I sat in the chair and I said, oh, I said, this is hard. I said, it's nothing like the store chair.
Well, Chris thought he'd give this chair a couple of weeks just to see if it softened up a bit, but it hasn't, so he's rejected it. But the company aren't allowing him to send it back, he said. Now, he said there are also other problems with this chair as well. He reckons the underside of it is starting to fall out of the bottom. What's the latest? He's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Christopher.
Yes, good morning to you, Jonathan.
Good morning. So you will recall that I have been off to speak to the company concerned.
Yes, indeed, yes.
They are SCS.
Yes, that's correct.
And they have said to me, we have now received the history regarding Christopher's chair. The chair was delivered on the 14th of January 2019. Christopher raised concerns regarding the comfort some 14 days later, and a qualified technician attended his home on the 31st of January. The report concluded there were no manufacturing defects with the chair, and that as with all furniture, the interiors do soften over time. This is also noticed in the guarantee and care guide given to all customers at the point of sale. The chair delivered is to the exact same specification as the shop floor model. Varying foams are not used by the supplier. Christopher disputed the report in February, and details were given to him regarding his rights of alternative dispute resolution, together with an independent company, should he wish to have a further report. We have had no further communication regarding any further concerns, and we will make contact with him to further inspect. So that was the last response that we had. What's happened your end since we last spoke, Christopher?
Right, since we last spoke, we've had a technician out which attended our property on Friday just gone.
Mm-hmm.
He spent 2 hours at our property going through this reclining chair with a fine tooth comb.
Yep.
And he has absolutely condemned it.
Has he?
Yeah, so the first inspection didn't find the reasons why this chair had problems. There's a support bar underneath which is bent, which doesn't allow the chair to work properly. The chair has collapsed over to the left-hand side, so when you sit in it, you sit at a funny angle.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's put a level on it. He's done everything. And in fact, when he tipped the chair upside down, when he found this issue with the bar, there was a marking on there in chalk. It got 30 on it and a little point to where this bend was in the bar. Now, however that bar's got bent, God only knows, but...
So when you say he condemned the chair, I mean, you make it sound as if he kind of wrapped all this tape all around it, do not sit.
Well,
what has he said he's going to do? Did he say he was going to go and feed that back to SCS?
Yes, he did, yeah. He's putting the report back into them. And as at the present moment, I've heard nothing back from them yet. But
Right.
obviously that was the bank holiday we've just had.
And what was his kind of... I mean, obviously, from what you're saying, it sounds as if he found a number of things wrong.
Yes, definitely.
What was the mood music that he was making to you? Did he suggest that, he was going to write a report that was very damning of the furniture, or he didn't in any way suggest that you were to blame for any of it?
No.
Okay.
No. Basically, he's saying, because when they do a report, they do it on an iPad, and it's got all these things, bits and pieces on their boxes that he has to tick and photos he has to put in, and then you put your own word in at the end of it. And basically, he's told me to put in there, go back, tell them that you go back to your original rejection of this chair as it is not fit for the purpose.
Right.
And he's got the pictures backing it all up.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see what SCS are going to offer you. And obviously, it's just frustrating because all this time, I guess you can't sit in the chair.
Well, this is the other issue with it. I mean, I am having to sit in it, but it's causing you to sit distorted. It's not comfortable.
No.
Because
there's no other chair you've got?
Sorry?
You haven't got another chair you could sit on instead?
The chair that we got a sofa, obviously, a three-piece sofa, which did have a chair. But because I had this other chair, and they turned around at the time saying, no, we're not going to do this and that, we took the other chair out and disposed of it. So now I'm basically stuck with this so-called
Yeah, but wouldn't you be better
chair.
sitting on the sofa until they can sort something out?
That's what I will have to do, and that is what I have been doing actually the last 2 or 3 days.
I was going to say, better that than giving yourself a bad back.
Yeah, because you're twisted.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I will just drop SCS a line this afternoon just to say we've had this conversation. I presume they've now had sight of the technician's report. What are they planning to do about it? What would you like, Christopher?
Well, I did put on my report back to them that I would like my money back and reimbursed my extra costs, and I'm looking for compensation from them now because I've had a chair for 11 coming on for 7 or 8 months that I've not been able to use properly.
Okay, well, hang on. Compensation is not something I'm getting involved in.
No, I appreciate that.
Regarding, you said you're looking for your costs. What costs have you incurred?
Well, I actually paid for an independent survey as well to be done on it, which again, for some reason or other, these people that come out didn't do a survey like this man did. The man that come out on Friday, he really went through it. 100%.
Well, hang on a minute. The survey that you had carried out,
yeah.
What did that say?
Their survey said that I'm unhappy with it due to the hardness of the chair, and basically they said that the only way to compare it would be to go to the store, and they can't do that.
Right. So they couldn't find anything wrong with it.
Yeah, let's just see what they've got, what they've put in there. They made some comments. Customer is awaiting further contact from the retailer regards to the action will be taken.
How much was the report?
£40.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, let me go back to SCS. Let me talk to them this afternoon. Obviously, something in between you having that report carried out and the guy coming out on Friday, something has deteriorated pretty rapidly with that chair. Let's see what they have to say about it. Let's see what they're prepared to do, and we can take it from there.
Okay, Jonathan.
Any compensation claim you're looking for is something you will have to pursue yourself. It's not something I or the BBC will get involved in.
Fair
Okay.
enough.
All right. Listen, let's leave it there for now, and I'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thanks,
Bye.
Christopher. Nikki bought herself a new oven. She'd only had it for a couple of months when her daughter went to use it.
She turned the oven on in preparation to preheat, and then I heard a bit of a squeal, and the outer glass on the bottom oven just sort of, I don't know, exploded, imploded completely. So I rang the company, which they weren't very helpful, even though I said, look, it is your problem, because they said, well, you have to phone the manufacturers. Their attitude was, well, I could send you a bunch of flowers or a hamper, which I said, I don't want that. I want it sorted.
Well, Nikki doesn't seem to be having very much luck getting this sorted. In the meantime, she hasn't got an oven to cook in. It's not really very satisfactory, is it? So we've been off to have a word with the company to try and get things sorted. What have they had to say for themselves? Let's find out, because Nikki's back on the JVS show. Hello, Nikki.
Yes, good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Right, Tara is my oven correspondent, so she's been off to have a word with the company. What have they said, Tara?
Okay, so I got in touch with the company straight off the back of the programme. As I always do, it's nice to have a routine and a system to these things, isn't it, Jonathan?
Mm-hmm.
So we know they're all going in the right direction. And I know that they have been in touch with you, Nikki, as well. And I have received a statement from them this morning.
Right, okay.
It's John Lewis. Would you like to hear it?
Let's hear the statement before we find out. I mean, Nikki sounds a little giggly in the background.
She does sound a little
There's a
giggly.
different tone to you today, Nikki.
Is it the heat?
Well, sorry, I just think it's a complete farce if you look at it. Okay, I was angry and frustrated to begin with, but I just can't believe, because things seem to happen to me.
All right, well, let's find out what John Lewis have had to say for themselves, first of all. What's their response, Tara?
We're very sorry for the delay Mrs. X experienced in resolving the issue with her cooker. We have agreed with the customer to fully replace the oven and have offered her a gift voucher to apologise for any inconvenience.
Right. Okay. What have they said to you, Nikki?
Well, let's go wind back a bit. They obviously got into gear after you rang or got in touch with them on the Friday. Early on the Wednesday morning, I had a call from the manufacturers, I take it, where it was their depot. So, yes, they'd got the bits. They'd be out the following Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, okay, what's another week or half week? And then a bit later, I had another call from somebody else from the same depot saying, oh, we've decided to give you a replacement cooker. I said, oh, brilliant, fantastic. Then, a bit later on in the afternoon, the store got in touch with me. And basically, their statement says what's going to happen. I was offered 3 things: my money back, a replacement, or like-for-like sort of thing. And I said I wanted like-for-like. And Jess, the guy, said I could have a gift voucher. And
how much is the gift voucher? Because I gather it's quite generous.
Well, it's £100.
Wow. So £100 as an apology.
Yes, but then he's not really losing out, is he? Because it's a John Lewis, store voucher, and I have to spend it in that store.
Well, yes, but it's £100 you wouldn't have had to spend in their store before.
I know, but I don't go in there very often.
But you'll be going in now because you have a voucher.
I was going to say, I don't think picking a fight with them over the £100 voucher is necessarily very reasonable. So they're going to replace the cooker for you, and they're giving you a £100 voucher to spend in John Lewis on something else.
Yeah, and the guys G'd them up, and it's actually going to arrive on Friday this week.
Good. Okay. Well, that sounds good on the face of it. But we will obviously follow this through until everything's sorted. So until Friday, what are you going to be eating, Nikki?
Well, I tell you what, I am off microwave meals forever.
Well, because you're sick of them.
Well, they're just awful.
Well, it depends.
Awful.
You get good ones and bad ones.
Yes, okay, I'll admit that then. But, well, I've been managing. I might have lost a few pounds, but that's not going to go on there.
You might have lost a few pounds, but it appears you've gained 100.
100, yes. Albeit in John Lewis vouchers. Okay, well, look, Nikki.
That's why I just find it all so funny, really, because all the toing and throwing, and then immediately dear old Jonathan gets involved. They move.
Well, look, I'm very pleased that it's all sorted out. We will wait and see what happens on Friday, and then we'll all be round to yours for a Sunday roast on Sunday.
No problem. Bring your own booze.
Okay, lovely. Oh, bring your own booze?
Yeah, isn't it?
Do you charge corkage, Nikki?
No, I wouldn't be that mean.
Oh, right. Because I'd accept, John Lewis vouchers. Listen, let's leave it there. We will... do you know what I'm going to do? Just this. Steve purchased 2 new recliner sofas for his lounge. He was really pleased with them. But after a while, he noticed they weren't quite as comfortable as they used to be.
It was sinking, definitely in one corner. We'd already realised. Then we started to realise in 2 other corners, it was actually sinking. And, your bottom was sitting lower than your knees sort of thing. You're sinking down into the seat. The same guy came out who fixed it, and he said, the cushions, these 3 cushions have sunk. The settee's sunk in these 3 corners. He said, it's a recliner, and that's what happens to recliners. I said, not in 2 years, surely. And he said, well, I know, he said, what they'll say is it's £50 a cushion and we'll fit them for free. Now, maybe what my question is, am I being unreasonable to not say, OK, we'll pay the £150 for the cushions if they fit them free?
Well, Steve had only had this sofa for a couple of years and he was really unhappy with it. So I went off to have a word with the company. He's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Steve.
Morning.
Good morning. So the company concerned is DFS. And DFS said, we take customer complaints extremely seriously. When Steve contacted his local store to inform them of the issue, we sent an experienced service upholsterer to examine Steve's sofa. Upon completion of the visit, we explained to Steve that the sofa was not faulty, but had naturally softened in line with 3 years of use. While the product was not faulty, as a gesture of goodwill, Steve has been offered replacement cushion fillings at cost price and free of charge labour for the fitting. We've also offered to send our quality manager for a second opinion. Now, I believe the quality manager was going out last week, Steve. Did he turn up?
Yeah, he came up. Yeah, and another guy came out and examined it, took photographs, took measurements, and he said, I don't think it's the cushions, I think it's structural. He said, what I'll do is I'll make a report out and I'll make sure this gets sorted. So, what have I got written here? My wife's written something down. Right. Right? And then they rang us back on the 19th of the 8th and said they'd looked into the settee and they don't think the problem's to do with the cushions. They think it's structural. And they're speaking to the catering store and they will send someone out to repair all 4 corners of the settees. And if there's still a problem with the cushions after that, they'll replace them free of charge.
Oh, right.
Now, they did arrange a date, but we couldn't make that date. So they made another date, the 10th of September, and they said that they would text us to confirm that, but they haven't texted us yet to confirm the 10th of September.
So what are they suggesting has gone wrong with it then? That the actual frame has started to collapse?
I don't know. I personally got the impression that there was a design fault in it. It's the way it's been made. It hasn't been made correctly, perhaps, and they can actually put that right. That was the sort of impression I got. But I mean, he didn't actually say that in as many words. I suppose they don't want to incriminate themselves too much, do they?
But they have told you that they are going to do whatever is necessary to make this furniture comfortable again.
Well, they've said they will, yeah, and so we're still waiting for the text to confirm the date.
Okay, well, I tell you what I'm going to do. It looks like I'm going to have an afternoon of calling furniture companies today, doesn't it? So let me call DFS. Let me explain to them that you've had this visit, and I'm delighted that they've agreed to get things sorted out, but I would just like them to please confirm that that date at the beginning of September is a date that they are able to make.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Okay.
10th of September, they said they'd text beforehand, so I don't know how long they'll leave that.
All right, leave it with me. Let me go and give them a nudge. Hopefully things will be sorted out very soon, and you'll have a nice bit of furniture that is... Graham's friend met his new girlfriend while she was in the UK, but she's now gone back to Ghana, apparently. Well, his friend wanted to send his girlfriend some money for her studies, but he doesn't have his own bank account, because he's unemployed apparently, and he says he can't get one. So Graham's friend asked another friend in Manchester if he could borrow £200 to send to the girlfriend. Are you with me so far? Gets even more complicated, I'm afraid. Well, that friend up in Manchester said he was happy to lend the money, but had no idea how to make a payment to Ghana. So the friend in Manchester transferred the money from his bank account to Graham's online bank account, and then Graham used a money transfer website to send the money to Ghana. Are you with me? Well, the money arrived okay, but now Graham's been left with a very big problem. This is what he told me.
My account has been blocked by the payee's account, bank. My bank doesn't seem to want to be doing anything to help me understand what is actually going on.
How much money do you have in the account, Graham?
Just under £2,000.
Right, and all of that money at the moment is frozen?
Yes. I can't talk to my bank on the phone. It's all secure messages over the app or online. So I can't actually speak to them by telephone. And I did say to them that why can't you just take another £200, put it aside, and allow me to get to the rest of my money? And they say no, they can't do that.
Well, Graham, it would appear, has been stitched up good and proper by his friend, and he's now in this position where he cannot access any of his funds. He's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Graham.
Good morning, Jamie.
You must admit, Graham, when I run through how this has all come about, it does sound very fishy, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, yes.
You know, your friend who wants to send money to his girlfriend in Ghana, but he hasn't got the money, so he borrows the money from a friend in Manchester, but the friend in Manchester doesn't know how to send it to Ghana, so he transfers the money to you, and you're left with the job of transferring it to Ghana. The whole thing seems very, very dodgy to me, and it would appear it seemed very dodgy to your bank as well. The bank that you use is a company called U-Account.
Yes, that's right.
They're not a company that I've encountered before. How come you have a bank account with U-Account?
Basically, I went online to find an account and found that one, and it all read up very well. So I applied for the account there.
Right. Well, U-Account have investigated, and they've come back to me with the following. They say, we have received notification from another bank recalling funds made into Graham's account. And as per our internal processes, have restricted the account. We cannot go into further detail regarding why the funds have been recalled or provide any information regarding this ongoing matter. We continue to work with the other bank and our banking provider to resolve this issue, and we will inform Graham upon conclusion. So they're saying that your friend's friend up in Manchester, who transferred the money to you, has apparently now recalled that money.
And I've been told that that person has been into his bank and told his bank that everything is okay and there's no problems.
Graham, something doesn't feel right with this. Do you know this person in Manchester?
No.
Why could he not? Look, okay, let's work on the basis that the story you've been told by your friend is correct.
Yeah.
Your friend who wants to send his girlfriend in Ghana some money, but he hasn't got the money himself. I mean, to start with, that's a weird thing to do. Why would you give money to a girlfriend when you don't have the money yourself? I mean, apart from anything else, it's just a fiscally irresponsible thing to even decide to do, isn't it?
Really, yes.
And maybe it's because your friend is fiscally irresponsible that he hasn't got a bank account, so he couldn't do it himself.
Yeah.
So your friend then says to another friend up in Manchester, I need 200 quid. Why could the friend in Manchester not transfer the money to Ghana? Why did he need to involve you in all of this?
I can't find that out. I really cannot find it out. The only thing I know is that the other friend doesn't know how to do it.
Well, he knew how to transfer you 200 quid, apparently.
Yes, yeah.
So how come he was able to transfer you £200 and yet he couldn't transfer the money to Ghana?
This is what I'm trying. I've been trying to find all this out at the moment. I've been on this for weeks now, and I'm getting no straight answers from anywhere.
Well, it would appear what has happened is it looks to me, the untrained eye, as if some kind of fraud has gone on. This smacks of fraud.
Yes.
Now, I don't know where the fraud is occurring, or if indeed fraud has occurred, but this is what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And the banks are duty-bound if they suspect that there is fraudulent activity on an account. They are duty-bound to freeze the accounts until they have investigated. And what's very frustrating for you is that there doesn't appear to be any time frame on how long they have to investigate, and they don't have to disclose anything with you while the investigation is going on.
Right.
So, unfortunately, at the moment, while all of this is taking place, I think you're going to have to just ride it out. How are you coping financially in the meantime?
Well, luckily for me, I mean, I've had to open another account, and any wages and pension has gone into that.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine actually lent me some money so that I could get through till I got my wages and everything, and get that sorted out.
Right. And the friend who's got you into all of this pickle with the girlfriend in Ghana, I mean, what does he have to say for himself?
I keep saying to him, give me the phone number of the guy who sent me the money. He said, well, he's been to his bank. And I said, well, give me the telephone number. And he's reluctant to hand that over. And at the moment, I'm not speaking to him.
Well,
because
see,
I feel
my gut feeling with all of this is there's a scam going on somewhere here. And I don't know whether it's that your friend has been scammed. I don't know whether it's that your friend has been scammed by someone else. I don't know whether it's this person up in Manchester has been scammed. I don't know whether you've been scammed. There's some kind of scam that's gone on here. And unfortunately, you found yourself embroiled in the whole thing.
Yes, yeah.
And now you're not speaking to your friend as a result of it.
Well, at the moment, I'm not speaking to him at all, because I dare speak to him, because I might do something drastically stupid.
Because you're furious?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think you're going to have to just ride it out, and you're going to have to. You've got this other bank account now, and you've got some funds in there. You're going to have to give it a little while longer until the investigation has taken place. According to your bank, which is UAccount.
Yes.
I mean, they are still in the process of investigating and liaising with the third-party bank. Do you know the detail, out of interest, of the third-party bank? I don't want the name on air,
yes,
but do you know the name?
Yes.
And do you know the name of the account holder?
Yes, and his account number and sort code, because it shows on my statement.
Right. Well, maybe if I go and have a word with the other bank and ask them if they can shed any light. I mean, they're probably not going to, because in my experience, when banks have concern about either fraud or money laundering or something like that, they tend to just shut down and close down, and they don't give any information.
Yes, yeah.
But maybe if I can call them up, it might speed the process up of them coming to a conclusion with the investigation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass you back to my team now. Can you give them the bank details, the account details, the name details, and the sort code details? And I will call the third-party bank and just see if I can chivvy them on a bit, OK?
OK, lovely, yes, thank you, Tom.
Graham, thank you very much indeed. And please, ladies and gentlemen, don't get involved with friends who start asking you, oh, can you transfer some money to... If someone ever asks you to transfer money, particularly transferring money to someone abroad, that should ring alarm bells for you. It really should. You should always be making absolutely sure you know what you're getting involved in, because otherwise, like Graham, you may well find yourself embroiled in something that you're never anticipating, and it may well backfire on you. And poor old Graham, he can't access any of his money at all. Stuart?
Good morning, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
Good morning to you. It's a pleasure. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, will do. So we set off on a fantastic family holiday for a week in the beautiful island of Bodrum, Turkey on the 5th of August. I have to say from the outset, the resort, the hotel, and the whole experience for the holiday was fantastic. However, this is where our story goes a little bit sour. On the day of departure, we are given a time that we will be picked up by said tour operator, and we get notified of a 2-hour delay to our flight, which is understandable sometimes. Flight delays do occur. Our original flight was 10:30 local time, so they're 2 hours ahead of us in Turkey. When we arrived at the airport and went through to check-in, we were notified by the boards on the screen that this delay was now a 4-hour delay. Again, we check in and we sit down. After a couple of hours of just obviously waiting for our flight to be told it was only going to be 4 hours, we started to receive a report from a passenger that had a friend that was flying out on the outward bound flight, that the plane would then be taking us back, to say that flight had been cancelled and they were starting to be put in hotels within the area of where the aeroplane was coming from. I went for a walk to see if I could find anybody. There was no communication. There was no reps from the tour operator in sight. And then about half an hour later, a Turkish rep did appear, very broken English, and when we didn't speak very good Turkish, so the communication was quite difficult. And then about 10 minutes later, a young English lady arrived, again in uniform, telling us that they had notification of a cancelled flight, and they were now in the process of trying to get us into hotels for the evening. She did say that we already knew that the flight time back was going to be the following evening on a 7:30 flight the following evening. So we were now 2 o'clock in the morning local time, setting ourselves up for a whole day back in Turkey in a hotel, and we're told we would be picked up at 4 o'clock that afternoon. I asked for the hotel name that we were going to be taken to once that was apparent that was going to happen. They gave me the name. I Googled it and could see that it had a swimming pool and looked on the picture quite a nice hotel. And what could we do? We had to go to the hotel and spend another day in Turkey. Now, what I will point out, we had a number of young families on this flight. It was a hotel that we've been staying at was very much a family-orientated hotel. So obviously the concern was for those families with very young children is that they at least had accommodation that was suitable for their children. Again, at which we were told that was going to be the case. We then had to exit the airport, so you can imagine baggage had to come off of the carousel. You have to enter back into the country. So the delays going through passport control were considerable because you had a whole flight trying to get through passport control unexpected, effectively. So they had 2 guys at passport control doing that. So again, that started to raise tension and concern. One thing to note is that I did experience that passengers, we all act differently, but there were some really stressed out people that were physically shouting at the rep. I decided to make a decision to try and control the situation because I felt by shouting at somebody that was just passing on information wasn't going to get us anywhere, and that did calm the situation down, and she actually thanked me for that. We got our cases. We started to board minibuses, of which our cases were loaded onto one minibus and we were loaded onto another minibus, and away we went. 10 minutes into the journey, I saw the hotel that we were told we were going to be going to quite clearly on the main road, and we went flying past it. So that raised me a little bit of concern, as that we've just gone past the hotel that you told me we were going to. 15 minutes into the journey, we pull up at a hotel that Jonathan and I can only describe from a visual point of view as something out of the 1970s when we all used to travel to Spain, and we all knew back in those days what hotels were like before modern times kicked in. I was concerned that we had pulled up at a hotel that wasn't the hotel I was told I was going to. So I decided to tell the driver to not let any passengers off. I agreed this with passengers on board because I said I wanted to check that we're not going to get off of a bus at 3 o'clock in the morning to end up being at the wrong place. I was greeted by 4 Turkish gentlemen. I can only describe as smelling very strongly of alcohol in a hotel that, as I say, resembled something from the 1970s. They didn't speak English. I don't speak Turkish. Thank God we had a Turkish-speaking guest on our bus who came in to the reception when he saw that we weren't getting anywhere and translated that we are the sister hotel to the hotel that we thought we were going to. Here we are at 3 o'clock in the morning. We can't dispute that. There is no rep from the tour operating company available to speak to. So we decided to get off of the bus. They asked for all of our passports. They gave us a room key and we went into the hotel room. The stench, the state of the room was pretty much inhabitable from my perspective, to the point it made my wife, who's quite tolerable, physically sick. I got up early in the morning, so we went to bed about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I got up early, natural body clock just woke up. I went downstairs just to see where we really were. We were surrounded by a building site. We were surrounded by a very, very fast road. No facilities whatsoever, no swimming pool, nowhere to even sit outside to try and entertain children if you tried to. I went to reception, and to my horror, I noticed every single passport from the 65 guests that had checked into that hotel were just sitting on a desk. I found my 7 passports in the family and friends that were with me. I could have walked out of that hotel with anybody's passport and gone off into the sunset. I immediately called said tour operator to demand that I was, one, moved from the hotel, and to, more importantly, find out where the communication was going to be coming from in terms of what was going on. We were just literally left high and dry. I note that I said at the beginning that we were meant to be picked up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At 5 o'clock, a 15-seater minibus arrived to pick up the 55 guests back to the airport with suitcases and hand luggage.
Oh, God. Quite
clearly, you could tell that stress was starting to kick in, because now we're worried we're going to be missing our flight because we've just got a 15-seater minibus with 50-plus guests. Again, thanks to my friend that I'd met who speaks Turkish, we demanded extra buses were called. We decided as a group to allow children and families to board the bus to get them to the airport, and we stayed behind to make sure that, one, the rest of the buses turned up, but more importantly, everybody's luggage got on minibuses or coaches back to the airport. They finally arrived, 3 more minibuses arrived about 30 minutes later, which in terms of to be balanced, 30 minutes, considering we were in disaster zone, actually wasn't a long time. If it was any longer, then we would not have got on that flight. We physically put everybody's suitcase onto an empty minibus in 40-degree temperatures, and then we boarded the third minibus, and we all got to the airport. We finally take off and land 20 hours, 15 minutes later from when we should have taken off. I have contacted the operator with a formal letter of complaint. I understand delays happen, and the reason that we've been given for the delay is a technical fault, and I don't want to get on an aeroplane that's got a technical fault. And if that means waiting 20 hours to get back, then that happens. You know, sometimes things do go wrong. What I'm not going to accept is a standard fob-off letter from the tour operator due to the accommodation and the lack of communication that myself, my family, and every other guest on that flight had to go through.
Okay. Well, we must wrap this up because we're out of time. But Stuart, I mean, first of all, you will be entitled, if what you've told me is correct, you will be entitled to claim your EU compensation per passenger, which I presume, have you looked into that?
Yep, so we've done that. Okay. And just to quickly end, because I wasn't getting anywhere and I wasn't getting any response, I found a press office email address that I've passed to your colleagues. Surprise, surprise, on Monday, bank holiday afternoon, I got a standard response saying, we've got your complaint, we're investigating it. My fear, Jonathan, is I've tried very hard in the last couple of weeks to get some structure and get some communication, and I'm just hitting brick walls.
Okay, well, I need to go and have a little word with them, and I need to find out how they respond to your complaint. Can you stay there? I'm going to pass you back to my team.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. I don't know if you can help this at all, but I'll go through it as quickly as I can. My wife, she has Parkinson's, and she's prone to falling quite a bit. She's had quite a number of falls over a few years now. And she had a fall recently in the toilet, which seems to be a favourite place for her to fall. I think this was about her fourth time. And one of the falls, not this particular one, but the one before that, I can't remember which, that resulted in a fortnight's hospitalisation. So it's quite a big issue. Anyway, her neurotherapist came along. She visits her periodically. And
sorry, forgive my ignorance here. Is the neurotherapist organised by the hospital?
It is, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she periodically sort of comes along, and she learnt of my wife's recent injury, and she recommended that maybe it would be a good idea to have some couple of grab rails put into the toilet.
Sounds sensible.
Yeah, to try and alleviate, the chance of falling.
Yeah.
And she said she put in a referral to the OT department to organise the supply and fitting, which was going to be free, of these grab rails. So anyway, subsequently, an OT, somebody phoned from the OT, and they sort of began the process in order to fit these grab rails.
When you say OT, you mean occupational therapist?
Yeah, sorry, I hate when people abbreviate things.
That's all right. It's all right. Well, if it means something to you, that's great, but it might not mean something to everyone listening. So an occupational therapist, yeah.
When I watch the Thin Blue Line, they always do that, and they abbreviate everything.
That's right.
Anyway, my wife and I decided it would be nice. We thought this was a good idea to have the rails, but then we sort of talked about it further. And we thought it'd be nice if we could maybe choose sort of more stylish handles, because the ones that are fitted are fairly basic. And my wife sort of thought, well, yeah, I like the handles, but I like something that didn't sort of scream out disability, if you know what I mean. So we went onto the internet.
That's fair enough, but I would have thought that's then something that comes down to you to pay for.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm getting to that. We had no intentions or thoughts that this would be paid for by the OT.
Okay.
We were perfectly prepared to do that.
Mm-hmm.
We looked on the internet, and we saw the handles that my wife liked. And they were a bit eye-watering, the price, but we thought, well, you know, they're only going to be fitted once, and it's, you know, let's have something we like. And so on that basis,
how much were they out of interest?
I think I've got the bill here some. I think they were, the pair came to £123.50.
Oh, blimey.
Which, yeah, as I say, it's money that we didn't really want to be forking out, but we thought, oh, okay, you know, it's important to get these handrails up, and if we're going to be sort of stuck with handrails, then let's have something we like.
Luxury handrails.
Oh, yeah, there's, you know, we live the high life, I can tell you.
Quite.
So anyway, after going on the internet, we chose these handrails we liked, and subsequent to that, we had another call from the occupational therapy. And in passing, because you were saying when would you like us to come along and fit them, and we said, well, we've been thinking about things, and we've rather seen some handles we like. So we think we might get those. Now at this point, she acknowledged this, but at no point did she say that we would be not entitled anymore to free fitting of the grab rails. So as we then subsequently learned, if you actually don't have the ones that are supplied and fitted by the OT, because they use an outside agency to do this, they've got a contract with a company that does this, and part of it is that they stipulate that they have to supply and fit their own products.
Right.
But we weren't told this, so anyway, we went ahead and we ordered these things from them.
I presume there's a reason for that, in that they can't necessarily vouch for how well made someone else's handrail will be, and if they've then fitted a handrail that, God forbid, snapped or something while someone was grabbing onto it to put, you know, to hold themselves up, and as a result they fell over and really injured themselves, then I would imagine the occupational therapy team do not in any way want to be associated with that, where they could end up being blamed.
Absolutely, no, I appreciate that. But first of all, you know, we weren't buying this from some dodgy bloke for a tenner in the pub. These were very high-end products, but also, we weren't told when we expressed a desire to buy these rather than the ones that were going to be supplied and fitted. At that point, no one said to us, "Well, hang on. If you do that, you do realise that we can't take any responsibility for this, and that you know, it would be off your own back, not anybody else's." If we'd been told that, we may have reviewed the situation, but we weren't told that, so we just sort of carried on and thought, "This is okay. We can get them."
So what are you looking for, Mike?
Okay, right. Well, the thing is, we went ahead with this, and we then, following a further visit from my wife's physiotherapist, she just happened to mention that we wouldn't be able to have these things fitted, that it was no longer going to be the responsibility of the local authority, that we would now have to find our own way of getting these things put up. Now, the thing is, Jonathan, I just would like to have been told. We would like to have been told that if you go ahead and do this,
right,
you know, this will invalidate any chance.
So have you fed that back to them and said, look, just to make you aware, we just feel as if there wasn't the information, we should have been advised at that point. Well, that's fine. If you want to buy your own, that's fine, but you need to be absolutely clear that you are then responsible for the maintenance, for the fitting, for everything. We're not going to have anything to do with those handrails whatsoever.
Absolutely. I mean, I've spoken to three or four people since from various places.
Yeah.
And what I've basically been told is computer says no. There seems to be this sort of intransigence that they won't. What I suggested was, look, this is actually saving a bit of money, because if somebody comes along and fits these, which have got the CE mark, they're done to a very high standard, but if somebody comes along from the company that was going to fit the original ones, when the person gets here, all we need to say is, great. You know, yeah, if you could put the handles up, but not the ones that you've got, but these ones. You know, this is what they are. They're very high quality.
And what have they said to you? I mean, have they acknowledged that you should have been told that, or not?
Well, yeah, it was a kind of, maybe sort of thing, but it was all a bit sort of non-committal.
Because I don't find the fact that they will not fit someone else's rails, I don't find that unreasonable. You know, the occupational therapy team and the state are prepared to pay for people to have handrails fitted, it would appear, for free, if they require them because of their disability.
Yeah.
If you then decide that you don't like the look of the handrails that the state will pay for and supply and fit, if you like your own ones, then I don't think it's unreasonable whatsoever to turn around to someone and say, well, that's fine, but then if you want your fancy handrails, you're responsible for fitting them as well. I don't think that's unreasonable.
No. Well, I don't know. I think it's a little bit patronising. I mean, I'm old enough to remember those horrible three-wheeler invalid carriages that were in that horrible blue colour that people used to be given, and that it was kind of like, well, you've got a disability, so that's what you've got. If you don't like it, it's tough. But now, of course, we have Motability. People don't have to drive around in those things. And I find it a bit patronising that just because you dare not, dare to say, look, it's very nice of you to fit them, but can we just supply our own? And in so doing, even save a little bit of money from public funds. I would have thought the very least that you could do it, and as a responsibility of someone.
So are you looking for me to try and change the rules then?
Well, no. I mean, look, I realise that this is probably the sort of my last chance saloon here, but I just feel that if somebody came along and fitted them, that they were going to fit them anyway. And now we've spent quite a lot of money on something which we pushed our budget, and now we're going to have to look about another 50.
But isn't there? But just to explore this in a slightly different way, isn't there an argument to say that if you can afford £123.50 on your handrails, you can afford a handyman to come round and put them on for you?
Well, it's not the principle as much as anything, isn't it? I mean, I don't understand why. When it's actually saving us some money, why they can't do it. They were prepared to do it before, and I can't understand why. We could even sign a disclaimer to say, look, we're happy to say that, should this product prove faulty, that we won't. There's no responsibility on behalf of the local authority. It just seems to me that it was kind of like just being a little bit kind of following it to the letter, just because they're contractually obliged by this company to have to be.
But imagine the boot was on the other foot, and imagine if your job was to come and fit handrails, and you've got a supplier that you use that make the official handrails that you fit to the bathrooms of people who are having mobility issues.
Yeah.
And imagine if one day you agree with the customer that you're going to fit the rails that they've bought from the internet, and they may well have the CE mark and all that kind of stuff on it, but you have no knowledge of really how well those handles have been made. You haven't got the same kind of history to that handle as you have done with the usual one that you use. You then screw it onto the wall, and because of some kind of weakness, unbeknownst to you, when that person goes to grab the rail, the whole thing comes off the wall and they fall down and they smack their head on the floor. Now, there is a level of responsibility, isn't there, that you would feel because you fitted that rail?
But does it seem feasible that they would be selling these rails but we bought it from a reputable company. It's made by a reputable company.
Yeah, but who are you in? Yeah, but okay. Just to play devil's advocate, who are you proposing will spend the time in looking into the handle that you've bought, from which company, where it's been made, the material that it's made out of? Who do you propose will take all that time to look into your chosen handle?
Well, what's the point of having CE marks and meeting all these compliances if at the end of the day it's going to be then challenged anyway? I don't see there's much point in having CE marks or kite marks or anything else if that's the case.
Well, this is a difficult one because I'm sensing that you obviously don't think that the way they've treated you is reasonable, and you would like them to change their policy for other people. Is that about right? Is that kind of what you would like to achieve from this?
The thing is, Jonathan, I don't think that we can be unique in this, and really, it maybe if nothing else, this might be a warning to anybody else who's considering doing what we did.
Yeah.
Please check out your local.
Well, I think it's certainly worth discussing it, and it's interesting to discuss it. But whether or not people listening to this program agree with you that the occupational therapy team should have come round and fitted the handles that you'd bought, fitted them for free, I don't know. I mean, can I put this out there to my listeners and see what they have to say?
Yeah, I mean, this does apparently vary from authority to authority. This isn't a sort of like a blanket kind of policy across the nation.
Right.
So this seems to me that it's like the sort of computer says no mentality, where they won't show any flexibility. I mean, at the end of the day, if the company came along and they fitted the hands, and these are very good high-end products.
Yeah.
It complies with everything. If they actually came along and I said to the person, look, instead of fitting yours, take yours back, put these on, well, they're actually a few quid in because they can put their handles back in stock again.
But just to look at it in a slightly different way, I mean, let's imagine that the same thing happened to me and I needed to buy grab rails, and I thought, well, do you know what? I don't want some ugly basic handrail put in my luxury bathroom. Mm-hmm. So I go on the internet and I find a company that make a diamond encrusted handrail. I know I'm taking things to an extreme, but I find this diamond encrusted handrail that looks ever so glitzy, and it cost me £1,000, and I buy it. And if I then turned round to the taxpayers and said, yeah, but because I paid for it, I still want you to pay for the fitting of it, would you not feel as if it was kind of taking away the essence of what that state support is supposed to be about? It's supposed to be about helping people have something basic in their home to help them not fall over, and the taxpayer will fund it.
Well, do you know, Jonathan, when I go to the supermarket or somewhere and I look at the disabled bays, I see Range Rovers, Mercedes, I see loads of very nice cars that have obviously been purchased on Motability, I would imagine, in many cases.
Yeah, but the Motability payment, I understand, pays a level. And then if you then want to top it up, you have to pay the rest.
Yeah, sure. And that's what we're doing, basically, because we're saying, look, we pay for the handles. We're happy to do that, even though they cost us money that we could really were stretched to spend. But what we're doing is saving you a little bit of money by not having to supply the handles. So that's the same thing that we're doing.
Bear with. Paul in Biggleswade. Hello, Paul.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Do you agree with Mike? Do you think this is an issue I should go and take up?
No, I don't agree with Mike, I'm afraid. He spent all this money buying these handrails, then surely he could fork out another £20 or £30 maybe for a local DIY handyman to come round, pop round and fit them for him. Or whether if he's handy with a drill and a screwdriver, he could fit them himself. I can't see that it's a very big job.
Okay, but then surely Mike has a point when he compares it to Motability, because then surely the same argument should follow there as well. And you say to someone, okay, well, if you've got the money to buy a Range Rover on Motability, you don't need any kind of Motability assistance whatsoever.
Well, maybe. I don't know anything about Motability. I'm just.
Well, excuse me, good interrupt. Just on a similar level, if I go to the hospital, which sadly I have to do too many times, I look at the disabled car park and I see some very nice cars there, and they're allowed to park in the disabled area. No, that's fine, but also they don't have to pay, and. Is that going on the assumption that the bloke who's just turned up in his Bentley, who happens to have a blue badge on there, he can't afford to pay the parking fees, but he doesn't pay the parking fees. He actually gets to park free of charge. So if we get into this sort of politics of envy thing, where we look at everything and say, oh well, you know, you can afford it, then it starts to become very means tested. This, doesn't it?
Well, really, I'm not going to be drawn on the Motability thing. I phoned in because of your handrails, and I think that
it's unfair that people shouldn't have to pay at a hospital car park. Then it has to go on the assumption that they're all too poor to pay the parking fees.
No, I think they should pay. No, I think you're right. I think
they don't, do they?
I don't know. I think that I don't know what the local policy is on that in hospitals. I've no experience of it. But all I do know is that at the time it's taken you to phone in the radio station, you could have probably found somebody, a local handyman.
Come on, Paul. You recognise the point that Mike is making, and I think it is actually a very interesting point of debate, really. But I do wonder whether actually the debate you're opening up, Mike, I wonder whether actually it asks more questions about some of the other things that are provided by the state than actually offers answers to what you want an answer for, if you see what I mean.
But that way lies insanity. If we're going to start picking apart every single thing like that, whether it's the hospital car parking fees or people who are driving Range Rovers, that are worth 60 grand or whatever, then you start picking everything apart. It's a bit like Brexit, isn't it? We pick everything apart, and in the end, we drive ourselves crazy.
Okay, hang on a second. Paul, thank you very much indeed for your call. I didn't think we'd managed to bring Brexit into a handrail discussion. Let me
DIY. Perhaps you can come on and do it for me.
Let me bring Hilda in. Hello, Hilda.
Is Hilda any good at it? I'll come round, Hilda. Come and fit these handles, so I'm Bubs at it.
Hello, Hilda. Hilda. Okay, we'll see if we can get Hilda back. Can you hang on there, Mike? Because we'll take some travel news and we'll had a chat to the neurotherapist. The neurotherapist recommended that some grab rails would be useful.
Yeah.
Occupational therapist said, yeah, that's absolutely fine. We can do that. We can do it for free. But you then started looking around and thought, do you know what? Don't really like the handles that they're going to fit. They won't look very nice. Rather have something that looks a bit smarter. Mm-hmm. So you went and found a company that sold nicer grab rails, but you're annoyed because the occupational therapy team won't fit those other handles.
Well, yes, and also I wish that they had told us the situation before we went as far as buying the handles.
Okay.
This wasn't made clear to us either.
So you're annoyed that they won't fit them, and you're annoyed that they didn't tell you they wouldn't fit them. As I said to you, I don't know how unreasonable their position is, to be honest. Hilda is back on the line now. Hello, Hilda.
Hello, Jonathan. Can you hear me now?
We can now, Hilda, yeah. What did you want to say to Mike?
I've got Parkinson's as well, and I was listening to Mike. Now, my argument is I've got basic. Now, I'm grateful for what I've got, because it was such a shock to get the complaint in the first place, and they're not that bad.
No. I mean, I'm glad you're happy with them, Hilda, and that's absolutely
I've got grab rail outside to let me go to the patio. I've got a special step to get me out. As long as I can get out and about, I couldn't give up what they look like.
No, but don't you feel, Hilda, that we're kind of talking about being means tested in that case then? Because as I said to Jonathan just now, if you look at the disabled areas in supermarkets, you see some very smashed cars there.
I'm visually impaired, and I just get on with my life. Why don't you just get on with yours?
But no, we don't all live want to live in the same, having the same things.
Do you know what? You're really doing my head in. Bye.
Oh, Hilda.
Oh dear. Oh, Hilda, I hope I'm not upset you. I don't want to mess your day up.
Steve in Bedford texts to say, I used to work for one of the companies that supplied and fitted these rails. We would not fit any other stuff supplied because we're all liable for the rails that are fitted. If something went wrong, we would have to prove that we used and supplied the rails that are safe. We do not know the history of his rails, says Steve. Chris in Hemel says the NHS should not be fitting this guy's handrails or grab rails for free. It's totally inappropriate for him to think otherwise. Well, I don't think it's the NHS, it's the local authority.
There's not a lot of love out there, is there?
Well, not really.
No.
Not really. There's not a lot of people suggesting that I should definitely take this on and prioritise it as something to go and fight for, to be honest with you, Mike.
No. But all I'm saying is I think other people should be aware that if they do have a similar idea to get handrails or railings, whatever fitted,
they'll have to pay for them themselves.
Be aware that if you go the route that we've gone, you're then going to be confronted by this. And as I say, I think if we start to,
to be honest, again, just to come back to the point. I mean, there are quite a lot of people who would say, well, I wouldn't need to be told it. I would realise that if I decided I was going, in effect, to go private with my handrails, I would recognise that I'm then responsible for everything to do with the handrails.
Well, not really, because I mean, I thought this was something that was open to us all. I mean, it's a little bit like, you know, if Alan Sugar fell over this afternoon and breaks his leg, is everybody going to resent the fact that he's taken to hospital by an NHS ambulance and given NHS treatment just because he can afford to have private treatment if he wants?
Well, no, but if Alan Sugar said, I want to be taken to hospital in a chauffeur-driven Mercedes and I want the NHS to pay for it, then people would think it was a bit outrageous, because we have the ambulance that is there available for everyone, including Alan Sugar, you, for me. But if you then want to go kind of off-piste, and if you want to have something more luxury than the standard, then you have to pay for it yourself.
Yeah, which is what we've done, and we're not asking anyone to pay for the handles. All we're saying is, on a point of principle, I think that we ought to be entitled to getting the things fitted free at least, which was the original deal, and that's not costing many more money. In fact, it's saving a little bit of money.
Yeah.
So it seemed perfectly reasonable. But
I think, look, I tell you what I'm going to do just to conclude this, because we've got so many people that I'm not getting to because we're talking about this for so long, and I'm sorry to everyone that's still waiting to get on the show. I don't think from a consumer perspective this is something that I'm going to get involved in. Okay. But I do think there is interesting further discussion on this issue from a wider point, actually. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to pass you back to the team, and I think this does beg the question whether the system we have in place for people to be able to pay money to get something a bit better. For example, if you're in an NHS hospital, is it okay that you say, well, I'd like to pay for myself to have my own room in that hospital and yet still get all the rest of the treatment on the NHS? I think this is an interesting discussion. I think it's something that we can certainly debate, but we're not going to do it anymore in this programme because I must move on. But thank you. My words, so many people. I'm so sorry to everyone who's still waiting to get on the show, including Jerry. Now, Jerry came to me. He was telling me that he and his wife are council tenants. They rent their property from the council. A few weeks ago, they discovered the outside panel of the double-glazed window in their bathroom, for no particular reason, had just shattered. It was during all that very, very hot weather we had a few weeks ago, you may recall, and some of you were saying, well, it sounds as if what's caused it to shatter is the UPVC frame of the window has expanded or contracted and has put pressure on the glass, and that's why it suddenly cracked. Well, Jerry contacted the local council who he rents his property from, but he was really disappointed with the response he received.
Any problem with double glazing is actually down to the tenants to replace and pay for, which I must admit did leave me rather shocked and surprised.
Yes, well, I promised Jerry that I would contact the council and try and get things sorted out. He's back on the JVS show. Jerry, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting for so long. The response you will recall we had from Milton Keynes Council said, we always aim to carry out necessary repairs to council properties as soon as possible. While responsibility around the glazing of windows generally lies with the tenant, there are some circumstances in which the council will cover the costs. Our team will reach out to the resident to see what help we can provide. Which sounded fairly positive, did it not, Jerry?
It certainly did, Jonathan. Good morning to you.
Good morning. So the only problem was when I spoke to you initially and I said to you, so what have they said, Jerry? You said, nothing, I haven't heard anything, which was really disappointing. So I went back to Milton Keynes Council again. I said, why, having given me this statement, has no one called Jerry? Well, they promised someone was going to get on to you straight away. And indeed, they did call you, and they suggested that someone was going to go out. I think it was it either at the end of last week or the very beginning of this week?
Yep.
To have a look. Now, they didn't go into very much detail in terms of what they were planning to do, and whether what they were planning to do would be chargeable or not, but they did say they would be coming out to have a look. So what's happened, Jerry, since we last spoke?
Well, I'm glad to say, Jonathan, that after all the cases I've been listening to for the last couple of days you've had, this is a very simple one. It's all done and dusted. They came and measured the unit last week, and the window fitter came on schedule on Tuesday. Very professional, polite, absolutely no mess at all. And we've got the new double glazed unit fitted in the bathroom
for free.
Well, I thought there was no point in actually going into this with the fitter, because I don't suppose he would have known anyway.
No.
But I did say to him, and the thought did occur to me that there might have been some paperwork to sign. But there was absolutely no paperwork to sign either. So this does lead me to believe and hope that this is it, and that there will be no charge.
I think the combination of that with the wording of the response they gave me suggests that, yes, this is going to be done on the house.
Absolutely.
As it were.
And, and should that not be the case, then, of course, I'll get back in touch with you.
Yes, do. But it sounds great. So the window's all sorted. You're a happy bunny.
I am. So thanks to Milton Keynes Council for reconsidering their decision. Thanks to the contractors for carrying out the work. But most of all, thanks to you and the consumer team at Three Counties for taking on my case. Because I without your intervention, I doubt whether my problem would have been resolved so satisfactory. So thanks again, Jonathan.
I'm absolutely delighted to help you. Jerry, I will give Milton Keynes Council a horn. If you haven't...
Yes, it was a very, very minuscule honkage you gave them. I don't think I've heard such a minute honkage.
Well, sometimes I'm tight with my horn, but today I'm not going to be there. We'll get the full honkage. Any other problems, Jerry, you know where I am. 081 called in to me. Do you remember Jo was telling me that her daughter flew off to Ayia Napa with 8 of her friends on their first ever girls' holiday? Only the trip didn't start the way the girls had all hoped.
They had booked 3 rooms, but there was only 2 rooms available, and they didn't have any locks on the doors, and there was no air conditioning. So I advised the girls, just get everything packed up and get yourself into reception. And then the member of staff came up to the rooms, and the girls had put all the mattresses in one room to keep safe. And this woman started to get very, very irate with the girls, and she actually attacked one of the girls on the holiday, actually put her hands around her neck. So I got an extremely distressing phone call from my daughter saying, my God, Liv's being strangled. It was awful. So I then said, look, just get out and get down to reception, and then we can hopefully sort something out.
Well, the company couldn't find Jo's daughter and her friends any suitable accommodation, so Jo found accommodation herself. The company offered some of the money back, but not all of it, and Jo is really annoyed with the response that she's had, which is why she's come to me. She's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Jo.
Good morning.
Good morning. So the company concerned is Love Holidays.
That's right.
And I've been off to have a word with Love Holidays. Let's see what they've said. Love Holidays was disappointed to hear of the difficulties that these customers experienced on their recent holiday to Ayia Napa. From our records and investigations, we can confirm that on arrival, the group were only given 2 rooms. However, this was resolved the following day. Due to the concern about the door locks, we organised for a representative from our supplier to attend the property and check the doors. And they reported back that the door lock was not broken, but it had a loose door handle. The customers stated they no longer wanted to stay in the accommodation they'd originally booked and made their own arrangements to relocate before we had been able to organise alternative accommodation. Try to stop the inward gasps, Jo. Love Holidays amended the airport transfers for the return journey and arranged a refund with the hotel for the unused room nights and added some additional compensation, making up a total refund of £1,339, which the customer has declined. As a gesture of goodwill, and for the inconvenience caused, Love Holidays is happy to increase the refund to a total of £1,500.
I'm gobsmacked.
What do you want to say? Because I could hear the gasps of horror at that response. What do you want to say?
I'm absolutely gobsmacked because, as I said before, I worked in a holiday company. I know the procedures that you have to do. I spent all day with them from 9 o'clock in the morning till 6:30 at night, saying to them that they needed to give the girls alternative accommodation. They had said on several occasions that yes, it was totally unacceptable, and the fact that this woman had attacked one of the girls. And also, I didn't mention last time, she actually told them that they all had a £100 fine and they were going to withhold their passport. So they were absolutely threatened. And the Love Holidays had said...
Yeah, but to be fair, neither you nor I were there at the time. So we're, the response...
I do have the video evidence, but I've given them so many opportunities, and I said to them on so many occasions, this accommodation is not suitable. That they had videos of the locks not working. That the hotel had said that they showed that the locks weren't working.
Okay.
I'm absolutely gobsmacked.
I can hear you're gobsmacked. The good news is Love Holidays are members of ABTA.
Right.
ABTA are the Travel Association, and ABTA offer an arbitration process. Mm-hmm. You can go through it. You have to pay money to go through it. Mm-hmm. But as a result of going through ABTA arbitration, it means that they will look at this case from an independent perspective. Right. And it will cost, if you go through ABTA arbitration, it will cost Love Holidays far more than it will do you to go through that process.
Right.
So do you know what I'm going to do? Mm-hmm. I'm going to get in touch with ABTA, and I'm going to see if Sean Tipton from ABTA would like to join us on the programme, just to talk you through what that would actually mean for you and what your chances of success would be if you have the kind of evidence you've spoken about in the form of the videos, etc., of the door handles not working. Mm-hmm. In addition to, obviously, the statement that they have sent, where they seem to completely contradict all of that. I presume you also have... You say you were on the phone to them getting things sorted out that day. I presume that will be evidenced on your phone records.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
So you'll have all of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, they always say that it's all recorded, all our conversations are recorded, so I'm presuming that they're going to have to put those recordings to ABTA. Well, I can't believe that they've said what they have. I just... that at the time, and I said to the English agents, I said, look, I appreciate you're trying to do as much as you can. They said, we're really, trying to get everything we can. We understand the situation. Absolutely, it's totally unacceptable. We're doing everything to get the girls out. So they had totally agreed with me at the time that it was unacceptable, and yet they're now saying that it wasn't be a problem.
Well, they are suggesting that you jumped the gun before they'd had a reasonable opportunity to find somewhere else for the girls to go. And they're also suggesting that this business of the door locks not locking was nonsense. It was just a wobbly door handle.
Well, I mean, from 9 o'clock in the morning, I was on the phone to them. At one point, I had a message from my daughter saying, please don't call them again because they're trying to get things sorted, because I was constantly trying to get things sorted.
Yeah, okay.
And it was 7:30.
Fine. Let's leave it there, Joe. Let me go and speak to Sean at ABTA. Let's see what he has to say about this, and we'll see whether it's worth you taking this to ABTA arbitration, and I will mention that you're planning to do that to Love Holidays.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your help.
All right, Joe. Thank you very much indeed. 08081 008800 if you want me to look into a case for you. Michael came to me, and Michael was talking about his sat-nav. He's a courier, you see, and he really needs a sat-nav. So he purchased one from a local supermarket. Well, a couple of years down the line, the sat-nav had stopped working.
It just doesn't work at all now. Stopped working about a week ago. I went to the customer services, and they said, the old chestnut, you only have a year's guarantee, nothing to do with us. Well, they said that the warranty is only a year, so they weren't interested.
Well, I went off to speak to the supermarket concerned, they're Sainsbury's, and they promised me that they were going to get this resolved with Michael. Indeed, last time I spoke to Michael, he was sounding much happier. He's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Michael.
Hello, JVS.
They had said to you, if you would like to send off said broken sat-nav to them, they would then refund you the money for the sat-nav, and they'd also refund you the money for sending it back to them. which sounded fantastic. I mean, you can't say fairer than that. If they did indeed what they had said they would do, then you would end up quids in because you would have had a free sat-nav for a couple of years. Michael, what's happened since we last spoke?
Right, they sent me a letter, they sent me a cheque, £105.54, the whole, everything.
Great. You're back in the black.
Oh, lovely. Wonderful.
Do you want me to thank Sainsbury's and give them my horn?
Yes. A massive thank you to the lady in the head office who sent me a lovely letter, and I had a few phone calls with her. She apologised, and that's all they can do.
Right.
That's what happens.
I will thank them very much indeed. Michael, if you have any other problems, you know where I am.
Just a quick one while you're there, JVS.
Go on.
It's not a problem, just to do on your talk show. My son and my wife has autism, and we live in Luton. We're finding it really hard to get help. Is there any way you could do a chat show on it?
Possibly. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and we'll see if that's something we can discuss. For Sainsbury's, here's your horn. Without naming any company names, please.
Thank you. At the end of June or the beginning of July, I started getting screaming high-pitched tinnitus continuously, blocked ears, terrifying shooting pains in my head, pressure in my eyes, palpitations, and felt a bit dizzy. It all came out of the blue. And the interesting thing is that if I left the home for any length of time, such as I went in for surgical operation, it all disappeared. As soon as I walked back into my house, it all started up again. And cut a long story short, a medical professional that I had to speak to about something else asked me whether I had a smart meter, because what I was mentioning was included in the list of the reported smart emissions. I didn't actually have a smart meter, and I wouldn't have one, but then I remembered...
Linda, I don't know if you're moving about a little bit, but I'm losing the signal. Could you just move somewhere where I can hear you properly? Because...
Right, this phone signal's never very good. Is that any better?
That's a bit better, yeah. So this medical professional asked you if you had a smart meter. Have you got a smart meter?
Sorry, you disappeared now. Let's try and hear. Is this any better?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. Yes, I was whether I had a smart meter, and I didn't. But I remembered seeing a van about this particular time on the drive of the chap next door. So I went online and had a look at the information, and sure enough, in the list of 12 reported symptoms of smart meter emissions were my 6 problems. So I did a bit more research to have a look at various things, and I don't claim to be a scientist, but I had a look at the electrical magnetic field and the radio signals, so I was armed with some information. And I went to see the chap next door, who best of times isn't very helpful, and asked him why he had his smart meter, and he said, well, he had it because it was free, but he never looks at it. And in fact, he had 2. And I told him the problems that it would cause me and gave him the relevant information, as much as I could gather from some independent studies. And he didn't seem to want to agree to it. So I came back in the house rather disappointed, and I did a bit more research. And since then, I've had some, it sounds a bit crazy, but I've had some aluminium wire delivered from America, which I've had put up on my walls, because his meters, which I didn't say, are my size. They're both about 12 feet from my house. So
is your house detached?
It is, but the meters are on his side wall and in his garage, and his garage, the wall of his garage forms part of the boundary of my house between us. So they're both within about 12 feet of me. And in fact... so what I did was I've actually covered the meter that I can access with foil, and I've put up some screens, all of which I've researched online, because they emit 2 types of things, radiation and these permanent pulses. And the pulses actually are sent around the property to read the electrical equipment, but they also to the base to provide the information to energy costs.
Okay, Linda, the line is not great. You must invest in a landline, after this conversation because this mobile phone signal is terrible.
Shall I ring you back from my landline? But the trouble is that crackles since this problem.
Right.
Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better. So you believe your next door neighbour's smart meter is affecting your health?
Yes, both. He's got 2 smart meters, and it's not unknown because there are a lot of people reporting this. And what I want to do is to persuade him to have them removed, because if I tell you that I've actually been sleeping in my car and I've been sleeping around my mother's house, which I'm selling, because it is so frightening with all these shooting pains and tinnitus. And I've actually given him more information and begged and implored him to ask the energy companies to put them back to ordinary meters because it's greatly affecting my health.
But you see, you'll have to forgive me, Linda, when I say this. To someone who hasn't looked into it as you say you have, you must admit this sounds crackers.
I know it does. And when I've rung 3 energy companies and they all have the same sort of patter, which is, first of all, they say they've never heard of it, which if you look online, you'll discover that's not the case. And then they say, well, you've got Wi-Fi, haven't you? And the meters only admit the same as a cell phone. But I guess their script comes from America because they say cell phone. And that's all they'll say on the matter. And if you quote any of the independent reports, and then they just lose interest. I know it sounds crackers. And
that's the thing, but that's the problem, isn't it? Because if something sounds a bit crackers, it's easy for people to dismiss it. And am I sensing that that's what your neighbour thinks? Your neighbour just thinks you're a bit bonkers.
I think my neighbour accepts what I say, but he doesn't want to have smart meters removed. In fact...
But hang on a second. If your neighbour believes you that his smart meters are making you ill, then surely he would not want you to be ill.
I wouldn't have thought so, but he's a very unusual chap. And the last communication I had with him, he said that he was going to research it and find out how they worked, what effect they had on people, and he was going to email the energy company. So, in fact, he's asking the energy company to admit that their meters cause people health issues. And, in fact, on another BBC radio programme, another lady rang in exactly the same as me, and her neighbours removed their smart meters, and her health improved totally. And then somebody moved and put one back in. And in fact, it is reported in the list of symptoms that they cause seizures. And indeed, that happened to her. And it's absolutely terrifying because I can't prove that I've got the symptoms. The energy companies are totally in denial. And people think that I'm a bit crackers. I can't live in my house because of what they... I mean, this morning I went for a very long dog walk. No tinnitus. As soon as I walk back in my lounge, I get screaming tinnitus.
Well, it must be awful. Have you got any kind of letter from your doctor to support what you're saying?
Well, I went to the doctor and I said I wanted to report it because at some point I think this is going to be a much more widespread thing, particularly with the 5G masks that also use this pulse technology. And she said, well, just look online and report it to somebody there. They weren't actually interested. And I haven't been down to report these because I know that they're not... If I go down to the doctors, I won't have them because they happen in my house or anywhere there's a smart meter.
And does anyone else get the same... I mean, if you have any friends or family around to the house, do they encounter the same thing in your property or is it only you?
I haven't had anybody down to my house since. My builder who put up screens sent me an email the next day, told me that he had blocked ears and ringed in it.
Linda, you're breaking up again, so I don't know if you can move. I'm intrigued by this. I've dealt with another case of a smart meter having a very noisy effect on one of my listeners' televisions. Yeah. And so you can tell that these smart meters obviously are emitting something. And they are obviously emitting something that, in that particular case, was affecting the television in the house and making this constant noise. So I'm not going to be closed-minded here and assume that you're just kind of imagining it. I'm going to be open to the idea that this smart meter is indeed having this kind of effect on you. But what I need to do is obviously go and seek some further advice in terms of what else you can do. You don't have this you've never had this experience around mobile phones or anything else?
No. I do unplug my Wi-Fi at night, a cordless phone and a mobile. Until the 2 smart meters were installed, had no problems at all. And because of where they're installed, they're kind of overlapping, as well.
Okay. Linda, my apologies, the line has been terrible this morning, but we've got the crux of it, and I would certainly like to pass you back to the team. Tara, can we just get some detail, please?
Absolutely, yes.
And
obviously, this is a very distressing thing.
Quite, absolutely. We need to look into it and see what we can sort out, and if necessary, go and have a word with the neighbour just to see if we can persuade him to change it for a standard meter and if that will have any effect. Linda, can you stay there, please? And I'm going to pass you back, and apologies again to John.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning.
I'm a radio ham, and I've experienced problems with this type of technology and also transformers, mains transformers that emit an RF field. And basically you need to put up a Faraday barrier and simply earth it, ground it effectively.
What is a Faraday barrier?
Well, a Faraday, ask any of your engineers at the BBC, they'll tell you. Faraday cages prevent radio signals penetrating a given area. They're often used to destroy mobile phone signals. I think they do it in some theatres. Certainly in some studios they're used, recording studios, to prevent electromagnet propagation.
And is this is something you can buy, is it, or?
Well, you can make it up. I mean, you can use steel, aluminium. Aluminium's quite effective, and a mesh.
Yeah, but what does this practically mean? Because Linda's got this in her entire house. So what has she got to cover her entire house in aluminium?
No, only locally where she thinks it's being admitted into the house. That area, perhaps it was an adjacent wall to the next door neighbour's garage, wasn't it?
Yes.
If you could cover that wall with a Faraday barrier, that would help tremendously. It would get rid of most of the problem.
Would it?
Mm.
So a Faraday barrier.
But I mean, these smart meters are not very smart.
Well, I don't know. I have resisted having one fitted in my house. My energy supplier are constantly trying to get me to have one fitted. Well, and I keep resisting having it done purely because of the case that I dealt with the interference on the television. I think, do you know what? Life's too short to have all that kind of silly shenanigans going on in my house.
But also, of course, your electricity costs more. They don't tell you this. You're paying for the power factor correction, which can be, anything up to 5%.
If she had the Faraday barrier put in, would that not affect her mobile phone use? I mean, she's got, as you can hear, a terrible mobile phone signal already. But to put that in, would that?
No, I don't think it would. No.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it wouldn't.
All right, John, thank you very much indeed. It's fascinating. And I tell you what, it's also very worrying. It's very worrying, isn't it? Because you think of how many people are now having these smart meters put in. If some people are susceptible to feeling very unwell because of these smart meters, it'd be catastrophic. Mike, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Hi, you want to comment on smart meters as well?
Well, it's smart meters, mobile phone masts and wireless broadband. Your wireless broadband. I was affected some years ago by a phone mast that was installed near me. I sought some professional advice and was told that it's the electromagnetic field coming from it. Now, what was happening with me was I had massive high blood pressure. I was taken into hospital with high blood pressure and headaches and this, that and the other. And they couldn't find out what it was, but I
wondered whether it was the mast. My doctor rigged me up with a blood pressure monitor. When I was out at work, my blood pressure was fine. When I got home, my blood pressure went up. As I got near the mast, the blood pressure went sky high. Another symptom was about 2 o'clock in the morning, I'd wake up, bolt upright with chest pains. My blood pressure had shot sky high. The doctor said the blood pressure should drop at night and stay low until you get up in the morning, and then rise. But that was another symptom, apparently. You have...
so what did you do? Move?
I moved. I had to move. So we moved. The symptoms went, but I bought a new wireless broadband. I changed my broadband package, had that fitted. I had the same symptoms. My son did an experiment where he would turn it off some nights and leave it on some nights and not tell me. And I would tell him the nights that I was affected, and sure enough, it coincided with the wireless broadband being on. I had to swap to a wired broadband receiver, and that worked. Now, the interesting thing is, when I was having the test done with the doctor said without any doubt it is radio masts, telephone masts doing this to you and the wireless broadband, without any doubt, because I told her when I was standing near the wireless mast and all this sort of thing. I was sent to a top cardiologist. He was fascinated. He said, yes, it is. That is what's doing it to you. I had a test with the doctor the next day. I rang the National Radiological Board and spoke to the person on reception and said, could I speak to someone about the effects of health from telephone masts and wireless broadband? The lady asked my name. I gave her my full name, and she asked me where I was calling from, and I said Buckinghamshire. She then said, I'll put you through. She put me through just to a recorded message saying there are no known health problems with this equipment. The next day, I went to my doctor's without a word of a lie. I walked into my doctor's. She said, sit down. She said, you know the tests we were going to do, and we were going to do more tests. She said, I had a very strange phone call yesterday from the National Radiological Board, and all I can say is I can do no more for you. The test's finished today.
What?
Within 24 hours, just with my surname and saying I was in Buckinghamshire. This is not a lie. I'm not crazy. This is exactly what happened.
It sounds a bit conspiracy theorist, to be honest.
Yeah. Now, I thought about taking it further, and then I thought, no, you're dealing with something big here. Get out of it. I've spoken to people since, and they said, yep, that's exactly what will happen. With my surname and telling them it's Buckinghamshire, within 24 hours, it was less than 24 hours, they'd traced my doctor and told her to drop it. And she said, my hands are tied, and that's all I can say.
And how long ago was that?
You're talking of 7 years ago now.
That's very odd.
Yeah, no, it's not odd because it's known about, and it is covered up, and the smart meters definitely do the same to you.
Yeah, but who are you accusing of covering it up?
It's not everybody. It's only a small percentage of the population.
But who are you accusing of covering it up?
Well, government. It's big money, I suppose. All the Vodafone and all the big telephone companies. Now they're bringing out 5G. Now 5G is meant to be a lot worse. It's even more powerful. But and that is not a word of a lie.
But it's strange that the rest of us don't suffer with this.
There's probably people out there that are suffering that don't know what it is. They've just got a wireless broadband connection in their house, and they've got high blood pressure and they're on high blood pressure tablets, and they have disturbed sleep at night. They just don't realise, you see.
But then why, for example, do I, as someone who has wireless broadband in my house, why do I not have difficult sleep and problems with blood pressure?
It's hypersensitivity. It's called hypersensitivity, and it only affects a certain amount of population. It's something to do, the doctor was telling me, it's something to do with the electromagnetic field in your body. You've got a pulse of electricity going through your body. you do have this pulse, and it's something to do with your neck or whatever.
So are you all right now?
Yeah, fine. Except, I'll tell you when I wasn't fine. My son bought a wireless keyboard for his computer.
And that set you off again?
Yeah, I was sitting there in the evening and I could feel my heart going, heart palpitations, tightening of the chest, head getting dizzy. Yeah, it's if you look it up, hypersensitivity. There will be people out there that...
Well, don't ever come and visit us at this radio station, Mike, will you? I mean, you'll drop down dead.
No, but that I'm not, it's not a word of a lie.
Oh, there we go. Mike, thank you very much indeed. Barry is an electrical engineer. Hello, Barry.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning. What would you like to say about this? It all sounds very spooky.
I think you're uncovering the tip of the iceberg here. It is an awful lot more prominent than people let on. People don't know. When smart meters were introduced, apparently the government didn't force the companies or didn't force the meters on us because they were still undergoing tests. They weren't sure that it was safe. Now, I had a customer, I won't mention any names or companies or whatever, but she had a modem by a network provider that had to stay on all the time to provide a hotspot. So if it was turned off, you got nasty calls from the supplier saying, why isn't it working? But it was affecting her sleep, it was affecting her headaches, and I actually had to make a Faraday cage to put the modem in. And basically what I made was a lead box, which was then earthed, and it sat over the top of the modem, and it cured it for her.
Really? So you absolutely believe that Linda is experiencing these health problems because of her next-door neighbour's smart meter?
Exactly. I think it's an awful lot more rife than people let on.
Gosh, how scary. Thank you very much indeed, Barry. I wonder how this is sitting with all of you who've had smart meters fitted. Is it suddenly making alarm bells ring for you, or are you thinking, what a load of old nonsense? I've never had any problems. 0808 and her husband had booked a 2-week break to the sunny Spanish island of Gran Canaria. Unfortunately, a week before the trip, Tracy's husband had a stroke, which meant they had to cancel the trip.
He was admitted to hospital, so we had contacted the tour operator and explained we were unable to take the holiday and had told us to go through our travel insurance, and we were declined by them as we had failed to declare he had a Baker cyst because we hadn't declared that when we took out the travel insurance.
Well, Tracy says that the Baker cyst has absolutely nothing to do with the stroke her husband suffered. And as it's such a common medical problem, they didn't really feel that they needed to declare it. And now they're very unhappy that as a result of not declaring it, the travel insurance company, she feels, seem to be using that as an excuse for not paying out. Well, we've been off to have a word with them. Let's find out what the latest is, because Tracy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Tracy.
Hello.
Good morning. So, I know Tara has been doing lots of work on this and speaking to said insurance company. Tara, what are they saying?
Yeah, I had quite a long chat with the lady who's been looking into this for me. And I was sent a statement, and it's AXA, that's the company that Tracy's husband booked this through. And the statement reads as such. When purchasing a policy via a price comparison website, which is what Tracy did, customers are asked whether they have had any treatment or medical conditions in the past 5 years. Unfortunately, as Tracy's husband's medical conditions were not disclosed, he was able to purchase a product that does not cover any pre-existing medical conditions, regardless of if they are related to subsequent claims, which is why his claim was declined. However, we have refunded the policy premium to put Tracy's husband back in the position he would have been had he disclosed his conditions, and we wish him the best for his recovery. Well, I asked a little bit more about this because at the time I hadn't seen what Tracy's husband will have ticked on. So I've had a look at the policy that he ticked on, and it doesn't cover pre-existing medical conditions. And when I was speaking to the lady linked to AXA, she was saying that although this Baker cyst may not be linked to Tracy's husband's subsequent stroke, he had been receiving ongoing medical treatment and he didn't disclose it at the point of sale. So it doesn't matter that it wasn't linked to what Tracy's husband actually suffered from. And I was sent a copy of the question that was not answered correctly, because I wanted to know whether or not there was some ambiguity in the whole thing. Right, okay, and the question is this. This is the important part of the information. Please note that the policy you have selected is not designed to cover claims arising from pre-existing medical conditions. If you can answer no to the following questions, please select I agree to proceed. Now, it's this question. Within the last 5 years, have you or anyone you wish to insure on this policy suffered any medical condition that has required prescribed medication and or treatment, including surgery, tests or investigations?
Oh. Do you remember coming across that question, Tracy?
Not really, no.
Did you pay any attention when you were taking out the travel insurance?
No, my husband done it.
Right. Well, it would appear that what they did was they asked a question when going through the process of applying for the travel insurance that your husband should have clicked yes to and instead clicked no to.
At which point, if he clicked yes to it, that policy wouldn't have been made available to him to purchase.
So just read out that question again. What is the question they say that they ask? Because I'd like you to go and put this to your husband, Tracy, just to see if he says, oh yes, I do remember clicking no.
Within the last 5 years, have you or anyone you wish to insure on this policy suffered any medical condition that has required prescribed medication and or treatment, including surgery, tests or investigations?
Right. Can you go and put that to your husband, Tracy? Can you ask if he recalls having said no to that question when in fact the answer was yes?
Well, like I said, because he's had his second stroke, he's going for memory problems, so for me to put that question to him now...
Yeah, I understand it. It will probably be that he wouldn't
at the moment, you know. Not at the moment.
Yeah, no, there are more important things at the moment, and your husband's health is obviously the most important thing. I mean, I guess the frustrating thing with all of this is that the Baker's cyst has nothing to do with the stroke that your husband has had. So
no, it seems did, no.
It seems very frustrating that because of something that is totally unrelated to your husband's condition now, the insurance has been invalidated. But it would appear that by answering that question incorrectly, you have, unfortunately, it would appear, invalidated the policy. And therefore, I gather they've given you all of the money back for the policy, is that right?
No.
Oh, well, if it was paid for in your husband's name, you may not be aware yet.
Have they say that they've put the money back into his account?
They said they have reimbursed him.
Right. Okay, so they say, yeah, but I mean, how much is a travel insurance policy? I mean, I guess the one thing, this is cold comfort, really, but the one thing just to mention, and it's very important here, imagine what would have happened if you'd gone abroad on the holiday and this had happened to him on the holiday.
I know.
Because you would then have found yourself in a foreign country with a husband that needed very urgent medical care and probably repatriating to the UK to continue with his medical care, and your travel insurance would have been invalidated, meaning that you would have been solely responsible for absorbing all of the cost of that.
I know. So obviously there's definitely a lesson to be learnt here. But in the beginning, our issue really was with the actual holiday company. You know, they just showed no help.
Well, look, I absolutely appreciate that. And we will, of course, now go and have a word with the holiday company and take this up with them. However, I need you to just understand that from the holiday company's perspective, they haven't done anything wrong. You entered into a contract with that holiday company to purchase a holiday. you are the one that is breaking the contract. Completely understandably. I'm not, questioning the fact that you need to cancel the contract. Of course, I understand why you're doing it. But in the eyes of the law, you're cancelling the contract. The company is not cancelling the contract. Therefore, the holiday company, they only need to do whatever is outlined in their terms and conditions on cancellation. So it will depend on how soon, how close to the holiday you are. It will depend whether they state in their terms and conditions that if you cancel a holiday, whether you are due any money back or not. You know, the holiday company, from a legal perspective, I suggest have probably done absolutely nothing wrong. And therefore, you're asking them to do something that they don't have to do.
Yeah, I understand that. I think we originally was hoping, when we rang the holiday company, that we would be allowed to we changed the date to a later date after my husband had recovered.
Yes.
Well, even if we would have had to pay a fee, a change of date.
That's what you were hoping for. And if indeed the company could have done that at very little cost to you, and they didn't do it, then I think that's a great pity. However, if the company are under no obligation to do it, and if it would have actually cost the company quite a lot of money if they've already booked and paid for example, your accommodation, then they would be able to argue that through no fault of their own, they are being put in a position of loss. And it is unfair on them to put them in the position of loss when you had travel insurance that it would appear you've inadvertently invalidated by giving incorrect information. Do you see what I mean?
I do, yes.
What I would like to do, I mean, regarding the travel insurance, it looks like that's now a non-starter. And my advice to everybody listening to the programme, this is a real eye-opener and a real big warning to people. When you take out a policy, make sure that you answer every question that they ask you as a prerequisite to getting the policy. Make sure you answer every single question 100% correctly. Because if you make a mistake, or if you think to yourself, oh, well, I'm just going to tick no when the answer's yes, because I don't think it matters, just be aware you are probably going to invalidate the policy. That would be bad enough if you have a problem that means you have to cancel a holiday before you go, such as the position that Tracy's in now. But imagine what on earth would happen to you if, God forbid, you'd gone somewhere like America and you had a heart attack or a stroke or something, you were involved in an accident and you needed urgent medical care. You would be potentially in a position where you would have to sell your house, you would lose everything in order to pay for the medical care and to repatriate yourself back to the UK. So please, when you're going through the process of getting travel insurance, make sure you answer everything 100% accurately. And if you have any questions, if you're unsure as to what the answer is, call the company, don't take a risk on it. Because if you take a risk on it, and they are able to justify cancelling the policy, you are going to end up that creek without a paddle, and potentially the cost could be immense. That said, let's get a call now into the holiday company, Tara. Let's just see, did they do everything they could have done at the time? Was there anything they could have done more? Is there anything they can now do? Or is it a case of there's nothing more that they're prepared to do? Let's go and put that to them.
I shall, yeah.
We won't be able to force the issue, Tracy, obviously.
No,
but we will certainly put that
that
to them and see what they have to say, OK?
Yes, thank you.
All the best. 080 sustained quite a serious back injury and needed a new mattress so he could have a more comfortable night's sleep. Well, his existing mattress was a bit too big for the bed frame. So he was very keen to make sure that when they ordered a replacement mattress, they got the measurements exactly right this time.
My wife went along armed with photographs because there's nothing more clear in my mind than to show a tape measure on a bed frame and saying, hey guys, what do you advise? Dorman gave the advice that what we needed was a 4-foot by 6-foot mattress. Now, I didn't question that too much because that's the reason that we went to the store, was to get the advice. And it turned out to be wrong. When it got delivered, The delivery guys were fantastic. Spotted the mistake straight away and said there's something wrong, but they couldn't take it back because it was made to order, not made to measure, made to order.
Well, it turns out this mattress is too small for the bed, and the company are now refusing to take it back because they're saying that Eddie has got what he ordered. But Eddie's argument is obviously, well, I only ordered what the people in the store said we needed to order based on the photographs that we went into the store with on that day showing the measurements. Well, we've been off to have a word with the company. Let's find out what they have to say. Eddie's back. Good morning, Eddie.
Good morning.
Morning. Right, Tara, what's this bed company had to say for themselves?
Well, I now have a statement from them. The company is NCF Living, which is based in Milton Keynes.
NCF Living?
Yes.
Okay.
And they appreciated what was going on and how Eddie wasn't particularly keen about the response that he'd received from them. And they did tell me that they had previously informed Eddie about the terms and conditions, which state as follows: if you have ordered goods based upon your own measurements given to us, we cannot accept any responsibility if you have given us incorrect measurements. Now, I know that you are absolutely convinced, Eddie, that they had seen those photographs with the correct measurements on, and we have seen those photographs as well, myself and Jonathan, and you can clearly see that the measurements correspond to a double bed, not a small double bed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a little bit more of the letter that I received from the company. We appreciate that you had provided these measurements to the salesperson, who then proceeded to go ahead and place an order for a small double mattress. However, this was based on the measurements the salesperson was presented in store. We cannot comment whether the measurements attached in the email that I sent to them of the two photographs that Eddie had taken were the ones shown to the salesman. Can you just tell me whether or not you had a second set of photographs that showed smaller measurements, Eddie?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so the ones that you sent us, you say they were the ones that you showed to the salesperson.
But they're saying that there is not necessarily any proof
Exactly.
that is what happened on that day.
I understand they feel that the measurements provided were correct at the point of sale, says the correspondence I've had with this company, but the measurements provided to the salesperson has resulted in a small double mattress being placed on order for the couple. As I'm sure you can appreciate, it is certainly not our intention to cause you, Eddie, any inconvenience or unnecessary stress. We always attempt to provide a first-class shopping experience for all of our customers. In the few instances where we may fall short of the high standards we set ourselves, we do seek to provide the customer with a suitable alternative. So here is the alternative, Eddie. Are you ready?
I am indeed. I'm sitting and braced.
Therefore, as a gesture of goodwill, we are prepared to exchange the item for Eddie and redeliver a luxury Visco 3000 double mattress product that you feel will fit into the bed frame within your property. The condition of the initial item would incur a £100 admin collection fee, which we are not going to be charging you. Unfortunately, the delivery of the replacement product will incur a delivery charge of £39 to be paid in full and prior to the delivery of the replacement mattress. So they would like you to pay for the delivery of that mattress, but they won't charge you for the other one to be taken away.
That's absolutely fantastic.
I was going to say, I think
that it's a shame we had to go down this road.
I think that sounds like a good deal, to be honest, because I don't know whether there would have been a difference in cost between a small double and a double anyway, but they don't seem to be mentioning that the double is more expensive,
no,
and therefore there's a difference that you have to pay in the cost. So I think to be able to swap it over for $39.99.
For a good night's sleep, it's well worth it.
Well, it is. And I think the other thing is we have to just be realistic about this. Yes, you have photos now that show measurements, but how do I prove that those measurements were the ones that your wife went into the store on that day with?
Well, fortunately for me, and it wasn't a plan, was that I took the photographs while my wife was at the store and sent them to her on WhatsApp. And as I'm sure everybody's aware, that will be time-stamped as to when she opened and received them. So the date and the time of that corresponds with her being in the shop. And that wasn't done to provide proofs later on or any safeguard. It was just convenient for me to do that.
So you've still got... Oh, that's interesting. So you've still got date and time-stamped photos...
Yes,
on that WhatsApp conversation between yourself and your wife on the day and the time that she would have been in the store ordering it?
Yes.
Do you know what? I'd like to go back to them with that. can we get some screenshots? Not just of the photos, but of the WhatsApp conversation showing the date and the time.
I'll have a go. I'm a bit of an old boy, but I'm sure I can try and figure that out.
Usually on your mobile phone, you just have to press the lower part of your volume button and the close button at the same time. The power off button.
Right.
Press those at the same time and that should take a screenshot.
Screenshot of it.
Yeah, my 13-year-old daughter taught me that one.
Yeah, quite.
And there is one thing.
I'm 60.
Because let me be honest with you, I'm changing my mind a little bit, because if indeed Eddie has evidence to show that on that day at that time the photos that were sent were indeed the ones that show the measurements, that anyone who knows anything about beds should have said, oh yeah, that is a standard double rather than a small double, then surely it's not unreasonable to rely on the expertise of the sales assistant in the shop on that particular day to give you the correct advice.
Which is the reason Eddie came to us in the first place.
And if they've given the incorrect advice, then surely Eddie shouldn't have to pay anything, not even $39.99 for the redelivery. Because if indeed what he can prove is that on that day they were the photos that were shown, then the company made the mistake and Eddie shouldn't have to pay for it.
Okay, yeah. You have added 99p on. I don't know where that's come from.
It's only 39, was it? Okay, fine. All right, well, we are only talking about 39, but I do feel there's a bit of a principal issue here. So we'll go back on. If you can get us that evidence, then we will go back and put that to them. If you can't get us that evidence, then I would suggest you agree to the £39, get it redelivered, and get a mattress that properly fits your bed.
And if that is the case, and you do agree to that, you have to contact them as soon as possible. But not yet, because I will get in touch with them after the show, once you have sent me those pictures, that whether or not they do clarify the timing and everything.
This is where you now find, Eddie, that you've accidentally deleted the conversation between yourself and your wife.
I'm sure you would never do that.
No, well, I would hope not.
Do never delete any conversation with your wife.
Quite. Live your life by that. Right, well, look, Eddie, we'll leave it there for now, and we will resume this conversation early part of next week, and fingers crossed a resolution will be on its way. But it's looking much better, and I want to thank the company for what they've offered so far.
I want to thank you and you guys as well. You've been absolutely fantastic and very supportive.
Eddie, all the very best to you.
Tackling.
Please.
I do have a problem with the builder. Never thought I'd find myself in this position, but so I had bought a property. I was widowed 7 years ago, so I bought a property. I thought this is a fresh new start for me and my two sons, who are both autistic. They're not going to be leaving home at any time soon, so I figured, let's get a house where we can create two really nice big double bedrooms for them. And obviously I'd need a bedroom for myself. So that was the intention that we had. We instructed a builder. He knew what I was wanting to create. He knew I was on a pretty tight budget. I made it very clear to him from the start that this is the budget I've got. Even that's a bit of a stretch for me. I haven't got any more money. And he said, no, that's fine. I've recently done a job identical. This is how much it's going to cost. First couple of weeks went quite well. I was quite pleased with the progress, but then after about 3 weeks it just started to go downhill from there. It was constant excuses of, oh well, we can't do this, and then they were blaming the weather. This was back in April they started.
Okay, let me just stop you there, because I just need to ask you one or two questions. So the property that you purchased, you say that you wanted 3 double bedrooms.
Yeah.
How many bedrooms did the property that you purchased have?
Well, it does have 3 bedrooms, but it's a very, very tiny 3-bedroom house. So we wanted to create, we always bought the house with the intention of creating a double-storey side extension, which is what the builder knew we were doing.
Fine. Okay, so you wanted to extend the bedrooms to make the 3 bedrooms bigger. That was the principal reason for having the extension. And how much was this all going to cost you?
So the builder quoted me £70,000, and I said, okay, that's, not knowing beforehand how much they cost. It's that, No,
but I presume you got a few quotes from different builders.
I did, yes, I did. And his quote was coming out quite a bit cheaper, and I kind of thought, well, when you actually work out how much it's going to cost to move, with moving costs and stamp duty and that kind of thing, I kind of figured staying was the was the better option, because we had actually looked at possibly moving and thinking, well, we can't afford this extension. Let's just, look at other options. But he assured me, absolutely, this is what the cost is. We can create you the house that you need to accommodate your children, because even though they're 17 and 18, as I said, they're both autistic. They're not going to leave at any point soon.
No, but so the builder agreed. The builder agreed to £70,000 to extend it. Now, I presume this builder was highly recommended to you by a friend or a trusted neighbour or someone like that.
Well, he was recommended to me through the architect, who was also highly recommended to me. I checked his references and everything as well. He seemed like a genuine and honest person.
Right.
Okay. I guess what more checks can you do?
No, quite. I mean, if you've done your due diligence and you've got confidence in him as a result of doing that due diligence, then yes, absolutely. Now, the other very important thing when you're doing extensions is to make sure that you have a suitable and pre-arranged and pre-agreed payment plan, so that the money is paid in stages as the job is completed. Now, I presume you organised all of that with him as well.
Well, we did, because he said if I paid for all the materials just along the way as we bought them, then and just paid him a bit of wages each week, then that was the payment plan that we arranged. Now, I pointed out to him, as I said, this started mid-April, and I pointed out to him about sort of 2 months ago, 6 weeks to 2 months ago, you're really going through the budget now. And he sort of kept saying, oh, well, that's because most of it's for the materials once we get inside the house and do the knock through, to join the two houses together, then there isn't really many materials needed. So we kind of kept saying along the way, and then along the way we were paying like brickies and scaffolders and stuff. And he said, but once all that's done, there really isn't a lot left to do. So as I was paying along the way, and then it got to about a month ago, and I kind of said, look, you're kind of 80% through the budget, and you've only done about 30% of the work. I'm really worried. So then there was an issue.
You see, how on earth? But hang on a second. How on earth can that have been the case? Because if you've got a payment plan sorted, then the payment is made obviously at stages of the job. So when the job is 50% through, then it would not be unreasonable for the builder to expect a chunk of money at that point. But it should be based on how advanced the build is, rather than how many weeks the builder has been working there.
Well, to be fair, he just made it sound like that's the way that it works. And having never had building work done before, I just trusted what he was saying. He was saying you pay for the materials and then you just pay the wages along the way. So
well, my advice to other people listening to the programme is make sure that when you're organising with a builder for work to be done, make sure that the payments are based on completion of various stages of the job, rather than how many weeks they've been working there. When you've sorted out all the exterior walls and the roof and you've knocked through, then I will pay you X amount of money. When you have fitted the kitchen or whatever it may be, I will then pay you this amount of money. It should be done on stages of the job in order for both parties to be aware of how much they're paying for what. So you'd paid him 80% of the money and he'd only done 30% of the job, and then he started making excuses.
He was making excuses from the start. Alarm bells started ringing probably only about 4 weeks after the job started. It was just excuse after excuse. His van had broken down. The weather was, which I accept, if it's chucking down with rain, then you probably can't do the work outside that you need to do. But it just felt like it was excuses and excuses, the bricklayers, because he subcontracts to everybody. The bricklayers couldn't come because of whatever reason. And then it was just one thing after another. So for the past 2-3 months, it's been one thing after another, to the point that I was kind of sarcastically saying to him, look, do you want me to pick up some tools and do you want me to help you? Because he said he would get the job done in 8 weeks, which, to be fair, I didn't really believe that anyway. I figured it would take kind of 12 weeks, 16 weeks, and that's fine. But it's just dragged out so long. So we've only had the roof on 3 weeks. So
where are we now with this then? Where are we now? Is he still working for you, albeit slowly, or not?
No. So the 2 weeks previous to him walking off the job, all that got done was one room got plastered in an entire week. And the week before that, the windows got fitted, and that's all that's happened. So on part of the house, we don't even have a roof. It's not even watertight. The floor isn't even complete. We don't even have a floor down. We have where the build was on the side of my existing house. He's taken down all the brickwork on the outside, ready to do the knock through, which is now making the inside of the house that we're living in very cold. There's no plumbing done. There's no electrics done. There's not even walls. There's not floor. There's not a roof on one section. There's not even stairs to get upstairs. I mean, there's just
okay. And what is his reason for walking off the job?
Because he said he underquoted me at the beginning, and he wants an extra 15,000. And I said, well, I haven't got 15,000.
I'm afraid that's not the way it works. If he's given you a quote, then I'm afraid if he's underquoted you, that's his mistake.
Well, that's pretty much what I said. And he said, but I haven't got the money to finish the job. How about we go halves on the money? And I said, but I haven't even got half the money. It's, you've quoted me, and if you've underquoted me, I'm sorry, but that's your problem. And he said, well, I haven't got the money to finish the job. So he came in at the weekend and let himself into the house because he had the key. He knew I was away last weekend. He's come in and taken all of his stuff, and he's not answering my calls. He's not answering my text messages.
Right.
I've contacted the Citizens Advice Bureau, who've said, send him this letter that he either needs to finish the work or give you the money back, or those are his options. But then if he doesn't give me my money back, or he doesn't finish the work, then other than taking him to court, which is going to take a very long time, and if he hasn't got any money, I'm not going to get my money back anyway. What am I supposed to do? Because I'm left with a house that's half built. My current house is now incredibly cold because he's taken the brickwork out on the other side. So where do you go from there? I just need my house built.
Leave this to me. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. You say you paid him about 80%. What is the total amount you've paid him?
So I paid him £55,000.
£55,000. So you've got £15,000 left.
Yeah.
And it's only about 15% of it's only 30% of the job that's been done.
I mean, that's just my guesstimate. That's not an exact amount, but I would say that with the amount of work that there is left to do, I would say he's probably only done about 30 to 40% of the work.
Fine. Okay, leave it with me. David's wife wanted to redecorate the house. They ordered some new beds to go in the spare rooms for when their adult children came to stay. All was absolutely fine, until that is David's son came to visit.
He stayed overnight that night, slept in the bed, and then went home. A little while later, we finished the other room, so we bought another bed for my daughter, who comes from South Africa. She's due this week, and we bought another bed, very similar. He came up again, assembled it, and slept overnight in the bed, no problem. And away he went. Well, he popped in to see us again on another occasion, and this time when he got in the bed, it collapsed.
Well, the company aren't taking responsibility for the bed collapsing, and David thinks he should be eligible for a refund. Well, he's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, David.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So I went off to have a word with the company on your behalf. They are Benson's for Beds. And you'll recall that when they first came back to me, they gave me this response. They said, "We are sorry to hear of David's frustration and discomfort. We arranged for an independent technician to come and inspect David's bed after he reported a fault in June. The inspection took place and found that there was no manufacturing fault on the product. The technician reported the bars supporting the bed were bent. However, it's not possible for the bars to have bent on their own, particularly if the support legs were in the correct position, as they're designed to stop this happening. The technician relayed to David that the bent bars would have resulted either from excessive force or from support legs being fitted incorrectly from self-assembly. David responded that the legs had been fitted correctly, but he did not understand why the bars had bent. Based on this report, we are unable to take further action as no manufacturing fault was found. However, we have advised David that under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, he is within his rights to take the matter further with a third party if he wishes." Well, you were very disappointed with that response, and we talked about what you could do in terms of having an independent report carried out. However, the beds were not particularly expensive. And when I informed you that it would probably cost you potentially a couple of £100 to have someone out to independently assess the bed, even though in the event that if the report came back in your favour, you would be fully within your rights to expect Bensons for Beds to reimburse you that cost, you felt that it was not worth the risk of having the report carried out and potentially throwing more money, good money, after bad, as you saw it. So you said to me, look, all I really want is for them to replace the slats on the bed. You said if the slats were replaced, then the bed would be okay. You know, we could manage. And you said you were prepared to pay for the replacement slats. So I went back to Bensons for Beds. I said that was what you were looking for. And they came back with this response. They said, we're happy to provide David with 3 replacement metal slats for his bed, which will cost a total of £63.50, including postage and packaging. We've contacted David to process payment for this, and his order should then be with him within 7 to 10 working days. Great. Or so we thought. That was where you were given a complete runaround, David.
Indeed.
You said that you were contacted by them, then they didn't answer your calls when you tried to speak to them. In the end, you went down to the branch of Bensons for Beds, you spoke to the manager, and they finally gave you the bad news that they were not able to get you the replacement slats, which makes a complete farce of the previous response that they had given me. So I went back to Bensons for Beds and I wasn't very happy. I made it very clear I was disappointed. They came back and said, we have been liaising with David regarding the replacement slats for his bed. We agreed to look into sourcing these for him and confirmed David would need to cover any associated costs. Unfortunately, the product has now been discontinued and our distribution centre has confirmed we do not have the replacement parts in stock. Although we often hold replacement parts for discontinued products at our distribution centre, in this instance we are unable to obtain them. We've explained this to David and we've apologised for the inconvenience. We have undertaken an independent inspection and we've concluded that the bed fault had been caused by incorrect self-assembly. We did not find a manufacturing fault, therefore we are unable to provide any further assistance. We have instead advised David to seek a third-party inspection should he wish to take the matter further. Well, David, I was really, really annoyed about all of this. It feels grossly unfair. The fact that they got your hopes up by saying they were prepared to provide you with the replacement slats and then they weren't. And I have made my feelings very clear to Bensons for Beds. And I gather they've had a slight change of tune. What's the latest? What's going on?
As I said, I'd go down and see the manager. So I went and saw the manager, and he was he really did a good job because he went back to them and on his own volition, he has come up with an answer for me. What he's prepared to do is he's prepared to collect the existing bed, providing I disassemble it, on the 16th of September. On the 17th of September, he will deliver me one of these discontinued beds, complete. With his guys, they'll come and assemble it, a brand new bed, and they will charge me a total of £30, including VAT, for the privilege.
Well, how come he's miraculously now having managed to find one of these discontinued beds?
Well, there's 2 of them in the showroom.
So is it going to be a showroom model that he's giving you? I mean, it might as well be because they can't sell them anymore, can they?
No. Well, they're still trying to sell them.
Well, they can't if they're discontinued. So I presume that they are planning to give you one of the shop floor models.
I think that'll be the case, and I think the guy has done his utmost to placate me, and I think he's a grand chap.
Well,
it
sounds
female assistant.
It sounds like it. It's just a great shame that Benson's for Beds head office could not have facilitated that in the first place.
Well, my thoughts immediately.
When is he going to deliver you the new bed then?
On the 17th of September.
Right, okay. Well, I'm very pleased that he has agreed to get this sorted out. I'd like to express my disappointment again at Benson's for Beds with the way this has been dealt with. And I would like to just point out to people listening to the programme, if you purchase a bed from Benson's for Beds and you find yourself in a similar situation, just bear in mind the experience that David has had, albeit in the end a local store manager has seen fit to turn things round. But as far as Benson's for Beds head office are concerned, they were quite prepared just to leave it where it was.
Yeah.
David, can you please keep me posted? I'm not going to give anyone the horn at the moment, but when you've told me you've got the new replacement bed in, I will give that local manager of that particular branch and his assistant, I will give him the horn, but not his employer.
Well, I was thinking more on perhaps a raspberry for the company.
Well, we don't have a raspberry yet, although maybe that's something worth thinking of. David, I'll wait to hear from Napa with 8 of her friends for their first ever girls' holiday. Well, unfortunately, this trip didn't start the way the girls had hoped.
They had booked 3 rooms, but there was only 2 rooms available, and they didn't have any locks on the doors, and there was no air conditioning.
Well, the company couldn't find Joe's daughter any suitable accommodation, Joe says, so she was left with no alternative but to, from the UK, try and find alternative accommodation for her daughter and their friends. Well, it cost her £2,000, and it's money that she wants back from the original holiday company because she feels they should have been the ones to resolve the issue. Well, I've been off to have a word with the original holiday company. Joe's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Joe. Good morning, Joe. Are you there? OK, we'll see if we can get Joe back. While we're doing that, let me just recap the response that we had from the holiday company. They are Love Holidays, and they said Love Holidays was disappointed to hear of the difficulties that these customers experienced on their recent holiday to Ayia Napa. From our records and investigations, we can confirm that on arrival, the group were only given 2 rooms. However, this was resolved the following day. Due to the concern about the door locks, we organised for a representative from our supplier to attend the property and check the locks. They reported that the door lock was not broken, but that it was a loose door handle. The customer stated they no longer wanted to stay in the accommodation they'd originally booked, and they made their own arrangements to relocate before we had been able to organise alternative accommodation. Love Holidays amended the airport transfers for the return journey and arranged a refund with the hotel for the unused room nights and added some additional compensation, making up a total refund of £1,339, which the customer has declined. As a gesture of goodwill, and for the inconvenience caused, Love Holidays is happy to increase the refund to a total of £1,500. Well, Joe was really unhappy about that. She's back on the show now. Good morning to you, Joe.
Morning, Jonathan.
Morning. You were pretty livid when you heard that response because you said it's just not true.
That's right, yeah.
You said you've got video evidence showing the door lock did not work. It wasn't just a loose handle. Yeah. And you say that you spent the entire day on the phone to Love Holidays trying to organise with them to get your daughter and her friends moved to alternative accommodation. And you said that you've got phone records that will clearly show numerous phone calls that you made to them the day after they checked into the original hotel that backs up your story.
Yes,
and
I've checked.
You were pretty livid, and you were also not happy with the offer of £1,500 because you were saying the whole thing has cost you £2,000 to get them moved to...
£2,500.
It's £2,500, is it?
Yeah.
So, of course, Love Holidays are members of ABTA. They are the Travel Association, and ABTA have an arbitration process that you can go through if you are dissatisfied with the response that you have. Sean Tipton is from ABTA. He joins us now. Morning to you, Sean.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So what do you make of Joe's complaint then? Love Holidays seem to have a very different version of events.
Yeah, you do occasionally get disputes where customers are saying one thing, the company's saying another. They don't happen very often, but they do happen though. But I think what Joe's done, which is very good, they've got plenty of evidence to back up your case. You've got a video, you've obviously got evidence of making phone calls, etc. But that's very important when you do have a dispute. It's almost like you're presenting a case. And if you have strong evidence in your favour, if the company's saying they don't agree, then that really, really does help. So what I would generally say, though, first of all, that if you find yourself in a position whereby something's not up to scratch, then do exactly what Joe did. Contact the company. You have to give them an opportunity to sort this out, which is, by the sounds of it, what's happened here. But if you're not happy with them, if you don't think they've done it satisfactorily, then get the evidence together, take it up with them when you get back to the UK. Now, we have very set procedures that for an ABTS member, we say that you as a member of the public should try and resolve it with them at least twice, mainly because about 95% of cases are resolved in that way. But if you get yourself in a situation where you've reached deadlock, you're not happy with what they're saying, they're not prepared to move any further, then yes, you can use our arbitration scheme. And that's been going for a number of years now, Jonathan. We've talked about it many times over the years, haven't we? The reason why we set it up was basically to give people the an option of not having to go to court, because there's always the small claims court, but it can be quite expensive. It's quite a lengthy procedure, and also you have to physically go to court, and sometimes people employ solicitors as well, so that adds to the expenses. Whereas with arbitration, it's all based on documentation and evidence such as we have here of phone calls being made and videos, etc. So that's very helpful. But the process itself takes a couple of months from start to finish. And it's very easily done by going online. So if really Love Holidays are saying that's as far as they're prepared to go, then yeah, you can go to arbitration.
So how can people be convinced that it will be an truly independent process? Because some of my listeners have said, ABTA is paid for and exists because of holiday companies like Love Holidays who pay for you. So how can customers be absolutely sure that it will be independent advice and independent verdict?
I can understand that, Jonathan. Well, actually, many years ago, we had a different service we used to run. We didn't have an arbitration service. We used to actually we'd made decisions ourselves. So the problem with that was that we did get accusations of bias, not just from members of the public, but from our members, believe it or not. We weren't, but that was always could be seen in that way. So we decided at that point to hand it all over to an independent third party. So we don't make the decisions ourselves. We help facilitate the initial stages of the claim, but after that, it's done by an independent arbitration service, and that's actually looked into by trading standards as well. They're very happy with the way it runs. So that's the sense. But of course, if you don't, I can't guarantee you're always going to win. Sometimes the company does actually have right on its side, but the majority of complaints are won by consumers. And at that point, the company, our member, whatever award is made by the arbitrator, they have to pay, and they have to pay quite quickly. So yeah, I can see that. But that's why, as I said, that's why we've handed this over to an independent body, and that's been going for well over 20 years. To my knowledge. So.
I understand you're obviously I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, and I'm asking you this without you having the opportunity to be able to look at the evidence in front of you. I completely recognise that. But from what you've heard of Joe's complaint, and with the evidence that Joe says she now has, i.e. the video of the door lock not working on the bedroom, and the phone record showing numerous phone calls to Love Holidays the day after, when they say that she just went ahead and booked for alternative accommodation without giving them a chance to get things sorted. Does it sound as if she probably has a pretty good case?
Well, the problem is, Jonathan, because of the very fact that arbitration is run independently, I'm not actually supposed to make decisions myself on this kind of area. That goes back to ABTA's view is, whereas that's why we use an independent body. So I think the fact that Joe has evidence, that's very, very helpful. I do occasionally come across some complaints where it's just pretty much your word against theirs, and that's difficult to win that one. But if you've got documentary evidence, in this case videos, etc., phone calls, etc., that really does help. And so I think definitely worth pursuing, see what they have to say, and also tell Love Holidays that you're considering going to arbitration, because sometimes they decide they'd rather not go down that route, and they might then offer a higher level of compensation. That's up to them. But
yes, because it costs them more than it costs the customer, doesn't it?
They pay the bulk of the fees for this. Indeed, they do. Yep.
Right. Okay. So it's quite a good bit of leverage, really, as a customer to explain that you're planning on doing that. Just out of interest, Joe, the following day, you say you've now checked your phone records and you've got evidence of having made phone calls to Love Holidays the following day.
Yeah.
At what time the following day did you book the alternative accommodation, and how did you book the alternative accommodation? Was it on the phone or online?
It was online. I've just counted, and I made over 20 phone calls during the day. The last phone call was about 6 o'clock at night. I'm presuming that's UK time, which would be 8 o'clock at night, Cyprus time. And we paid by card, did it online. So it was 8 o'clock in the evening. And I can remember distinctly saying at 1 o'clock, you've had 4 hours and we're not getting anywhere. And I kept on saying, we really need to do something. We really need to do something. Just a question I'd like to ask. Would Love Holidays have to provide the phone calls that we made? Would they have to provide that recorded?
Because they say they're recorded. Sean, would they?
They would, yeah. I mean, basically, what the arbitrator, they're usually barristers or solicitors, and they're legally qualified. So if they're going to get evidence coming in, they will ask for evidence from the company as well. So yes, if they've saying they've got that, they would have to provide it. Yeah.
Brilliant. And I presume you think those phone conversations would be very helpful to your argument, Joe.
100%, because obviously, as I said before, I've worked in the holiday business, in the complaints department. I absolutely followed everything to the letter, giving them a whole day of opportunity, and every conversation was, you need to sort something out. Please, can you help me? Can you advise me somewhere else? So I gave them as many opportunities as I could, and it was them that said, we can't help you anymore. We suggest you go somewhere else.
Okay, well, I would suggest what you do, and I'm sure Sean will support me on this. The best thing you can do now is to get back in touch with them again, to reject the latest offer of £1,500, to explain your reasons why you feel that offer does not cover your costs that you have incurred as a result of them putting your daughter rather, in accommodation that was wholly unsuitable. And make it quite clear that because you are dissatisfied, you'd like to give them another chance to come back with a more satisfactory offer. Alternatively, you will begin the process of ABTA arbitration.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I did actually say to them in my original first letter that I would be contacting ABTA should I not get a satisfactory response. So I can reiterate that. So let's keep our fingers crossed, eh?
Yeah, OK. Sean, thank you very much indeed to you for your time this morning. Sean Tipton is from ABTA, the Travel Association. Joe, I'll let Love Holidays know that that's now what you're planning to do, and we will continue to follow this case every step of the way.
Thank you. Thanks for your help.
Thank you very much indeed. It's the JV. Nikki bought herself a new oven. She'd only had it for a couple of months when her daughter went to use it.
She turned the oven on in preparation to preheat, and then I heard a bit of a squeal, and the outer glass on the bottom oven just sort of, exploded, imploded completely. So I rang the company, which they weren't very helpful, even though I said, look, it is your problem, because they said, well, you have to phone the manufacturers. Their attitude was, well, I could send you a bunch of flowers or a hamper, which I said, I don't want that. I want it sorted.
Well, Nikki doesn't seem to be having very much luck getting this sorted. Meanwhile, she has nothing to cook in. So we went off to have a word with the retailer to try and get things resolved for her. Nikki's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Nikki.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So I know Tara has been speaking to the retailer to try and persuade them that actually they should try and get things sorted out. Tara, what's the latest? What's happening now?
Well, as we heard on Friday, the retailer, John Lewis, said that they were very sorry for the delay that Nikki had experienced in resolving the issue with her cooker. They agreed with Nikki to fully replace the oven and offered her a gift voucher to apologise for any inconvenience, which was a substantial £100 of value.
Yes, you didn't seem very happy with that, though, Nikki, because you seemed to suggest you didn't want to go back and buy anything from John Lewis.
Well, the guy that phoned me said that you have three options. Either have all of your money back, or a similar cooker, or one the same. And I said, well, I'd actually like one exactly the same, which is what happened.
Yes, but they also offered you the £100 as an apology, but when I spoke to you the other day, you didn't sound very happy with that.
Well, no, I mean, it is very generous, like you say. I think I was just a bit itchy at the time. And
we caught you on a bad day, did we? Oh, dear, right. So what have they done now to resolve this?
Well, after some very conflicting text messages, I did actually get the cooker up and running on Friday. But on the following Sunday, another chap from the store rang to say, I think you still got the old cooker on your premises. And I just said, no, it's all gone. It's all sorted. And that was it. So, yes, I have got it. It's up and running, and yes, we had a lovely meal actually on Friday night because couldn't wait till Sunday.
Right. So your new cooker is in, it's working, there's no broken glass, and have you got your £100 voucher as well?
No, because they said it had to go through the finance office and it'd be a couple of days.
Right. OK, so hopefully you'll be getting that very soon. Well, I will give John Lewis this. But I'm withholding a couple of honks until you've got the £100 vouchers. Can you please let us know as soon as they turn up?
I will indeed. I shall avidly watch the post.
And are you feeling happier?
Oh, much, obviously.
Good.
Lovely. And
Lovely.
as well, no more microwave meals for the time
No
being.
more microwave meals. Well, I'm very pleased. We will thank John Lewis. We'll wait to hear from you as soon as you've got your £100 voucher.
Yeah, cheers, Jonathan and Sarah and the rest. Yep, brilliant.
Thank you. Squeeze Gilda in before we go for today, because she has a problem. Good morning to you, Gilda.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning, Gilda. Right, tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
Okay. This all started back in March. My garage roof needs replacing. I knew a young man who'd taken over his father's business, and he gave me a quote, which was very reasonable. I said, let's go.
How much was it for?
He said, it's a garage roof, flat roof. So he said, without beams, £700, with beams, £1,000.
So what did you opt for, with or without beams?
I said, for £1,000, let's go with the beams.
Mm-hmm.
So he came and did measurements and then sent me some figures, and he said it was going to be £1,650-something pounds. And he needed the money up front so that he could buy the materials. Now,
hang on, sorry. How do we go from £1,000 to £1,650?
I don't know. I just thought, okay, you know, he obviously underestimated.
Well, no. Hang on a minute. He told you the price would be £1,000 with the beams.
Yes.
When he then started, he said, I need £1,650.
Yes.
Well, did you not at that point say, well, hang on, you told me it was £1,000?
Yes. He said, well, you know, that was just a off-the-cuff quote, so
what?
okay. I
What do
know.
you mean an
It gets
off-the-cuff
worse,
quote?
actually.
Did he gave it to you in writing, did he, this quote?
Unfortunately not.
Oh.
And I did ask again and again. I said, can I have an inventory of what you've spent my money on? And I never got one. But it does get worse, because it was only afterwards I found out he didn't replace the beams either.
So hang on, you just gave him at the beginning of the job. I'm pleased you're laughing, Gilda. I wouldn't be laughing. If you gave him £1,650 before he'd done anything.
Yes. Now, as I say, he said he needed the money up front to be able to buy the materials, and I hold his father in very, very high regard.
Okay.
And I extended that goodwill to the son. I trusted him, I paid him.
So he's done the job, but he hasn't replaced the beams?
No, he didn't actually replace the beams. So from a £700 quote, it was actually over £1,700, because 2 rows of bricks were bad. He said, I'm going to have to take those off and replace them. I need another £80 for coping stones. So I said, okay.
Oh, gosh. He's seen a cash point in you, hasn't he, Gilda?
Do you know what? I don't think he's actually overcharged me for materials. And it did include a big skip as well. He got a big skip, which I needed. So, no, I'm not. I shouldn't have paid for the coping stones. They weren't necessary and weren't needed. But I don't think he was ripping me off in that respect.
But he's charged you £1,650 plus another £80 for a job that he told you would be £1,000.
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't be very happy with that.
Well, £1,000 is probably too cheap anyway.
Well, that's his problem. That's his problem, not yours. You asked him. He's the professional. You said to him, how much will it cost to replace my garage roof? And he said, £700 without beams. If you want me to replace the beams as well, it would be £1,000. You said, OK, fine. Proceed with that. He said, can I have £1,650? And for some reason, you just paid him.
Not quite. So the figure he gave me was before he'd looked at the garage. This was just off the cuff. There's a quote.
I see. Well, that's not a quote then, is it? That's a rough estimate.
Yeah. Then he came out to do measurements, blah, blah, and then said the actual figure is.
Okay.
So it was £1,250 for materials plus £400 for labour.
OK, well, that's different then. So if he'd only given you the original price as a bit of a rough steer, so what's the problem? What's the problem that you've got now?
Well, it was when he said the brickwork was bad and he had to take off 2 courses of bricks. He said he'd replace it with a course of bricks and put coping stones, finish it off with coping stones. And I said, OK. I came home from work to find that he'd put in a 2-inch bed of mortar and plopped coping stones on top. Of course, the weight of the coping stones caused the mortar to sink. It was a terrible job. Across the back, they're wider coping stones, and he was short. He didn't have enough, so he put a big blob of cement in the middle and carved in the company's initials. And I went, what's this? Take it off, redo it. So he did, and again, it's just horrific. I got an engineer's report, and I've had to pay to have all of that brickwork removed and then replaced. And I would like to ask the young man to reimburse me for the remedial work.
Well, how much did it cost to put it right?
£650.
Did you give him an opportunity to get it sorted first?
He had lots of opportunities to get it sorted. He came and took the coping stones off, put the bricks on, put the coping stones back on the top again. And my husband asked him about, what about the mortar in between? What do you call that? Pointing. What about the pointing? Oh, yeah, I'll tidy that up later.
So have you spoken to his father about this? You say that you hold his father in high esteem. It sounds as if you know his father quite well.
Yes. Or I've known his father certainly for a very long time.
What does his dad say?
He said it's nothing to do with him anymore. He is out of the business and his son has taken it over. And I said he should never have been trying to lay bricks. The actual roofing works fine, but he should never have attempted to lay the bricks. And he went, oh, I didn't know he was laying bricks.
There's a lesson for you here. Firstly, the lesson for you is do not pay up front for a job before it's been done, even if you know the person who's doing the work or you feel as if you know them. You must always hold money back, because if you get to a point where you are dissatisfied with a part of the job, then if you've withheld money, you can insist that the job is done properly before you pay the balance. Regarding the £650, I would like to go and have a word with this young man. I would like to ask him why he left you in this predicament where it was necessary for you to spend another £650 to sort out his bad job, and we'll see what he has to say. Naming any company names, please.
I will do, thank you. So my daughter left year 6 in July, and the big excitement at the end of the year was all of the children completing a yearbook together, which is a massive effort coordinating 7 years of their school life. So a couple of parents and a couple of helpers took on the job of being the reps, and the yearbook company's website suggests for large groups you can use a collaborative approach. Clearly, with so many children, we needed to do that. So the reps handled the sports days, school plays, group photos, comments from the teachers and all that kind of content. And then each of the parents of 49 children was sent via the company's online software a link for their own child's page, which was going to be dedicated entirely to them. So my daughter was so excited about this. She had to condense her life into 7 photos, which was the hardest part. Once she completed it, I signed off on it for her and we submitted it. I think at that point it was reasonable for us to expect that that page was set, signed and would come back as it was. They arrived in the summer. Really beautiful books, really, beautifully bound.
This must be a new thing. I don't remember any of this when I was at school.
No, I don't either. I think it is a pretty new thing, although the company involved told me that our parents from our school have been using them for 10 years, so it's not as new as I thought.
So just let me get my head around what it is, just to make sure I understand properly. So you kind of organise using a company the creation of a book that will consist of photographs and articles and all kinds of stuff that are all printed. And that's then as a special treasured keepsake for all the kids who are leaving that school at that particular time.
Absolutely spot on.
Right. Okay. And you pay this company to put it all together, but you have to, as the parents or the teachers or a collaboration of both, you have to organise it all and design it.
Yeah, the parents organised it, and as I say, we did it collaboratively. A few parents, heroic parents who did an amazing job, coordinated all the group stuff, and then the individual parents got involved with their individual child to make sure their own page was perfect. The sad thing for us is, unfortunately, when we opened this very beautiful book, we had a bit of a shock, because on my daughter's carefully edited page, we found a family photo of another girl had ended up on it instead of one of my daughter's carefully chosen pages. So, of course, my daughter was really sad about that. I wasn't unduly concerned because clearly something had gone very wrong, and I was just convinced the yearbook company would sort it out. And not only did I think they'd sort it out, I really naively thought they'd probably send her a few extra copies when they sent hers, because nobody would clearly expect 49 books to replace. So as my daughter quite rightly says, it will never be 100% right because all of her friends will never see her proper page. But I just thought, oh, well, they'll sort hers out. They'll probably send her 3 or 4 more, so she can hand them to her very best friends if they were running off a new one for her. But I was so wrong. The company have said that I have to pay, well, initially they said £80 for a reprint for a book we'd already paid for. They then said it was the rep's fault. Because they were supposed to check the final copy. Obviously, they did check the final copy of the group stuff, but as I said, it was a collaborative approach. We individually checked our own children's, and the company have actually confirmed they can see my daughter's original page. They know that she did it properly, but they've even said, oh, well, we're sure that the reps will pay it for you. They went as far as contacting the reps.
Well, hang on one second. The crucial bit I need to understand is, whose fault was it that the wrong photo appeared on your daughter's page?
Well, this is what, I'm trying to get to the bottom of. The company say there must have been a floating photo from another child's page, and when the book was closed online, it attached itself to my daughter's page. So they say once the final book was closed, a PDF of the final book was sent to the representatives, and that it's their job to check every single page.
And is that true?
Well, I don't think that can be true, because our reps told us right from the start there's no way that they could reasonably be expected to get into the head of 49 children and know which of their family pics from 7 years they were putting on their own page. So we, as the company had suggested, were responsible for our pages. And as I say, the company confirmed to me they can see what my daughter's page is, and they've even offered to send a sticker. If your wedding album had an error in one of the photos, I think it would be pretty shocking if the company said, oh, well, don't worry, we'll send you a sticker. And nobody I've told about this can actually believe that the company are being so difficult and are not being helpful to one child out of 49 who did what she was supposed to do. So I think it must be a system error.
So they have said that they want £80 to reprint one of these end-of-year books with the correct photos.
Yep, they've actually reduced it to £70, and they've been to the reps and suggested they pay the £70, which I'm mortified about. Who will ever in the future take on that job of, coordinating all the parents if they think they're liable for £70 for a page that was properly checked and the company confirmed it was properly checked? I just can't believe it. I escalated it and they reduced it to the £70. And I tried to get hold of the company director because the manager reports to a holding company, which is a different company. I couldn't get hold of him. I did speak to a sales manager of that company, and he was really sympathetic. He's a dad himself, so he could understand the upset for a child of this book. And he did very kindly speak to the yearbook company itself, but they just wouldn't budge. And as another friend of mine said, they just can't believe for the sake of £70, which to a company like that, wouldn't be huge, that they wouldn't do it because it would just generate such a massive amount of positive publicity for them. Instead, they've just shocked their community of parents who've been loyal to them for what they tell me is 10 years.
Okay. Well, we need to go and have a little word, don't we? And we need to try and find out what's going on. Tara, can we get some detail, please? I mean, it sounds to me, who on earth would take this job on anyway?
Yeah,
I mean, what a complete and utter headache it would be trying to coordinate 45 kids and all their various photos and all the various bits and pieces that have to go on. And, of course, if there is a mistake made, then, of course, it's a problem then that you have to deal with. And I'm surprised anyone would want to take on the job anyway.
Yeah. And you know, Jonathan, in the main book, there are a couple of errors here and there on the group, the group pages. Nobody in a million years would expect the company to do anything about that because they were edited by a couple of parents who did indeed volunteer. We expected there to be a couple of typos or a couple of, something wrong. But on the individual children's page where they were personally checked, we just can't believe that they're not showing any humanity at all. They're just being, just as I said.
And how much do you pay for these books?
Well, we paid, I think, because of the number we ordered, as a group, we paid £22 each. But if I do what they want, mine will be nearly 100. So.
Okay. Did your kids have these, Tara? I don't remember them at all when I was a kid. Mind you, it was back in the days before the internet and things like that would make it...
Well, mobile phones. You still had dinosaurs roaming the streets,
yeah,
didn't you?
It wasn't far off,
Yes, they both had yearbooks, and lovely things they are to have as well. But I do feel for you here, Amanda. I know that in my daughter's year, when they left... because we had a 3-tier system at the time. When they left lower school, when they left primary school, they were all issued with a yearbook, and her best friend's page wasn't there at all. Oh. And actually, her best friend's mum was one of the teachers at the school. She wasn't actually involved with the production of the book. But it did mean that none of the children had this little girl in the book. Now, this little girl in question did end up getting sent a book, because it was deemed to be the fault of the company, because her surname was quite low down in the alphabet, and she just dropped off.
Oh my God!
Anyway, things can happen.
But it all sounds like a lovely idea in theory.
It is a lovely idea.
Yeah, but I can see a whole load of things going wrong, and then this being a nightmare to try and deal with. So I'm not sure if I was. I'm not sure if I was a teacher, I'd be encouraging it, to be honest. But there we go.
I can certainly understand your daughter's upset and not seeing the page she anticipated.
We used to sign one another's shirts.
Oh, that still happens as well.
That was it. That was all you did. You signed your shirts and you wrote a message to your schoolmates on your shirt, and that was it.
Although that can also get dicey when they're in secondary school.
Why?
Because of the content.
Oh. I see. I see. Well, we won't explore that any further. Amanda, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word with that company and see what we can do for you.
Thank you very,
interestingly,
very much. I really appreciate it.
My daughter is listening to this and she has just commented on it. Everyone got a new book in that instance.
Oh my gosh, that would be my dream scenario, but not in a million years, I think.
Well, let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word with that company.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Teresa's daughter saved up all of her money to buy herself a camera. She's into performing arts and she likes to make videos to upload to YouTube.
She used it about a dozen times, maybe a little bit more, and got fed up because her laptop took 24 hours to load a video, which she then put onto YouTube. So she got a bit fed up with it and stopped using it. She's recently got a new laptop. She started using it again, and the lens has jammed. So we took it back to where she bought it from, and they said, well, it's out of its year's guarantee.
Well, we've heard that one before, haven't we? Unfortunately, it is something that occurs far too often, that retailers give consumers the inaccurate information that they only have liability to a customer for 1 year, and after that 1 year period, they no longer have to do anything to help. Absolute balderdash. When you purchase any product in the UK, whether it be a camera, television, a car, a phone, whatever it may be, you are entitled, as per the legislation set out in the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, you are entitled to expect that product will be A, fit for purpose, B, of reasonable quality, and C, will last for a reasonable amount of time. There is no 12-month cut-off. And any retailer that suggests to you that because the warranty has run out after 12 months, they no longer have to do anything to help you, I'm afraid they are either misleading you or misinformed. And you must let them know. And let me know if they still don't back down. And that's exactly what I've been doing for Teresa. She's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Teresa.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So the company concerned was Jessop's. And when I went to speak to Jessop's, they said, we can confirm that we will make contact with the customer to arrange for the camera to be sent to the repairer. We will cover the cost of this free of charge. We will make contact with the customer to discuss the matter further and to inform them of progress once we have a time frame for completion. Now, I know that there was then a lot of toing and froing, and you were given an idea as to how long you were going to have to wait for the camera to get it back, and then that time didn't return to you in that period of time, and it was all getting a bit frustrating. However, Jessop's did apologise for the delay. They said, we're sorry there has been a delay. The item was with the repairer awaiting a spare part, which has now arrived. The repair has been marked as urgent. We expect the item to be back into store next week, and we're trying to contact the customer to make the apology directly. Well, that was all very good. The question was, though, have you got your camera? Are you now happy? Is your daughter happy? Can we close the case? Teresa, what's the latest on this?
Yes, Jonathan, she's collected the camera. She's happy. They've also given her a SD card as a goodwill gesture. So, yeah, all good. And she's asked me to thank you very much indeed.
Well, it's a pleasure. It's just so frustrating that this so often happens. And people say, oh, well, if it's not 12 months, then how long have you got to go back to a retailer? The law simply says that you are entitled to expect a reasonable amount of life. Now, you have to therefore put yourself in the position of someone independent. If you had this camera, and if after 7 years it had stopped working, is that then reasonable to expect the retailer to take responsibility for it? I would suggest probably not. So you have to be reasonable, but I think your daughter certainly should have had longer out of the camera than she did have. I'm pleased that they have now seen fit to put this right. I will thank them. I will give them the horn. Teresa, if you have any other problems, please let me know, won't you? Morning, Abdul.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure. Okay. We went to this store to place an order to replace our old double-door fridge freezer, which was a very large American-type double-door fridge freezer. However, we went to the store and we chose the item that we needed and we placed an order. And the order arrived, obviously, the time then frame that we were given initially, they did not meet that time. That time was between 1,300 and 1,500 hours. So we called them after 1,500 hours to find out what was happening. And we were told, oh, sorry, it has been delayed, but they never bothered to call us back to inform us on that matter. However, the delivery arrived around 6:30 that evening. And as soon the delivery team came around and looked and just straight, they were so adamant and just refused even to unload the fridge freezer from the van, saying that it is too big to fit through the double doors, which I was very much surprised because we already had similar type double door fridge freezer in our kitchen, which were installed prior to this, and we never had to remove any doors or anything. But he was so adamant, saying, sorry, you'll have to remove one of the double doors, otherwise we are taking the fridge freezer back again. I said, well, I don't have tools or anything to remove the patio door. So he just totally refused even to unload, and he just said, I'm taking it back. I said, that's up to you, but have a look at the fridge freezer which we have got inside. Without any problem, we had installed it previously without removing any doors.
Okay, so hang on a second. So the doors that they needed to get the fridge freezer through, in order to end up in your kitchen.
Yeah.
You describe them as double doors and patio doors. What are they?
They're one of those double opening doors, patio doors.
Do you mean French doors or patio doors? Because they're very different kinds of doors. Patio doors slide.
No.
French doors open out.
No, these are the ones which open out.
French doors.
French doors, right.
So you have double French doors.
Yes.
Okay, and why could they not get it through the double French doors? Were they suggesting that the lip was too big, or that the door wasn't wide enough, or what was their problem with it?
That's what they're saying. The fridge was too big and the doors were not wide enough. So I said, okay, fair enough. It's up to you, whatever you think. But my concern is that the previous fridge freezer was installed without removing any of the double doors.
And was it the same dimensions of fridge freezer?
Of course, yes, exactly the same dimensions as well.
Right. Okay.
So, anyway,
but what I don't understand is why they couldn't have just pushed it through the doors on its side.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not suggesting they should have turned it upside down or anything like that, because I know the gases inside are very important, that they're not dislodged in that way.
Mm-hmm.
Or if they are dislodged in that way, I know that it's very important to let the appliance sit and settle for a period of time before you turn it on. But what I don't understand is, surely they could have just turned it round so that it was sideways on going through the double doors, rather than trying to get it in widthways.
Yeah, I mean, they were just not helpful at all whatsoever. And I think what really happened is because they were running so late and they just wanted to get home.
Oh, so they were using it as an excuse?
Excuse. Okay, so I left it to them, and they said, okay, we are going back, taking the fridge freezer back to the warehouse. I said, that's up to you. I'm just going back to the store and complain to the manager. So obviously we straight away went to the store and complained to the manager, and he was very much surprised himself. He said, okay, leave it to me. We will rearrange another delivery next time. All right, they arranged a next delivery. The second delivery arrived with different team this time. And believe me, they came around. They took the old fridge because we had paid for the old one to be removed as well. They came inside, they removed the old fridge freezer without removing any of the doors. They removed and they brought in the new one without, again, removing any doors. But unfortunately, when they brought inside and opened the packing, the fridge freezer already damaged.
Oh,
the new one. So after all that hassle, after bringing in, and now here, the story is that how come the first team was completely adamant it will not fit without removing the door, and yet the second team, without any hesitation, coming inside and removing the old one, bringing the new one, no problem.
Well, I would suggest, because the first delivery team, as you've rightly suggested, sounded as if they weren't very interested in going through the hassle and effort of delivering it.
Not at all.
It was the end of the day, they were running late, and they thought, I can't be bothered. If we say we can't get it through the door, then it means we get to go home on time. Whereas if we have to try and get it in, this is going to take ages. I mean, that's just me assuming that from the fact that the second delivery people had no problem whatsoever getting it in and out. So, I mean, we are where we are. What do you need me to do to help you, Abdul?
Right.
What's the problem you
so
face
what
now?
Happened, obviously, now the first delivery team refused to deliver. And as you know, as we were having a replaced one and removing the old one, we had to remove all the fridge freezer contents, and which were obviously left outside. And having been delayed for so many days, our items had completely defrosted, and obviously we cannot use any of the freezer items, and they had to be obviously binned because we can't use them on the health and safety grounds. So I went back to the store, and the story has been going back and forth. Believe me, we spent whole week. Even the second one, the first one which came, that was the wrong size. In fact, things completely went pear-shaped right from the first order we placed. It was the wrong fridge freezer that we received. And the second one, which was the one that they should have given us in the first place, that came, and that was damaged as well. So it was completely hell for us.
So what's the situation you're in now?
Right. Now, I've gone back and complained about it, and all they are saying, they can only compensate me for the food that was damaged in the sense of only £50, which I think is just ridiculous and outrageous, because our fridge freezer was a double-door American type fridge freezer, which is got a complete one separate apartment, whole complete, which takes freezer items, and one side it takes normal fridge. And I mean...
So just so I'm clear, that you now have the correct fridge freezer installed in your house that is undamaged.
That's right. Again,
okay. Hang on a second. So you have what you paid for.
Yeah.
However, you have complained to them that you lost a lot of food because of all of the messing around.
That's right.
And they've only offered you £50, and that's what you're unhappy about, because you feel that actually the amount of food you lost was considerably more than £50.
Definitely.
What do you, if you had to put a price on the amount of food that you lost, how much would it be?
I would say approximately in the region of at least £250.
£250 worth of food?
Yeah.
Right. What kind of things had you got in your fridge then?
We had obviously one of those very fresh, large prawns, fresh prawns, which were frozen. And we had lots of fresh meat, again, that was frozen.
Right. Have you got receipts for any of this?
No, unfortunately, no. We didn't expect this thing to happen, so obviously these items were in the freezer for some time.
The one thing I would say, and Tara, obviously we will get in touch with the retailer that has caused this problem in the first place, and we will stress to them that this all sounds like a bit of a nightmare, and you've been thoroughly messed around by them from the very start.
As well, seriously stressed.
Yes, well, I can imagine that. I mean, it sounds as if it's all just been a bit of a nightmare to deal with. Regarding the food, I'm just trying to think if I was to have to replace everything in my fridge freezer, I think it would probably also cost more than £50.
Sure.
Oh, yes, definitely. Yeah.
Whether it would cost $250, I don't know. I don't know that the entire contents of my fridge and freezer would be of perishable goods. I mean, obviously, my fridge freezer is largely full of alcohol, which, of course, is non-perishable. But all of the perishable kind of stuff, I don't know whether £250 is reasonable or if that is over-egging the pudding a bit.
Prawns can be expensive.
Can they? I don't know. I don't eat prawns. How much is a bag of prawns?
I mean, looking at the large prawns, for 1 kg, you're talking about £35.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is a big bag.
I think what we can certainly say to them is £50 seems pretty stingy, particularly considering all of the problems that Abdullah's had to put up with from you.
Sure.
It does not replace all of the food that he says he's lost. So can you please reassess how much you're offering him? Because this seems like a very unreasonable and unfair offer.
It is, definitely. I mean, I don't mind. I'm a reasonable person. And if they would offer me something reasonably, I would accept that. But this £50 is just ridiculous.
Yeah, okay, fine. Leave it with us. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word, okay?
That's very kind indeed.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Hang on there. Now, do you remember Mavis? Mavis came to me some time ago. She was telling me that her little dog was attacked in the street by 2 dogs out of control, off the lead, in a public place. She's come to me for help as the vet's bills have been very costly, and unfortunately the owner of the 2 dogs responsible was refusing to help.
I went out for a walk with my little Bichon, Archie, and it was a lovely day. I heard a shout, and as I turned, I looked round, and there was these 2 Staffy-type dogs running towards me. It happened so quickly, and they just jumped on Archie, and he started screaming, and I started screaming, and people from right down the end of the road come running, and I was lucky enough that this man was wrestled the dog, and I think in the end he just punched him in the eye and got him off my Archie, and he's done so much damage to him. He's had to have specialist operations and treatment. He dislocated his shoulder, or elbow I should say, and broke a bone in his leg. And he's had to have specialist treatment. And I had dog insurance, which they've paid up. It was only a £4,000 pet plan insurance. But it's all exceeded that, and I've had to pay out myself, and it's still ongoing now. Tried to get hold of the people, police and that was round, and they said that they won't do anything. It's now a civil matter. They reckon the dog is friendly to people, but dog aggressive.
Well, thank goodness Mavis told me that Archie made a good recovery. However, Mavis was left with thousands of pounds worth of debt as her insurance policy had not covered the full cost of the ongoing treatment. And as I made very clear to Mavis at the time, I thought it was absolutely disgusting that someone who was responsible for those dogs had allowed them to get out of the garden, had allowed them to get into the street, had allowed them to attack Mavis's dog, and then having caused Mavis's dog all this pain and suffering, and having caused Mavis to incur large vet's bills, was not prepared to make it up to her in terms of paying her back the money that all of this had cost. So I promised Mavis that I would go off and have a word with her. Mavis is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Mavis.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning. So you will recall that when I first contacted the lady who owns these dogs last year, to start with, I was given the runaround by her partner, or her husband, actually, because when I called him up, he said, no, these aren't my dogs. No, they're my partner's dogs. I said, oh, your partner's dogs. He then admitted that, in fact, they were his wife's dogs. But he said, but my wife doesn't live with me anymore, so this is nothing to do with me. When I pointed out that I had evidence that she did still indeed live with him, he then turned around and said, oh, I knew this was going to happen. Look, here's her number. Just call her, will you? Deal with her. So I called and I left a message on her answer phone, and I explained why I was calling. I explained that I was pretty appalled that she was not paying you back the money that her dogs had cost you. And I expected her to call me back and to try and resolve this issue. Well, she didn't call me back, but what she did do was get in touch with you and your daughter, who's been dealing with this on your behalf, Mavis.
Yes, right.
Now, what she said was that she couldn't afford to pay all of the money in one lump sum, but she would like to start making, I believe it was monthly payments to you.
That's right, yep.
In order to clear the debt that you had incurred from the vet's bills. So what you did was you put the bills on I think it was a 0% credit card, wasn't it?
That's right, yes.
So that you could spread the cost of the bill, and she started making the payments to you. And I understand, to be fair to her, she has paid in total just over £1,000.
That's right, yeah.
The total amount that you owed at that time was about £2,500, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So she's paid just under half of what she owes you. Now, a few months ago, and I had a horrible feeling that this may happen. Couple of months ago, you say she got in touch to suggest that she was having difficulty making the payments and that she would need a period of reduced payments in order to clear the debt.
That's right, yeah.
Well, I think you agreed to that, didn't you? Or did she not give you much alternative? I think she said she was going to pay you 80 quid.
Yeah. Hours were cut and she was going to do £80. So we said, right, okay.
That's right. So she was suddenly only going to be paying you £80. Now, you say that the payments didn't occur at all. Then
April she done 40, May she done 40, June she done 80. Then we've had nothing so far.
That's right.
Won't answer emails.
That's right. She has suddenly now stopped communicating with you altogether.
That's right, yeah.
So I got in touch with her. Now, at this stage, I should point out, Mavis, I have made the decision that I will not be identifying her at this stage on the programme.
Okay.
And let me just explain why I have made the decision at this stage not to identify her. Despite a lot of toing and froing, she has finally come back with some kind of response.
Oh, right, okay.
Now, she says that she doesn't have a reluctance to pay, she says. This isn't a reluctance to pay. Clearly, if I could pay, I would, to avoid this situation entirely, as I have previously paid almost half of the balance so far.
Mm-hmm.
I'm struggling, she says, to pay my essential bills currently. As I have said many times, I will happily talk to you but not on air. Well, she hasn't actually suggested that she will talk to me but not on air. She's been quite difficult to communicate with, actually. She then goes on to say, I'm not sure what else I can do other than what I am doing now, which is to look for more work to enable me to not only pay my essential bills, but to continue to pay Mavis for an accident that I feel guilty for every single day. I'm sure it all sounds like excuses to you.
Yes.
I can assure you that they're not excuses.
Right.
But
okay.
maybe it will give you some idea of my current situation, says this lady. Now, if we're being honest about it, Mavis, what we need to do is look at this from a realistic perspective.
Yeah.
Let's assume that you were not prepared to give this woman some time in order to get some money together to pay you back. What would what would be open to you in terms of steps that you could take? Well, really, it would only be legal steps.
That's right, yeah.
Now, I do not believe this woman has the means to be able to pay you at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe she's a property owner. I don't believe that she necessarily has assets that you can go after.
Right.
Therefore, we have to be realistic. So what I have done is I have said to her at this stage, I will not identify her in the hope that she will do what she has suggested in good faith in that response.
Mm-hmm.
And what I would advise you to do at this point is to give her a little bit of space in order to do what she suggests she's going to do in the form of getting more work, to get more money in so that she can start paying you again.
Yes, okay.
However, there comes a point where if she still is given a period of time, an opportunity to get her life in order and to start making some payments, if she still doesn't, well, we're going to have to revisit the strategy on this.
That's right, yeah. Well, it'd be nice if she could communicate with us.
It would.
You know, quite reasonable. She had been paying.
Have you heard nothing from her since I communicated with her?
No.
And what about your daughter? She hasn't either?
No, nothing.
Okay. Well, I think what I would like to do, I mean, the 0% credit card, how long is the time frame on that?
I have finished it myself because I'd set up a direct debit for the money to be paid off for the credit card.
Okay.
And of course, then she'd stop paying and she cut it down, and so I just finished it off. I couldn't. I just took a little bit out of my savings and done it, but it's made me short.
Yes, of course.
You know, yeah.
Well, I think what I would be inclined to do, and what I would advise your daughter to do on your behalf, because I know your daughter's been doing the communication with her.
That's right, yes.
Is to, and I'm more than happy to forward on the response that I've had from her.
Right.
What I would advise you to do is to write to her and to say, I understand from communication Jonathan Vernon Smith has had with you from the BBC. I understand that you are struggling financially to make any payments to me. But I'm also pleased to see in the response that you gave him that you appear willing to begin making payments as soon as you are as soon as it is financially possible.
Right. Okay.
I would like to urge you to give me an outline as to when you will begin making those payments again. If I have not heard from you and if I have not begun to receive payments from you by, and I think personally, how long do we give her? Christmas, or is that too long?
Christmas is an expensive time. After Christmas, say January. If we haven't heard anything by January.
Okay, fine. If I have not received a single payment from you by January of 2020, that shows your willingness to continue paying off the debt that you seem to recognise in your correspondence you are responsible for, then you will leave me no alternative but to take matters further.
Yeah. And what do I do further on to that if she doesn't?
That's what we then need to revisit in the new year. And, you know, we will have to decide what is possible, what are your chances of success.
Yeah.
We need to kind of see what the various options are.
That's right.
There's an old saying, you can't get blood out of a stone.
No, that's true.
And that's the slight issue with things like this. But I think the best thing that we can possibly do is the fact that she, in her response to me, has admitted a level of responsibility and a level of guilt. I hope that means she will do the honourable thing and to pay you back the money that she owes you. If she doesn't, regardless of anything else she has going on in her life, as far as I'm concerned, that makes her a dishonourable person. So let's give her the opportunity to prove that she is the decent person she suggests she is, and we'll take it from there. Mavis, get your daughter to send that email.
Hello.
Morning. I gather you have a problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, okay. Well, I was feeling really good about myself one particular day. I had a good old clear out of all my home items that I just don't use, that collect the dust, clothes that I no longer wear. I filled up 3 big black sacks, put them in the car, and I drove down to my local charity shop. Now, it was a beautiful sunny day. It was my birthday. I'd not long just recovered from cataract operation, so I was feeling brilliant, really happy, wonderful, and very, very pleased that I was getting rid of some stuff that I could actually donate, because I do donate quite as much as I can in all ways. So I went down there and I went round the back. Now, round the back of this particular charity shop, there's signs everywhere. There's lines across the roads like a box junction. And obvious you can't park there. Well, yeah, that's fair enough. I wasn't parking there, but I thought, well, I can't stop in the roadway because there are other businesses there who obviously need to get to A and B. So I parked in a bay, and there were quite a few of them, and I thought, well, I'm only here for a couple of minutes. Stopped the car, took the boot, opened the boot, put the bags at the back of the charity shop. Someone came out, said thank you, took them in. Got back in the car, drove home. Week later, I got a parking ticket, and I thought, I haven't been anywhere. You know, I haven't parked anywhere. And when I looked, sure enough, they've got cameras, and I know that. And they've got my car number, and they've given me a penalty notice. Well, you know, I was only there 2 minutes. I had no intentions of parking. There was no other place or way you could put the car to unload, and I certainly couldn't have walked along and, you know, well, got it to the shop in any other way. So I sent via email my protest. I said that I wasn't actually parking. I was just there unloading, and as you can see by the parking ticket that you sent me, it was only 2 minutes. But they replied basically saying that your appeal has been not accepted. End of. And then I did a bit of homework. I took photographs of all the signs. I went into the charity shop. I even went into the company that owns the land, and I said, if I come in future, if I come in and give you my car number, would that be all right while I'm delivering to the charity shop? And he said, well, you can, but it's not normal, not usual. Oh, right.
Where do other people park then to go and deliver stuff to this charity shop?
Well, clearly I've no idea, because the road down to it are yellow lines. There are yellow lines at the front of the shops, and there's a roundabout and a bus stop. So, like, you know, physically you can't park at the front of the shop. I went into the charity shop and I said, what do you do? And she just threw her arms up in the air and she said, this is a constant battle for us. We've had countless fights. She said, even our delivery lorries, you know, they have vans that come and deliver their goods. She said, even our delivery vans get ticketed. She said, and I've been ticketed. She said, we fight it all the time. It's an ongoing battle. I didn't go to any of the other shops, but I'm sure it's probably the same because they've got the same border. And I don't think that's right. I mean, I was trying to do something good. I felt good. I was trying to do something good. And I just don't see why these companies should not have any, you know, give and take. I mean, I was there 2 minutes. And Well, I don't know what else I can do about it, so I thought I'd come to you and see if you've got any suggestions.
Well, I mean, let's just talk this through. Look, the long and short of it is, from a legal perspective, if the area that you parked your car in is private property, if there is adequate signage that states that you're not allowed to park your car there at all, then it may well be from a legal perspective, the company are within their rights to pursue you for this. Now, yes, it makes them a complete bunch of Jobsworths, I grant you. But in the same way that there are some traffic wardens out there who are Jobsworths, there are some people who, you know, they stick to the letter of the law, they stick to the rules, and they're unprepared to bend those rules, even in a case such as yours, where you can very justifiably explain why you'd put your car there. It wasn't that you were deliberately trying to abuse a car park or take a space that wasn't yours. It was only for a couple of minutes. All of those kinds of things are perfectly reasonable things to argue. But it is possibly the case that as long as there is signage in that car park, the parking company are within their rights to pursue you in this way. Now, that said, the only thing they can practically do, because if this is a private parking company, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing they can do to actually take this further is to take you to court.
Well,
they don't have, unlike a local authority traffic warden, they don't have enforcement powers.
Right.
So the only thing they can do is to take you to the small claims court and argue in the same way that a company would argue that a customer hasn't paid their bill, that you have, based on the terms and conditions that is clearly displayed in that car park, you have broken the terms and conditions of the business contract that you've entered into by driving your car onto their client's land, and therefore, as a result, they are sending you this bill and you haven't paid it, so they're taking you to court.
Right.
Now, whether you would win or not, I mean, I can't say. If I was the judge on the day and you came to me and you explained the circumstances, I would be saying to this private parking company, oh, get over yourself, you bunch of Jobsworths. But I'm not, of course, going to be the judge on that day.
No.
And it may well be that the judge will be the kind of person that will absolutely not be prepared to look at the circumstances of this. They will simply look at the law, and I guess many would argue that that is their job anyway, just to look at the law and not to take the circumstances into account, and therefore they would find in the company's favour, at which point it ends up costing you quite a lot of money. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm more than happy to try and call them for you, but I need to manage your expectation. Private parking companies are normally very reluctant to do anything to help because, to be honest, there is no onus on a private parking company to have a good reputation.
No.
You know, it's the threat of me naming them on my programme, or the warning of me naming them on the programme, really doesn't seem to have very much effect for most private parking companies because they don't care. They say, well, I don't care.
Oh, right, I see. Well, my question, I mean, you know, I see what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. I am aware of that. But what I'd like to know is those particular shops have been there longer than the building that owns the land now. Is there no such legal rights, like right of way or whatever you call it, you know, that people are allowed to at least get to their building? Because that is what we're doing. The manager has been ticketed, even when she tries to get to her building. And obviously myself, and I know of a few other people who have tried to do the same thing and have also been ticketed, just trying to deliver to a charity shop. Surely there's some kind of leeway where, you know, there's always been some kind of access to the shop.
Well, have you established from the shop
if
they...
in my parking that I'm actually arguing here. I'm sure there's got to be some legal, I don't know, get out where the shops can be allowed to go about their business.
Do you know what? I mean, Nick Freeman, otherwise known as Mr. Loophole, he is often very exercised about parking issues, particularly when he has sympathy with the person who has been given the penalty. And I suspect that he will probably, if we go and have a little chat with him, I suspect that he will probably feel that this is very unfair that you're being given this ticket. I wonder if it's worth speaking to him just to see if he knows of any loophole, using his name, that we might be able to refer to when dealing with this private parking company to try and argue that, in fact, it is unjust for them to pursue you in this way?
Yes.
Tara, can we get some detail?
Yeah, definitely, because it's almost like, okay, this charity shop is in this particular area and the parking restrictions are also in this area, but as a result there must be people who aren't dropping things off to them because they might be worried about receiving a penalty notice in the same way that Margaret has. And yes, there are rules and regulations that we're all supposed to abide by, but in this circumstance, and in Margaret's own words, I was just doing a good deed. So is there some wiggle room within
Well,
that?
you would like to think so in a sensible society, but sometimes, as we all know, things are not sensible. Sometimes we come across jobsworths who are prepared to, punish people for just trying to do a good thing, which is what seems to be the case here. Margaret, can you leave this with us? I'm going to pass you back to Tara. Let's get a call into Nick, see if he can give us any ideas as to things that we might be able to try with Margaret's case, and let's go and then have a word with that private parking company, Tara. OK? Margaret, I'm passing back to Tara now.
OK, thank you very much.
Hang on there, please, if you...
Radio.
Now, Gilda needed the flat roof on her garage to be replaced. She was given an estimate from the son of a friend of hers who did roofing. She was given an estimate of about £700 if the beams weren't replaced and £1,000 if the beams were replaced. Well, she said it ended up costing her £1,650, despite keeping the old beams. And then she realised when she had a look at it that the quality of the job really was not good at all.
I came home from work to find that he'd put in a 2-inch bed of mortar and plopped coping stones on top. Of course, the weight of the coping stones caused the mortar to sink. It was a terrible job. Across the back, they're wider coping stones, and he was short. He didn't have enough, so he put a big blob of cement in the middle and carved in the company's initials. And I went, what's this? I got an engineer's report, and I've had to pay to have all of that brickwork removed and then replaced. And I would like to ask the young man to reimburse me for the remedial work, £650.
Well, I've been off to have a word with him. I've also been off to have a word with his dad, who Gilda says she's known for years. Gilda's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Gilda.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, I tried to get hold of the son to start with, but unfortunately his mobile wasn't connecting. So I tried his dad's number, and I spoke to him. Now, it's rather interesting because his dad seemed quite surprised to hear from me and did agree that he'd known you for some time. He said that he has not retired or stopped doing work. He said he's heading in that direction, but no, he does still do work. But he said that you organised this completely separately to him with his son. He seemed to think that you'd bumped into his son in a supermarket, and that's where you'd agreed the deal. Is that right?
That's right. I saw the son, and I knew he had taken over his dad's business.
Yeah.
And
well,
I was told that...
Yeah, so the dad said to me, look, this really is nothing to do with me. He said, I know that Gilda was unhappy with elements of the job, but I did make it quite clear that Gilda needed to speak to my son about it. And I said, well, have you spoken to your son about it? And he said, no. I said, well, that's a bit odd. That's a bit odd. I mean, if for example, I'd done some work for a friend of my dad's, and if that friend called my dad and said, oi, I'm not very happy with the work your son's done, my dad would be straight on the phone to me saying, why have I got so-and-so telling me they're not happy with this job? You've put me in a very awkward position, you've embarrassed me, whatever it may be, I would expect. And he admitted to me that he'd not contacted his son or spoken to his son about the issue that you'd had. He just told you that you should take it up with his son. And as far as he was concerned, he said, I haven't heard any more. Well, he said to me, in a fatherly-like tone, he said, but I will be talking to him now. So I think he came off the phone and got straight on to his son. Now, sure enough, yesterday there were attempts made by his son to speak to me while I was on air. I had a conversation with him yesterday afternoon. Now, to start with, he began by saying, oh, I've bent over backwards trying to help Gilda with this, etc., etc. Well, what was very useful for me was the fact that I have got photos of the work that he did. And I'm no roofer, but even I can see that the quality of that brickwork at the top of the roof is appalling.
This is the point. He's a roofer, not a bricklayer.
Well, it would appear, based on his company, he's neither. Because I've got the name of the company that he seems to run, and it doesn't suggest anything about roofing at all. But there we go. You obviously had faith in him and his ability to do this work. Now, he suggested that he'd done, he'd tried to get things sorted out for you. But, of course, when it came down to it, I said, well, why on earth am I looking at photos of what looked like an appalling job to the brickwork? This is completely unacceptable. And why have you not gone back to sort it? Now, he seemed to suggest that he'd then told you, he'd given you the details for someone who could do the brickwork for you. And as far as he was concerned, he was then going to pay that person to do the brickwork.
No.
I don't know if is that something you recall?
No, not at all. The last I heard from him was he had the extra coping stone on order, and then would be back to deal with it all.
Well, to be honest with you, the conversation was brought to a halt pretty quickly because I said to him, well, look, I'm looking at what looks like a really bad job that you appear to have done for Gilda, this friend of your dad's. It has cost her £650 to rectify that problem. Are you prepared to reimburse her £650? And he said, well, is there a receipt for that £650? I said, well, I don't know, but I imagine there is. If there is a receipt, are you prepared to pay Gilda the £650? He said, yes. I said, fine. Well, in that case, if you're prepared to reimburse the £650, then as far as I'm concerned, and as far as Gilda has led me to believe, that will be an end to the matter, and we can all move on. So I called you yesterday, and I asked if you could scan a copy of the invoice and get that sent over to him. Did you manage to do that?
I believe so. I scanned it, wrote the email, sent it with a CC.
I haven't received the CC, just out of interest. I'm just checking my junk filter. No, I haven't received the email.
It went to the original address that I wrote to, and I sent all the photos.
Ah, okay, right. Well, that will be my program email address, not the one I gave you yesterday. So, and unfortunately, that email address we seem to be having some problems with today. So I will hopefully, as soon as that's up and running, I will be able to see it. Did you hear anything back from him?
I haven't.
Okay. Well, I tell you what I will do, because I can't, because there's no way of me being able to check today that I've definitely got a copy of that.
I can resend it.
Well, could you, please?
Yes.
Yeah, because I cannot check those emails to my program email address at the moment. So if you could send that to the email address I gave you yesterday, and I will call him as soon as I come off air today to find out if he's received that invoice and if he is planning to make the payment to you. How did you request the payment?
I detailed the NatWest account that made the final payment to him on the 27th of March in the sum of £80. He has those details, and I've requested the payment back to that account. I checked the account this morning. There's nothing there yet.
Okay, fine. Right, Gilda, leave it with me. I would hope that this man realises after the conversation yesterday that I do intend to make sure that this happens. He told me he was going to be paying the £650 on receipt of the receipt, so let's hope that he does it. I'll call him this afternoon. If you could get that forwarded over to the email address that I gave you. Sleep. His current mattress was a bit too big for the bed frame, so he wanted to make sure that when he replaced it, he got the measurements exactly right.
My wife went along armed with photographs because there's nothing more clear in my mind, and to show a tape measure on a bed frame and saying, hey guys, what do you advise? Dorman gave the advice that what we needed was a 4-foot by 6-foot mattress. Now, I didn't question that too much because that's the reason that we went to the store, was to get the advice, and it turned out to be wrong. When it got delivered, the delivery guys were fantastic, spotted the mistake straight away and said there's something wrong, but they couldn't take it back because it was made to order, not made to measure, made to order.
Well, it would appear that what he's been given is a small double mattress, a 4'6" mattress, when in fact what he needed and what the measurements show he needed was a 4'6" by 6 foot mattress, which is a standard double size mattress. So in effect, Eddie's been given the wrong size mattress. Now he says the bed company are to blame for this because ultimately his wife showed them the measurements of the bed frame and asked for their professional advice as to what size mattress was needed. And they were the ones in store who said, oh, you need this mattress, and they then ordered it accordingly. And it would appear they have given him the wrong mattress. So we've been off to have a word with this company to try to get things resolved. Eddie's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Eddie.
Very good morning to you.
Now, I feel as if we're on a bit of a journey when it comes to trying to resolve this issue, because if I can just explain my understanding of the last conversation that you had, Tara, with them, they had said, in a nutshell, OK, we recognise that there's a problem, we don't think we're to blame, but we'll get it sorted out anyway at no cost, apart from... was it £39.99?
A £39 delivery charge.
£39 delivery charge. That was the charge that they expected Eddie to pay. They said they weren't prepared to absorb that cost.
Yeah, they did say that there was another cost that they were going to absorb, which was the collection of the initial item, which would normally incur a £100 admin and collection fee, but they were prepared to waive that.
And it appeared that their argument for still asking Eddie to pay something was that they say there is no evidence to show that the photos that were shown to the member of staff in store on that particular day were the photos that Eddie is now showing us. That clearly, to anyone who knows about beds, would have suggested that in fact the bed frame was designed for a standard double mattress rather than a small double mattress.
Yes.
But last time we spoke to Eddie, you said, well, actually, hang on a minute, you said... you WhatsApped your wife the photographs while she was in the store because she wanted to make sure that she was ordering the right size mattress. So the two of you had a conversation on WhatsApp. You took some photos with the tape measure out of the bed frame. You WhatsApped that over to her. So there is in fact evidence with a time and date stamp showing when those photos were sent to your wife, and that coincides with the date and the time that your wife was in the store. So why would your wife have shown them any other photos other than the photos that you're now sharing with us? That was the argument. And if indeed those photos clearly show to anyone who knows about beds that it's a double-sized mattress that was required, why do they think it's reasonable to charge Eddie anything? Tara, what have they said when we went back to them with all of that?
Well, Eddie screenshotted that image that was sent to his wife and forwarded it to me. I did amend the size ever so slightly, just so it didn't get too much of the previous message, and sent it on to the company.
Oh, why?
What
were the previous messages? Do we want to know, Eddie, what you and your wife say to one another on WhatsApp? Or?
No, it was all very nice. I do know what your wife's nickname is, though, now, Eddie, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, Shorty.
Yeah, Shorty.
You call your wife Shorty?
That's nice.
Is she short?
4'10".
Oh, yes. Well, that's a very, very lovely nickname.
That is a lovely nickname. And so I got in touch with the company and I sent them that image of the screenshot that you had sent her and identified the time and also the date, which was when she was in the store. And I got a comment back from the company, which is NCF Living, to say, I appreciate you providing...
NCF Living are based where?
In Milton Keynes.
In Milton Keynes. NCF Living of Milton Keynes.
I appreciate you providing the image, but we can't still comment on the measurements provided at the time of the sale. And they referred me back to the terms and conditions, which says if you have ordered goods based on your own measurements given to us, we cannot accept any responsibility if you've given us incorrect measurements. But the problem is the measurements aren't incorrect. So I went back to the company and put that to them and said, you know, if you accept that these were the measurements that were in the store, they aren't incorrect. And I resent them again, because when you look at them, if you can just imagine, for anyone who hasn't seen this image, it's basically the end of a metal tape measure, and it shows the tape measure up to the end of the bed, widthways and lengthways. And very clearly, you can see that the tape measure says widthways 4.6, which is the size of a double bed, not a small double, and the length is 6'3".
And your wife is talking on that particular day to someone working for NCF Living in Milton Keynes in their store. They are the professionals. You have an expectation, a perfectly reasonable expectation, that they will then advise you correctly, and they won't advise you incorrectly.
Absolutely. So I did resend the photographs, the original photographs, for clarification, that if they accepted that these measurements were used in store, that actually Eddie's wife didn't give the staff the incorrect measurements. So based on that, why should they be expected to resolve an issue when actually that issue was created not from their own making, if you see what I mean? They had provided the right measurements. At which point, I'm still waiting to hear back from them now, because the previous email, which wasn't one of the standard ones, did say that they weren't willing to remove the delivery charge. But I will pursue this one because I do feel that I am not a bed expert. Jonathan, you are not a bed expert, but we can both read measurements.
Well, you can read measurements. But even so, if you are in a bed shop and you show those measurements and you say, can you look at these measurements, what size bed do we need? And if the photos show clearly with a tape measure, 4'6" wide by 6 foot, is it 6 foot on the nose or is it 6 foot 3?
6'3" long, and that is a standard double size. Look, and we all make mistakes, but I don't think in this instance the mistake lies at the foot of Eddie and his wife when they ordered the bed.
No, and if that is the case, then why did this company think it's fair to charge Eddie anything at all? You know, why aren't they saying, we're terribly sorry about this, we will make sure that our member of staff is re-educated in terms of bed sizes, and we will make sure this problem doesn't happen again, and we will of course rectify it without any cost to the customer. I don't quite understand why they still think it's okay to suggest that £39... I know it's only £39, but even so, it's the principle of the thing. Why should you have to pay anything at all for something that wasn't your mistake, Eddie?
Well, it's my feeling completely. I mean, I'm glad that we've made some headway with it, because in the beginning they refused to listen to anything that I was saying. But thanks to the benefits and the experience and skills of your show, they are at last now sitting up and listening. I didn't think of the ramifications of taking a photograph with a tape measure. I just did that because I thought it's the clearest way to communicate what the size is and to make sure that I'd measured the correct points on the bed frame. You know, I had to send my wife off to the retail shop because of my mobility issues, and God bless her, she's a very tough, strong little individual from the Philippines, but incredibly polite and totally trusting. The guy has said, no, you need 4 foot by 6 foot, 6'3", so we went ahead and purchased.
Yeah.
I purchased on the strength of that advice.
Well, I mean, we will just keep the pressure on, and I would urge NCF Living, can you please respond to us and just confirm that you're not going to charge this customer anything at all for replacing the mattress? Because it would appear that the mistake lies solely with whoever in your store ordered the wrong size bed based on those measurements on that day. Just for anyone who is interested in bed sizes, UK Super King size is 6 foot by 6'6". King size is 5 foot by 6'6". A standard double is 4'6" by 6'6". 6'3". Then we have a small double, which is 4 foot by 6'3". Then you have a standard single, which is 3 foot by 6'3", and you have a small single, which is 2'6" by 6'3". Now,
if you're not a bed expert.
Well, it is confusing if you're not a bed expert, but you bought this bed from a bed expert, so they should have given you the expert advice, and it would appear they haven't, which is why we will continue to ask them to please get it all sorted without a cost to you. Eddie, can you please let us know if you hear anything, and we will do the same. And NCF Living in Milton Keynes, please respond to us, please engage, and if you don't think that you should, in fact, be giving this customer the replacement free, can you explain why? Can you explain why you still think it's perfectly reasonable to charge them? Eddie, we'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Darren, he purchased a new kitchen in June of last year. Well, he paid a total cost of £16,500 up front and was absolutely delighted with the look of this kitchen when it was done. But very quickly after installation, there was a very big problem.
There was a problem with the inside of it. One of the Jubilee clips hadn't been fitted properly at the manufacturer's. and it flooded the kitchen. Because the house is on concrete flooring, it went through the kitchen, into the hall, and into the living room. The week before, we'd just put new flooring down throughout the whole of the house with no separation between the doors, so it flowed all the way through.
Oh, no.
Before the kitchen was fitted, their house had been decorated. Anyway, the company were fantastic. They replaced the flooring, they put new plinths. I mean, it was properly flooded. 1 year later, right above where the washing machine sits, there's a join with the two work surfaces. The kitchen, it's a square room, but the kitchen goes around in a half circle, so wherever you stand, you can turn round. It's beautiful, it is. A year later, the work surface right above where the washing machine is starting to blow. It's not near the sink. There's no reason why there should be water up that end. The only thing I can think of, when the washing machine burst, it's water's got in underneath the units underneath, and we hadn't noticed it, and it started to go.
Well, obviously Darren was really unhappy about this, and he said that having been so good at dealing with the initial problem, he was confident that when he started to notice the new problem, that they would also whiz into action and get things sorted out. How wrong he was. And he came to me because he said, I just can't get them to respond to me. Well, I've been off to have a word with them. Let's find out how things are looking now. Good morning to you, Darren.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning. So the company concerned is Wickes. And I explained the situation to Wickes. They came back with this response. They said, Darren's complaint has been passed to our customer relations team. The team has now contacted Darren and is arranging a visit in order to inspect the worktops and agree the next steps to resolve this problem. And indeed, you told me last time we spoke that suddenly, from nothing, things had begun to really whiz into action. What's the latest? What's going on now?
Yesterday, the company that fitted the kitchen came round, had a look at the work surface, and the gentleman actually doesn't think it's blown. What he thinks is that the work surface could have had a slight bow in it to start with. When they join the two work surfaces, they stick them together, and he thinks the glue has actually cracked and come apart, and because the surface had a bow in it, it's now come back up to where it was.
Oh. So how are they going to get it resolved?
He's going to send one of the guys that actually fitted the kitchen to come round by the end of this week or beginning of next week to take the work surface off, make sure there's nothing underneath that's untoward, and have a look at the level of the work surface on another flat surface so you can see if it's got a bow in it.
Yes. I mean, I know your concern all along is that when that water leaked behind, and I mean, anyone who's ever experienced a water leak will know that it can cause devastating damage very quickly. Particularly with many kitchens now, they are wood chip kitchens. Many worktops are laminate wood chip worktops. And if you get some water in there, the wood inside, the wood chip expands, it blows, and then you get major problems. And I know your concern was that actually when there was that leak with the washing machine at the very beginning, that there was obviously water and dampness still lurking behind the kitchen somewhere, and that water has now got into the worktop, and that's what had caused it to blow. So I would hope that they really are going to make sure that isn't the case.
Well, until they take the work surface off, they're not 100% sure. So the time will tell. As soon as they take the work surface off, we can go from not knowing to knowing.
I would just also urge you, if when they take the work surface off, they suggest that a section of the work surface will need to be replaced, if I were in your position, push to make sure that you have all of the work surface replaced, that connects to the piece that they're planning to replace. Because what are we now? We're over a year on. If they get a replacement worktop, the chances of it being a perfect match, considering the other worktop was ordered a year ago and has had a year's worth of use, the chances of it being a perfect match are pretty slim. What you don't want is to end up with some kind of weird mismatching worktop, because the worktop really finishes a kitchen off, doesn't it? And you want it to look nice.
100%, yeah. It's like a real dark marble effect.
Yeah.
So, yeah, obviously if it's a different shade or a different colour, it's going to look quite strange.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's different if they say, oh, no, that's fine. We can fix it using the existing worktop.
Yeah.
And we'll fix it in a way that you won't have this problem and you won't see anything again. That's fine. But if they start saying, oh, we now need to replace this bit, say, well, what shape is your kitchen?
Well, say the room is square, but the kitchen actually, the work surface is cut in such a way that it's a half moon shape. So wherever you stand in the middle of the kitchen, you've got work surfaces all the way round.
Oh, gosh. So if they had to replace it would be quite a big job.
The piece that it butts up to has been specially cut in a half moon shape.
Right. Well, let's hope for their sake then that they can get it repaired with the existing bit and they don't have to start looking at replacing bits, because otherwise it's going to be a much bigger job for them, isn't it? But that's not your problem. I mean, when you had this kitchen installed, the law states that you are entitled to expect the kitchen will last for a reasonable amount of time. It's totally unreasonable that just over a year later you've got worktops that are blowing. I mean, it's not acceptable. So they're going to have to get it sorted, and I will stay across it until it is sorted. Darren, can you please keep me in the loop?
I will do. Fantastic. Thanks for your help.
Brilliant. All right, I'll speak to you soon.
Tackling your consumer problems. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Right, quick catch up with Christopher. Christopher, before we go for today, Christopher wanted a new armchair, and he had one important thing that he wanted from this armchair. Not an unreasonable or outrageous thing to expect. He wanted it to be comfy. Well, he went into the store. He found an armchair that he thought was absolutely perfect.
It was absolutely beautiful. I sat in it, I sunk into it, your back sunk into it, and your head was supported. Anyhow, we decided I'll go and pay for it, which is what they want. They want a full payment up front. The delivery man put it together, showed me how it all worked. I sat in the chair and I said, this is hard. I said, it's nothing like the store chair.
Well, Christopher thought he'd give this chair a few weeks just to see if it softened up, but he said it didn't, and in fact it started to fall apart, and he said now he gets the impression that some of the innards of this chair have started to drop out the bottom of it. It doesn't sound great. So I went off to have a word with the company that he'd purchased the chair from. They are SCS, and Christopher's back on the JVS now. Good morning to you, Christopher.
Yes, good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So you'll be aware of the fact that SCS said to me that the chair was delivered on the 14th of January 2019. Christopher raised concerns regarding the comfort some 14 days later, and a qualified technician attended his home on the 31st of January. The report concluded there was no manufacturing defect with the chair, and that, as with all furniture, the interiors do soften over time. This is also noted in the guarantee and the care guide given to all customers at the point of sale. The chair delivered is to the exact same specification as the shop floor model, and varying foams are not used by the supplier. Christopher disputed the report in February, and the details were given regarding his rights of ADR, alternate dispute resolution, together with an independent company should he wish to have a further report carried out. We've had no further communication regarding any further concerns, but we will make contact with him to inspect further. Well, you said to me that indeed they did send someone out to have a look at it, and you described this engineer or technician as having condemned the chair.
That's correct, yes.
Made it sound as if they'd stuck, police tape all over it. Do not sit on this chair.
Yeah, he told me not to use it.
Did he? He actually said you do not use this chair?
Yeah, because the back had dropped down to the left-hand side, which made you sort of sit in a twisted position.
Oh, very interesting. Well, I went back to have a word with SCS to say, look, it would appear this technician has concluded that the chair is condemned, and therefore I'd like to know what you're planning to do about it. They've come back with another response. They say, our technician did not condemn the chair, but he did confirm to Christopher a manufacturing issue. The report has now been received. We will, of course, discuss with Christopher to bring this all to a satisfactory conclusion. So have they been in touch yet, Christopher?
They have indeed. They sent an email. We responded to that email, and basically they sent the company back out to pick the chair up, and I've just been to the store this morning and had a refund put back on my card.
Right. Lovely. So you're now in a position where you're back in the black, you're back with the money, and you can now go and choose something else.
Yeah, I'd already done that actually the other week because when the guy turned around and said to me, "You can't sit in it," I had to go out and purchase another chair, which I have done, and I'm more than satisfied with it.
So the other chair's arrived, has it?
Yeah, well, I picked it up from the store that I purchased it from the same day.
Yeah.
And that's it, really concluded.
And it's comfy?
Very comfortable.
Comfier than the one that you thought you were getting that was a comfy chair?
Exactly that, yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, I'm very pleased that it is all sorted out, and I'm very pleased that you've managed to get your refund. I will thank SCS for getting this sorted. It's a shame it came to all of this, but I'm pleased we got there in the end. I will give them the horn. If you do have any other problems, Christopher, you know where I am now.
Yeah, well, all I can say to you, Jonathan, thank you very much for you and your team. Because without you, I don't think it...
Morning, Ian. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. It concerns my mother. In April, she moved into a warden-controlled flat.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't have a shower. It just had a bath. And I said at the time that she really needs a shower because of her mobility problems.
Bit odd, to be honest, with a warden-controlled property to have a bath without a shower in. You would have thought that the previous owner would have put a shower in. It's more practical, isn't it, as you get older, really?
Well, you would have thought so.
Hmm.
But I was told it would take something like 8 weeks.
Was she buying this property or was it renting?
Renting.
Okay, and was this from a local authority or a housing association?
Yeah, housing association.
Okay. So when your mother was moving in there, you mentioned to the housing association that she needed a shower, and that was a prerequisite for her to move into that property, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's quite crucial.
And we were told it would take about 8 weeks.
So they agreed to it?
Yeah, so then the social come and assessed her and said, yes, she does need a shower. And so then it was passed on to occupational health.
Mm-hmm.
And
so when you describe them as the social, you mean the local authority?
Yeah.
So the local authority assessed her and said, yeah, okay, she needs to have this bathroom converted to have a walk-in shower.
Yeah.
And they then organised for an occupational therapist to come round and assess her as well.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened then?
Well, after 8 weeks, nothing had happened, so I rang them again and they said, there is a waiting list and she's on the list. And as soon as she's top, she'll be notified that they're coming to assess her. But they said they couldn't give me a time frame of when this would be.
Okay, I mean, just a couple of things that are leaping out at me already. What kind of property was your mother living in previously? Was it a council house?
Yeah, it was a council bungalow.
Council bungalow, okay. So
yeah, she moved to this place because it's warden controlled. And it's got a lot of social activities that she can take part in.
Absolutely, I accept that. However, it sounds to me as if the housing association did not actually agree to organise the replacement of the bathroom, or certainly the replacement of the bath with a shower. It sounds as if what the housing association did was to say, yeah, okay, we're happy to allow that to be facilitated, but it's down to the local authority to pay for it.
Yeah. Well, I did offer to do it myself, but they wouldn't agree to the way I wanted to do it.
Okay. You'd know how to do that, would you?
Yeah, because I am a plumber.
Oh, okay, fine. Right, but they wanted to use their own contractors to do it?
Yeah.
I see.
And now I've been... yesterday, I received a phone call saying that the occupational therapist the waiting list is 8 months, and she'll be assessed in January.
Okay. So you're in a position where your mum is now living in this property. How is she managing to wash properly?
Well, she has a carer come in every day, and the carer gives her a strip wash.
So she's having to have a strip wash?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that's not terribly satisfactory, is it? And I presume then she would have problems getting out of the bath, would she?
Yeah, she cannot get in and out of a bath.
Right, it's lifting the leg up out over the top of a bath lid that's difficult.
Yeah, she's of limited mobility.
And if she had a shower, would she need the carer?
Yeah, she'd still need a carer, but it would be a lot easier for her.
Right, so she'd just be able to walk in and she'd be able to shower herself, would she?
Yeah, they with one of the seats in there. You know.
Right, okay. Well, I think we need to go and have a little word with the Housing Association, really. And I think, Tara, the thing we need to put to them is they agreed at the outset that this bathroom would be changed. They understood when Ian's mum was coming to have a look at it that a prerequisite of her moving in was that she needed to have that bath replaced. And they gave Ian and his mother the impression that they were more than happy to do that. And yet it would appear they're not happy to do that. What they're happy to do is to pass the buck to the local authority and say, can you do it? You know, if your mother had been told at that point that she would not necessarily have a walk-in shower promptly, she would have to join the list, the bottom of the list, for people needing to have these kinds of adaptations made by the local authority. Would she have moved into that property? Or would you have kept looking for something that already had a walk-in shower?
Well, that's what I was saying. She would have waited till there was something more appropriate.
Well, that's what I would have thought. So I think the argument that we put to them is that because it would appear from what Ian is saying, gave somewhat misleading information at the beginning, that she's now in a property that is unsuitable because it hasn't got an adequate shower room that she needs to have. Instead, it's got a bath that she can't use. OK, right. Can you leave it with us, Ian? I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll go and have a word and we'll see if we can get your mum bumped up that list, and pretty pronto.
OK, thanks a lot.
Step this way, Ian.
Hang on there.
A few more details.
I'm passing you over to Tara now. 08081 008800. That's the number if you have a consumer problem.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Sarah was doing the washing up when she noticed through her kitchen window that her nice new car had been damaged. She'd only recently purchased this car, so she immediately went to see her neighbour, who's got CCTV outside his house, to investigate how the damage may have been caused. Well, unfortunately, he didn't have any footage, but it would appear he had seen what had happened.
As soon as I'd mentioned that my car was damaged, he had said that he had witnessed this courier van attempting to park between two cars about 5 times, going in forward. And it was only about 10 minutes after she had been to deliver the parcel to him. And as the day went on, I was getting quite stressed. Well, 2 days after, the same neighbour had noticed that she was back in the village in the same van and took a video of her van, which displays the damage, which corresponds to how she was trying to park, and the damage to my car, because the damage not only to my car is on the side, it's also on the rear.
So Sarah got in touch with this courier company to tell them about the incident and to say, I believe that it was your driver who's caused this, and I want the insurance details. I want to be able to try and get your driver to organise the repair to my vehicle. But apparently they were not particularly cooperative, which is why Sarah came to me. Well, she's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Sarah.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, I've seen the damage to your car. I've seen the photos. I mean, a lot of damage, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Proper crunched up the side of your car, one of the wings of your car anyway.
Yeah.
Now, I have been off to have a word with the courier company. They are Yodel. And they've come back with this response. When your listener contacted us, we investigated her claim thoroughly. As a result of our investigation, we are confident that our driver was not involved. and was not responsible for the damage caused to your listener's vehicle. They then go on with some background information. They say that the investigation found that the damage visible in the image that I sent them predates the alleged incident, and they say that they have photographic evidence to prove this. So as far as they're concerned, they do not believe their driver caused the damage. I think by the when they talk about the damage in the vehicle, I think what they're referring to is the damage on their driver's vehicle, which they say predates when you believe your vehicle was damaged. So that was old damage on their van. It's not something that they believe was done by you. So, well, where are we? So they don't agree with you. They don't think it was their driver that did it, Sarah. What evidence can we go back to them with, if any, to suggest that it definitely was their driver?
Well, it's the witness account that I've got of the gentleman watching her trying to park in that space.
Yes, but
about 5 times, but.
Okay, but just to play to devil's advocate, because it's important that we don't, I'm not wasting your time really by giving you a misleading hope that you have a case. Did your neighbour see that delivery driver for Yodel crash into your car?
Not exactly, no, because his dad's van.
That is the problem.
I know.
I know you say that you've got the witness statement to say that the driver of the van was having difficulty manoeuvring the vehicle near your car, but we can't actually go back to them and say, well, this is a witness statement from so-and-so on such and such a date. They saw your driver crash into Sarah's car. We can't do that, can we?
I know, because there's a car parked on the grass verge, which just slightly blocked the edge of the back end of my car. So, no, I know I didn't have much of a leg to stand on, but I just thought within such a small time frame that...
It's just so frustrating. I know you'd been in touch with your insurance company, and your insurance company, they were certainly open to the idea of trying to do something. Have they suggested they are going to pursue Yodel or not?
Yeah, and I think in light of this new evidence, that they've got photographic evidence of the damage that predates my claim, then I don't think I've got much of a leg to stand on. But I am getting a CCTV doorbell now. that's what's happening. It's that's what's just going to have to happen now. So it's a shame.
Now, the issue, of course, is that because you've now notified your insurance company, I mean, to be honest with you, the damage to your car looks quite expensive to sort anyway. Have you had a quote for how much it's going to cost?
Yeah, it's £450 for a respray.
It's not as much as I was thinking, actually.
No, if I go through the insurance company, I have to pay my excess, which is slightly more than that, and they would look to be replacing the side panel, and which would cost a lot more. So I think I'm going to be saving my pennies and getting a respray, most probably.
Yes, although the one thing I would say to you is you can expect to see your insurance go up as a result of this.
Yeah. Well,
because it is the insurance, a car insurance policy is very carefully worded in that you as the owner of the vehicle and the person who has that insurance contract, you are responsible for notifying your insurance company of any damage that is done to the vehicle, whether you're making a claim or not.
Right.
And whether you make a claim or not does not really come into whether the insurance company at renewal deems you to be a greater risk than they did the year before. Which is very frustrating, and it's something a lot of people get confused about. They think, oh, well, if I haven't made a claim on my insurance policy, then that means my insurance won't go up. It will, because if you've notified your insurance company, they will deem you to be a greater risk at renewal date than they did the year before.
Yeah, I'm just slightly concerned that when the car is 10 years old, that they may actually want to write it off. So I'm kind of, a bit up in the air as to what to do exactly.
How much is the car worth out of interest? I mean, is it even worth repairing it?
Yeah, it's £3,500. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
So...
Well, if it were me, and if I could get it repaired for £400, I think I would probably inclined to do that and to pay for it out of my own pocket, as frustrating and as galling as that is.
Yeah.
I think if ultimately it works out more cost effective for you. But there we go. I mean, it might be worth now you've told the insurance company about it. I mean, it might be worth having a conversation with them and exploring what would be the most cost effective way of resolving it, working on the basis. I'm just trying to think. When your insurance is up for renewal, I'm trying to think what the wording is if you were to switch to another company, for example.
Yeah.
Is the wording, have you made any claims in the last 3 years? Or is the wording, have you had an accident? Or have you had to notify your insurance company of an accident within the last 3 years? If it's, have you had an accident? Have you had to notify your insurance company of an accident within the last 3 years? Then, to be honest, you may well look at making a claim because it won't make much difference. But if another insurance company would penalise you for having made a claim rather than notifying them, well, then it might be worth paying for it out of your own pocket. Do you see what I mean?
I do. Yeah, I understand. So thank you very much for your help.
Okay. Well, look, I'm sorry that they won't do any more, but unfortunately, it would appear the evidence is not on your side, which is just very frustrating because, you are obviously an innocent party in all of this, and it's just galling that your new car has been damaged in this way. I guess we'll never know who did it, and unfortunately, the tow rag didn't own up. Never mind.
Okay, thank you very much.
There we go. Sarah, thank you very much indeed.
Privacy.
Now, Nikki bought herself a nice new oven, quite a pricey oven as well. She'd only had it for a couple of months when her daughter went to use it.
She turned the oven on in preparation to preheat, and then I heard a bit of a squeal, and the outer glass on the bottom oven just sort of, exploded, imploded completely. So I rang the company, which they weren't very helpful, even though I said, look, it is your problem, because they said, well, you have to phone the manufacturers. Their attitude was, well, I could send you a bunch of flowers or a hamper, which I said, I don't want that. I want it sorted.
Yes, so Nikki just wanted the retailer to organise a repair of this oven, and it wasn't forthcoming. Well, we've been off to have a word with them. Have we managed to get things sorted out? Things were certainly looking up last time we spoke to Nikki. She's back on the JVS show. Good morning to you, Nikki.
Yes, good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So the company concerned, Tara, if my memory serves me correctly, it's John Lewis, isn't it?
That is correct, yes, Jonathan.
Just remind everyone what John Lewis said to us when we went to put this to them and asked them for a response.
Well, they were quite quick in coming back with a response, and they said, we're very sorry for the delay that Nikki has experienced in resolving the issue with her cooker. We have agreed with the customer to fully replace the oven and have offered her a gift voucher to apologise for any inconvenience. And it was the second part of that we were waiting for.
Yes, because you were able to give us the good news earlier this week, Nikki, that indeed your new oven was delivered, installed, the old oven was taken away, but they had offered you £100 in voucher form. You weren't particularly happy with the £100 in voucher form, but they said that was just by way of an apology for you to go and buy something else in John Lewis from them. And I'm very much hoping that since we last spoke, that has now arrived.
Indeed, it has. It actually came by registered post on Tuesday lunchtime, just as you were going off air.
Oh, really?
And my postie arrived, yes.
With your £100 worth of John Lewis vouchers.
Well, it's a card.
Well, yes. I mean, they replaced the vouchers, the old-fashioned vouchers, for a John Lewis gift card, so you can go and use that in one of their stores.
That's right, and as I've got, 2 years, I think, on it, it'll probably be saved until Christmas.
Lovely. So you've got a nice new oven, you've got £100 on a gift card. Life doesn't get much better, eh, Nikki?
I know, honky-dory, eh?
Are you happy?
Yes. So,
good.
I believe this store are listening in this morning, so good luck to them. And yes, you may give them a full horn.
Okay. All right. Well, we will thank John Lewis very much indeed.
Thank you.
We'll give them the horn. Problems here on the JVS show until 12. Speaking of which, do you remember Gilda? Gilda said she needed to have the flat roof on her garage replaced. She was given an estimate of £700 if the beams weren't replaced, and £1,000 if they were replaced. And this estimate came in from a friend of hers' son who did roofing. Well, apparently it ended up costing her £1,650, despite keeping the old beams. And then she realised at the end of the job, well, parts of the brickwork had been done very badly.
I came home from work to find that he'd put in a 2-inch bed of mortar and plopped coping stones on top. Of course, the weight of the coping stones caused the mortar to sink. It was a terrible job. Across the back, they're wider coping stones, and he was short. He didn't have enough, so he put a big blob of cement in the middle and carved in the company's initials. And I went, what's this? I got an engineer's report, and I've had to pay to have all of that brickwork removed and then replaced. And I would like to ask the young man to reimburse me for the remedial work, £650.
Well, I've been off to have a little word with this man. Gilda's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Gilda.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So you'll recall that I've spoken to both father and son on this issue, and I did find it a bit strange. I mean, you said you've known this young man's father for many years. I mean, would you describe him as a friend?
Not someone we socialised with, but we've always been friendly.
Right. Had he done work for you before or something? Is that how you knew him?
No, actually, he married a lady that I knew.
Okay.
And the father had done a little job for me previously, some years ago.
Right. Because let me just explain why it was all just a little bit odd. So I originally, of course, tried to get hold of the man who'd done the work, but his mobile wasn't connecting. So I was under the impression that this young man had taken over his father's business, because that's what you told me when we first spoke. So I called the other number for his father's business, and I got through to his father. And when I spoke to him, I said, I gather you've closed the company down and your son's taken it over. And he said, No, he said, no, I haven't retired. No, I'm still running my business. He said, my son runs a separate business, nothing to do with me. I said, well, I understand from Gilda, your son's done some work for her and she's dissatisfied with it. He said, yeah, I did have a conversation with her, and I told her that she'd need to speak to my son about it. And I said, well, okay, I mean, I presume you've spoken to your son about it. He said, no, I haven't actually. And that just seemed very odd to me, Gilda. It seemed very odd. I mean, maybe my family operates in a slightly different way to other families. But if my dad knew that I'd done some work for one of his friends, from someone he knows very well, and if he found out that I'd done a bad job because the friend called him up and said, oh, your son's done a bad job, my dad would be straight on the phone to me saying, what on earth have you done? Why have you put me in an embarrassing situation where I've got so-and-so on the phone telling me that you've not done a very good job? Get yourself round there and get it sorted out. That's what my dad would do. But apparently this man hadn't even had any kind of conversation with his son at all. Very odd. Anyway, he did say to me at the end of the conversation, he said, I will be having a conversation with him now. And sure enough, within a very short space of time, I was in touch with the son. And the son began by suggesting that he'd bent over backwards to try and help you. When I pointed out to him that I had seen photos of the work and that I thought that the work looked appalling, he started to climb down a little bit. And he then said, oh, yeah, but I did say that, Gilda could get someone else that I put her in touch with to get the brickwork redone, and then I would pay for it. But I didn't hear anything from her about that. Well, Gilda, when we spoke yesterday, you said that had never been suggested by him. And in fact, it was because you couldn't get him to organise repairing this brickwork on the roof, or replacing the brickwork on the roof. It was because of that you felt you were left with no alternative but to get someone completely different to come and sort it out at a cost of £650. I said, well, look, it's cost £650 to get it sorted. Will you pay Gilda back for that money? He said, well, if she's got a receipt for it, then yes. So I called you up, and sure enough, you had a receipt. You got that over to him. I've now seen the original email that you sent to him. Now, I don't know, have you received his response?
I've received no email, no phone call, no money.
No. What's rather bizarre is he seems to have responded to me rather than to you. I sent him an email yesterday afternoon. I said, did you receive the email from Gilda? Can you please confirm how you intend to reimburse her the £650 she has incurred putting right the brickwork you did on her garage roof? He came back to me and said, good afternoon, Gilda. I will need your sort code and account number. I am just waiting on my transfer to clear, and then I can send it. I will be with you by middle of next week at the latest. I think what he's saying in there is that he's waiting for some money to clear in his account, and then he will be able to make the transfer with you by the middle of next week at the latest. I think that's
That'd be super.
What he's trying to suggest. Well, you say it's super, but we now need to make sure that he has got your account number and sort code.
Yes.
I would be reluctant to put that information in an email. I would be inclined to speak to him directly. Why don't you give him a call today?
Mm-hmm.
And to say to him, I'm absolutely delighted to hear. I'll forward this email over to you, by the way, if you haven't received it.
No.
Why don't you give him a call and say, I'm absolutely delighted to hear that you're going to be paying me by the middle of next week, at the latest. Here are my details, and just do me a favour, check them and double check them with him, please.
Yes.
Are you on WhatsApp?
I am.
You are. Is he on WhatsApp?
I don't know.
Because WhatsApp is an encrypted message service, which is certainly a far safer way of sending those kinds of details than sending them by an email, which can be intercepted.
Oh, true.
So if there is any way of you being able to get him to reconfirm the details by WhatsApp, that would be great, just so you've got a record that he understands where he's actually paying that money to.
Absolutely.
And then I will obviously just stay across this and make sure that indeed you do get that money by next week. Okay?
Thank you so much.
All right. I've forwarded you on that email now, so you'll have that in your inbox. And can you let me know how you get on when you speak to him this afternoon, please?
Yes.
Abdul bought a very nice new American-style fridge freezer. It was due to be delivered in August, on the 8th of August to be precise, but for a number of reasons, it took a long time before he actually received the product in his kitchen installed that he'd paid for. And because of all of the problems that he was left with waiting for this new fridge freezer to be installed, he's lost a lot of food. A lot of expensive food.
Things completely went pear-shaped right from the first order we placed. It was the wrong fridge freezer that we received. And the second one, which was the one that they should have given us in the first place, that came and that was damaged as well. I've gone back and complained about it, and all they are saying they can only compensate me for the food that was damaged in the sense of only £50, which I think is just ridiculous and outrageous, because our fridge freezer was a double-door American-type fridge freezer, which is got a complete one separate apartment, whole complete, which takes freezer items.
What kind of things had you got in your fridge then?
We had obviously one of those fresh, large prawns, which were frozen, and we had lots of fresh meat, again, that was frozen. I would say approximately in the region of at least £250.
Well, the slight issue really was the fact that Abdul didn't have receipts to be able to prove that the food that was in the fridge freezer was worth £250. But he did say, look, £50 just doesn't even begin to cover it. And I was thinking to myself, well, if my fridge freezer, that is also an American-style fridge freezer, if that was to break and all of my food were to defrost, and all of my perishable goods in the fridge part could not be eaten in time, how much would it cost to replace? And I guess if you've got a lot of meat in your freezer, things like that, it can be quite expensive to replace. So certainly the £50 seemed to be a very, very low estimate of how much it would cost one to replace their food. And that's exactly the argument that we were going to put to this retailer on Abdul's behalf. Well, he's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Abdul.
Good morning to you, Jonathan.
Now, you were saying, in fact, one of the most expensive things that had been lost in all of this was your bag of prawns.
Right. Yes.
You're a prawn lover, are you, Abdul?
Very much so. Very much so.
How horrible. What do you do with prawns? I think they're the most disgusting little creatures.
Are they? No, it's lovely if you clean them properly and you fry them. They're the most tastiest thing you can ever have.
Oh, horrible.
Honestly, they're delicious, Jonathan.
Of course. Yes.
You miss it. Abdul, Jonathan won't eat prawns and he won't eat mushrooms.
No, mushrooms disgusting.
Absolutely delicious. He's missing out.
The smell of mushrooms. The smell of mushrooms cooking, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I don't. And anything that comes from the sea. The thing is, if you think about it, do you eat snails?
No.
I have tried them,
Have
but
you?
I actually like snails. As a small girl, I used to collect them and make snail families, so I'm a bit reluctant to eat them.
The thought of eating a snail, Abdul, how does that make you feel?
No, really. And I haven't tasted them.
No, but just imagine the snail in its shell and then eating it. How would you feel?
We don't eat the shell.
I'm not saying you eat the shell. Okay, all right, I'll be more graphic then. Imagine getting old Mr. Snail, holding onto his shell and biting his head off. It's disgusting, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Well, you
It
do
doesn't mean to say that a lot of people don't find it super tasty.
What I'm trying to say to
with
you
a bit
is
of garlic.
the thought to me of eating a prawn is the same as that. It's just disgusting. They're just they're creatures that do not look edible. Horrible. Anyway, your bag...
if you could see his face, Abdul, seriously, he's never going to eat a prawn.
Making myself feel a bit sick, actually. I mean, we're heading up to lunchtime, and I'm really looking forward to my sandwich I'm going to have today, and I've just made myself feel really sick at the thought of some prawns. So I know that Tara has been speaking to this retailer, trying to broker an arrangement for them to contribute more than the £50 they'd originally offered.
Right.
Tara.
I have a statement.
How are your Brexit negotiations going?
My Brexit my Prawnsit negotiations.
Prawnsit.
That's what it was all about. And they can be very
Brexit.
expensive. And can we just say as well, Abdul said that he had a fair amount of meat in there. Seriously, one leg of lamb at the moment, 16, 17, 18 pounds for a leg of lamb. Get a few of them in there, you know.
Did you have any legs of lamb in there, Abdul?
Yes, we did.
Soon tots up. So, I have a statement. Curry's PC World spokesperson said, "We are very sorry to hear that Abdul has experienced issues with the delivery of his new fridge freezer. We were keen to resolve this and we have apologised to Abdul for the inconvenience and offered to cover the cost of his frozen food together with a goodwill gesture, which he has accepted."
Right. What have they offered you?
Right. The total has come to what we spoke, that was £250.
Gosh, they've given you the full 250?
250, yes.
Blimey.
Yeah, but what they actually indicated that that is just a goodwill gesture, but whatever they sort of estimated of £50, that still remains as £50. It's not going to go any more than that. They were adamant about that.
Well, hang on a second, I'm confused. Have they increased their offer to £250?
That they have increased total up to 250,
Okay,
yes.
well, that's all that matters then.
Yes, of course.
Because if ultimately they're going to give you 250 quid and that then covers your costs in terms of replacing the items of food that were lost because of the problems that they caused you with the problems of delivering the new one and getting the new one in, and then the one that did come into your house that was then damaged, and all those various problems that caused this problem in the first place, as long as they've made sure you're not out of pocket, then I'm happy. Are you happy, Abdul?
Yeah, I'm happy now. Only they have given me 5 to 7 days before the process will go through to my bank. So yet to be seen whether that comes through.
Well, I think what we will do, I don't have any reason to believe that it won't come through, but what we'll do is we'll give them this. Half of the horn.
Sure.
And they'll get the rest as soon as you got it. By the way, Leanne of Leighton Buzzard texts to say JVS...
Partner, we're looking to get married in July next year. So in January this year, we went and looked around a few venues and we found one that we really liked, and we saw it in the winter, so it looks a little bit different to the summer setting. And they sort of explained that this is the bridal garden, this is full of lovely colourful flowers, and it's very pretty in the summer. So we were like, lovely, seems perfect. We loved everything else about it. So we booked it. And then this year in July, we went and had a look round, and we sort of walked in, and it just was so different to what we were told it would look like. It looked really unkempt, and there was sort of, they'd obviously had a wedding the previous evening, and it just looked really unkempt. There was weeds everywhere. I think we counted about 7 roses in the whole of the garden. There was like cigarette ash, there was stains. It looked really not good.
So sorry, just so I'm aware of the dates again. Which month was it last year you went to see it?
We saw it in the winter. So we saw it in January this year, and they said come back in the summer.
And the wedding was going to be
different.
for. Did you say July of this year?
July next year. So
July next year. Okay.
July this year, similar date to when our wedding was. To see, like, to get colour schemes and things, and it just looked like this has just been overused, and they basically said they'd had a very busy wedding season. So when we went, it was 20 minutes for a wedding was due to start, so it was set up for a wedding, and it just looked horrendous. So I spoke to my fiance, and we said we'd go back another time and have another look to make sure it's definitely not what we want, not what they said it was. I spoke to them, and they said that we'll speak to the wedding venue owners, and they've agreed that they'll plant more flowers for your wedding next year, but it just looked horrendous. Like, all the wood was all like peeling on all the windows, and it just looked like it had just been very overused this summer.
But wouldn't that have been evident in January of this year? I mean, paint doesn't start falling off in 6 months, does it?
No, but it just looked really shabby, and it was just like scuff from it just been overused. So I don't know. I didn't really look at it that much detail when we went, but they told us that the main problem was the garden. The garden was just a mess.
Right.
Okay.
And were they able to show you any photos? Were there photos on their website or anything like that showed how it would look for a summer wedding?
Yeah, so they said this is what it looks like in the summer, and they sent us photos. But the flowers that they said that this was summer, it wasn't. It was spring, so it was sort of spring flowers.
Right.
So yeah, it just looked really unkempt. They promised that they said that there's a gardener every day that tends to all these roses, and it just didn't look like they said it would.
I see. Right. So you're very disappointed, and you go and see it, and you say, well, do you know what? This is not what we thought it was going to be. We thought it was going to look all nice and well kept, and in fact, it just looks unloved, the venue.
And they said, yeah, sorry, we've had a really busy wedding season, but when you book a wedding, you expect, to not know that there's been previous weddings. You expect it to look like you're the only one of the year, because it should be up to standards.
Right. Okay. So how much deposit had you put down for the venue when you first looked at it in January of this year?
So we put down a £500 sort of booking deposit, and then we paid the second lot of deposit. So it equated to £2,758 within the first month.
Okay.
So that was for the venue.
So that's how much you put down, and you've signed a contract to book the accommodation for next year.
Yeah.
Okay. So am I presuming then you've tried to now cancel this, and they've said no way?
No, so we've cancelled, and that's fine. And they said, it's a Saturday in summer. We will fill the slot, and you'll incur a cancellation fee of £1,000. So that was okay, and
and you were happy with that?
Well, I thought
as happy as you can be.
Really reflect what the business loss is, especially as you filled the date. But I thought we'll leave that be at the moment. I just need to get my deposit back from the caterers. So the caterers are in-house caterers, but they're under 2 different names. And when I cancelled with them, they were really great. They were like, I'm really sorry, and that it's not up to your standards, and you want to cancel. If we fill your slot, which we will, because it's a Saturday, it's not a big problem, you will get your paid deposit refund. So they've confirmed that in an email on the 7th of August. They said that.
Yeah. Okay.
So we cancelled the venue. The venue then asked us to pay an additional £4,000 to basically pay for the full venue.
Sorry, hang on a second. What?
Yeah, so they asked us to pay an additional £4,000.
So having told you that you could cancel and the cancellation fee was £1,000, they suddenly changed their tune completely and demanded an additional £4,000.
To pay off the rest of the venue, yeah. Until
Okay.
they filled the slot, and then they would refund it all back and then keep the £1,000. But because we were cancelling because we weren't happy with it and they hadn't kept up with their sort of contracts, they haven't kept up, the standards that they uphold and, say how lovely it is, we weren't happy to do that. So we sort of got advice from sort of things online, the consumer rights and things, and said, it's not really fair that you're doing this. And they said, well, we'll get back to you. We'll speak to the venue owners. And I said, okay, well, we need to know within 30 days, as you specified, you need to know. And then they said, the venue owners will get back to you at their convenience. So...
What's the latest? Where are we now, Kirsty?
So we've received the 1,758 from the venue. So they've kept the 1,000 cancellation fees. Mm-hmm. And the caterers said that they'd give us this money back, and they've only given us 900 back. So I emailed last week, didn't get a response. I emailed this week, and they said, oh, sorry, our mistake. You're only getting £900 back. You got a cancellation fee from that as well. But they originally said in their email that they would give it back if they filled the slot, and they've confirmed that they have filled the slot, yet they're still keeping that £1,000. So the venue and the caterers have kept £2,000.
Well, I mean, what they should be doing is they should be honouring what they put in the email to you they would pay you.
Yeah, and we did say that.
Just so you're aware, and for other people listening to the programme, it's worth just pointing this out. When you book a venue for a wedding, when you sign a contract, when you pay a deposit that, of course, shows your intention is to go ahead with that booking, if you break the contract, from a legal perspective, you are liable for the entire cost. Okay? Which is why you need to think very carefully before you agree to, for example, a wedding venue, but it can be a whole host of other things. You need to think very carefully and make absolutely sure that you're happy with the venue before you book it, because once you've agreed to it, you are then legally bound. And unless you can demonstrate very clearly that the other party have broken the terms of the contract, you will not be entitled to any of your money back, and you will also be liable to pay the full balance if it is due. So, just for your advice and for other people's advice, don't start booking wedding venues and putting down deposits. Some people think, oh, it's okay, well, if I just put the deposit down, I can lose that. It doesn't matter. I could lose 500 quid or whatever. No, from a legal perspective, if you've agreed to go ahead with a booking, let's say you put down a £500 deposit and the total cost is £10,000, and you then change your mind, if the company wanted to be particularly belligerent, they could take you to court for the full £10,000. Okay. So you need to be very careful. That said, if they have put in writing that they are happy for you to cancel the contract and they are prepared to allow you to have a full refund less a £1,000 cancellation charge, then that is what they should do, because that's what they've put in writing. And it is unfair to change the goalposts once they have agreed to something in writing. It's unfair to then renege on that. And that's exactly what we will go and argue to that company. Tara.
Yes, hello.
Can I please pass Kirsty back to you? Just one further bit of... I'm sorry to get on my high horse about this, but the number of people who come to me with this issue, the same applies when you're, for example, buying a car. If you go and buy a car and you see a car that you like and you put down a £500 deposit, let's say the car is £20,000, you put down a £500 deposit and you decide, actually, do you know what, I don't like the car, I don't want it back. Not only do you potentially stand to lose your deposit, but if the company wanted to, they could pursue you for the full £20,000. Now, it's very unlikely they would, because it will cost them money to do that. It's very unlikely they would. They would probably, if they wanted to be belligerent, they would simply hold on to your full deposit. But this is what when you agree to buy something, unless the other party have broken the contract, if you are the one that breaks the contract, you potentially stand to lose all of the money for the entire contract. So just be very careful. I don't know if have you found another venue yet, Kirsty?
Yeah, we have. But when we originally cancelled the venue, we actually sent them the photos. So we sent them the photos of what it looked like the day we went and expressed why we were unhappy. And they sort of admitted fault by saying, yeah, we've agreed that we'll plant more flowers. So they've actually, agreed with us that it does look like that. Do you not think that they've agreed?
Look, as I say, for you, it sounds as if you've been lucky. Because what you've got in writing is you've got an acceptance from them to allow you to cancel the contract, and you have got from them an agreement that they will pay you so much money back. That's good for you. If they had behaved in a different way, if they turned round to you and said, well, sorry, Kirsty, but you are liable for that full booking cost. It did not state in the contract that we would have flowers in July. It did not state, there was no evidence in the contract that we had agreed to provide a certain kind of garden experience. Therefore, you are the one who's breaking the contract, and you are liable not only to lose your deposit, but for the entire cost that you owe us. Reasonable cost that you owe us.
In their contract, it does say that you need to visit the wedding venue a year before to make sure there's no changes. Mm-hmm. So that's what we did. We followed that, and there obviously was changes because it doesn't look like the photos of their summer wedding.
And the chances are, if this were to go to court, which it probably wouldn't, because the company would be advised by their lawyers that you may well base your case for cancellation around the fact that you've been missold the venue, because the photographs on the website look completely different to the experience in July of their venue, then you may well be in a position to make an argument that you were missold the venue in the first place, and you are entitled, based on being missold the venue, to cancel the contract. What I'm trying to just give advice for is to other people, just to be absolutely clear, don't agree to something unless you are prepared to actually go through with it. And the same applies for wedding venues, new cars, caravans, you name it. If you've agreed to buy it, make sure that you really do want to buy it. Because if you decide to cancel the contract, unless there are provisions given in the contract for you to cancel, you possibly might not be able to do so. Kirsty, we will go and have a word with the company. We will need the email you talk of so that we can ask them to honour that email, and we'll take it from there, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, when she started to feel a bit better, she thought, do you know what I need? I need a nice, new, comfortable bed so that I can get a really good night's sleep and I can get some good rest. She wanted a foam-filled, cotton-insulated mattress. It was very important that the mattress did not have any wool at all, because Janet is allergic to wool. Well, she got someone to take her to the store, and they didn't have the exact mattress in store that she wanted, but they suggested to her that they would be able to order that in and everything would be absolutely fine. The problem is, Janet said she was really unwell at the time that she ordered the bed, and she didn't check the paperwork that she received at the time. When the mattress was delivered, it was the wrong one. It was full of wool. She only realised this when she tried it out, and she couldn't sleep on it because it made her itch.
You know, I'm sleeping in an armchair with a stool for my feet. It's very, very uncomfortable. I implore you, help me. I cannot continue on this chair.
Well, to cut a very long story short, I went off to have a word with the company to see if they could do anything, and they did indeed agree to allow Janet to cancel this order, to take back the bed, and because they could not provide her with the exact bed that she wanted, they said they were prepared to give her a refund so she could go and order a bed from somewhere else. Well, Janet's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Janet.
Good morning.
Morning, Janet. So, it all looked pretty good when we last spoke.
Yes.
I believe you'd had your refund for the original bed.
Yes,
and
I've got my bed.
And you'd put in an order for another mattress with a different company, and I said to you, can you let me know when your new mattress arrives? And my team tell me something has come through your front door. What's going on, Janet?
I've got it last Friday.
Your new mattress.
My new mattress. It's just what I wanted.
Is it? Have you had a sleep on it?
I have, but the base, they loaned me a base.
Yeah.
Because the base I wanted, the color, they have to make that.
Right.
And they would deliver it in 2 weeks. And the gentleman said he can't have me sleeping in a chair. They loaned me a base. So I put my mattress on that base. And I'm having good night's sleep. Oh, Jonathan, you don't know what it's like to lay on a bed after all those weeks and months.
Wonderful. And you're not itching?
No.
Good.
Oh, it's the right mattress, see?
Well, do you know, you sound like a different person, Janet. It's amazing what a good night's sleep can do, isn't it?
Yes. All I wanted was to get into a bed that I could stretch my legs out and I could turn. But, it's heaven being back in the bed.
Is it?
I can't thank you and your team enough for that.
Well, it's a pleasure to have been able to help you. We will thank the company very much indeed, the first company who gave you your money back and allowed you to return the bed. They were Benson's for beds. I will give them the horn, Janet. Yes. If you have any other problems, you know where I am now, don't you?
Bless you. Bless you. I remember Laura.
Sorry?
With an airline. My partner and I are booked to go, we were booked to go away this coming Monday, the 9th of September. And everything was fine. We got paperwork from the travel service that I was using. And they said we wouldn't be able to choose seats until online check-in. I don't know if you could pay for them, but anyway.
How far are you going?
Las Vegas.
Oh, right. So quite a long journey. So you would like to sit together, really?
Well, that's it, yeah. My partner being, she's not as tall as you, but she's 6 foot, and she likes a lot of room, so we've booked, as we normally do, leg room, but this time, premium economy.
Right.
So I left that, and I was thinking for a few days, as you say, we would like to sit together.
But surely if you've booked the flights as one, you haven't booked the flights separately.
No.
Then wouldn't you get the 2 seats together anyway?
Well, you would hope so, but I wasn't sure. Anyway, I went on the airline website and got up the seating plan for the premium economy cabin.
Yeah.
And there were 2 seats together, and there were 2 others spread, there's only about 40 seats. The others were, say, row 3 and row 8. So I thought, I better book the 2 seats together. So I went and did that.
For free?
That was a cost of £92.
Oh, you had to pay for that?
Yeah. Anyway, that was all fine. I thought, right, we're ready to go now. And about 2 weeks ago, I got an email saying, our flight has been cancelled. Get in touch with your travel company and they'll sort it out.
Right.
Anyway, they were very good. They had lots of options. We could have gone.
Why was it cancelled?
If I tell you that, it'll give away the name of the company.
Well, are you talking about British Airways?
Yes.
And is this to do with the strike?
It is.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, as long as we are careful and we temper our language and you're not going to go making outrageous accusations against British Airways, then I don't have a problem with identifying them, because it was becoming very clear to me that this was the airline we were talking about. They have a pilot strike.
Yes.
That is going to affect people who are flying off next Monday.
That's it.
And unfortunately, a number of flights have been cancelled as a result of that. So they told you to call, and you said they were very helpful. They offered you some different solutions instead.
Different solutions, and to cut the long story short, we are now flying on the previous day, the Sunday.
Okay.
So I've been on to the company.
Yeah.
To see about a refund, which I thought would be fairly straightforward.
Well, hang on. Are you flying with British Airways the day before? Yes. You are? Yes. Okay, so they've been able to switch you on to a flight the previous day?
No, British Airways didn't. It was my travel company.
Okay.
Who did all that. You know, the British Airways asked me to get in touch with them, and they've sorted it out.
To get in touch with British Airways, or to get in touch with the company you booked the flights through originally?
Sorry, yeah, with the company I booked the flights with.
Okay.
And they've been very helpful, and after humming and hawing and backs and forwards, they've got us a flight on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So I tried to get to British Airways claim site. The telephone service, it was ridiculous. You know, they'd put you on hold, and then after a while it would say, there's no one to answer your call, slam the phone down. Or the phone would go down anyway. I've sent 2 emails about the refund, and no reply.
I'm just going to say, because obviously we've identified which airline, I'm sure it wasn't that the phone was slammed down on you.
Oh, no.
It may well have been a problem with the phone line, and it might have just, gone wrong a bit. So let's not make accusations that someone slammed the phone down on you. But so what are they going to do for you?
Well, I can't get any reply from them at all.
So that's what you need me to help you with. Well, you need some communication with them.
There's that, and there's 2 more little queries relating to the same problem. You see, if I tell you, when we were going on the Monday, I booked a hotel room at a hotel near the airport, so we could stay there night before, into the airport, on the plane, and go. That was a non-refundable booking that I made, just in case I decided not to go. So that I've lost out on that.
Well, hang on a second. So you booked what, in case you didn't want to go?
I booked a hotel room.
Yeah.
But the price I paid is what they call a non-refundable price.
Yeah, but hang on a second. The hotel room where? In the UK?
Yes, down near the airport that we're flying from.
Right. But why would you book a hotel room in case you didn't want to go?
No, sorry, I'm getting mixed up there. I'm just saying it's non-refundable. That would be in case I had a problem and couldn't make it. I wouldn't get any money back. But to me, this is not my problem. It's to do with the airline.
I'm not quite following you. So are you saying you booked a hotel for you to go to before you fly off on the Monday, what was originally going to be the Monday flight?
Yes.
And you've tried to cancel that because you no longer require it because the flight has been cancelled, and they're telling you that you're not entitled to cancel it.
That's it, yes.
Okay, fine. So, and they're telling you that the only way you would be able to cancel it is if there were some kind of exceptional circumstances, and the pilot strike does not fall into the exceptional circumstances.
Well, they didn't exactly give me those words, but probably that.
Okay.
Also,
I presume you have travel insurance?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, this is another thing. I got onto the travel insurance, and if I could tell you about the other query, it won't take a moment. We're also going to Las Vegas, and our hotel is booked from the Monday night.
Yes.
So we've also now had to add on another night, which is another £89.
Okay.
Because of this cancellation.
Okay, fine. So really, this is about 3 things. This is about getting a refund for your original flight, and then it's about the additional costs that you have incurred as a result of having to reorganise your plans.
Exactly.
Okay,
yes.
Fine.
That's all it is, a refund.
Can we go and have a little word, please, Tara? Can we go and speak to British Airways? I think one of the main things we need to do is to get somebody to communicate with Kevin, because at this point he hasn't yet been able to speak to someone to put all of these issues to them, because he's had some problem. I mean, they're probably getting a lot of phone calls, which is why there's been a problem with him getting through. But can somebody please give Kevin a call, someone senior, to just go through the various issues he's having to try and get this all resolved?
And we have a very short time frame in which to do this.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, Kevin, leave it to us. We'll get on to them straight away, and we'll try and get someone to make contact with you this afternoon. chap who was telling me he bought a corner sofa for £1,800 just a couple of years ago. Well, he turned the cushions over and you noticed there was a problem with the stitching on one of them. So he got in touch with the company, but he feels the response that he's had from them is less than satisfactory.
The part that's kind of torn, no one really sits there unless I have guests. They've just said the only way we can actually send an engineer out is if you pay us £75. Didn't say anything about if it works out that it's a manufacturing defect, then you'll get the money back. If you had said that, then I'd have said that's fine, send them out and I'll pay it.
Well, I contacted the company concerned. Stephen's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Stephen.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So you will recall the company concerned, SCS, came back with this response. They said the goods were delivered in June 2017 and have performed satisfactorily in the home for over 2 years, when the customer raised concern regarding a seam. As the original 12-month warranty had expired, the call-out fee for a qualified technician to attend the home to carry out a full, detailed report is £75. From experience, it is most unusual for upholstery fabrics to tear as a result of a manufacturing defect, particularly after this length of time. If the report did conclude that there was indeed a manufacturing defect, then any further parts or labour would be free of charge. If the report concludes that this is accidental damage within the home environment, but we are still able to assist, then a quote would be issued if parts and labour were required. Of course, we would always provide a remedy in accordance with the customer's rights. And in this event, it was determined to be the result of a manufacturing fault. Given the customer's reluctance to have the report carried out, we could confirm that the charge will be refunded. Now, I have to be honest, there's a little bit of clever wording going on in this response. The simple fact is that, of course, SES are perfectly within their rights. After the period of 6 months from the date of purchase, they are perfectly within their rights to say to the customer, the legal onus is now on you to prove that this product has failed because of either a manufacturing defect or because it was not made to a reasonable standard. If the report that costs £75, however, finds in your favour, you are perfectly within your rights not only to expect them to repair the product, but also to refund you the cost of the report. And they seemed to be suggesting in the latter part of the email that this refund of the report was going to be a goodwill gesture to you. Well, it's not a goodwill gesture. If the report finds in your favour and finds that the seam has not been stitched adequately and is therefore not of a reasonable quality, then they have a duty to refund you the £75. Anyway, the long and short of it is they said they were going to give you the money back. That's the main thing. And I understand that somebody was due to come out. Was it last week? What's happened since we last spoke, Stephen?
Last week, Friday, somebody was supposed to come out between 7:30 in the morning and 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in which they didn't turn up. So I called the company up to say, where are they? And she said that they were running late. And I said, well, somebody could have called me or texted me or something to tell me this. I said, because I was under the impression they wasn't coming. She said to me that we don't give out the next job to the engineer until they complete the job previously. I said, well, that's a bit ridiculous because they can't call me. But I had to go back to work because obviously I'd take unpaid half day off for them. So they said, well, you're going to have to cancel the appointment. I said, well, I can't cancel an appointment that hasn't happened. So I was a bit, I didn't know what to do, so I phoned you up. But you must have obviously called them because I got a phone call from them yesterday saying that they would send another engineer out on Thursday next week.
Yes.
To have a look. And I said, well, are they going to repair it then, or would it be another appointment? She said, well, it could be another appointment. I said, well, I'm not being funny, but I've already wasted half a day. I've got to waste another half a day.
Mm-hmm.
With all this cost to me, it's going to end up, I should have just paid for it to get done in the first place. So at the moment, I'm still waiting for them to come out next week, hopefully.
Yes, they did. I mean, I did, as you say, I got straight on to them to say, why did they let you down? And why was there any suggestion that you were going to have to pay again? They said, apologies, this would not be the case. We arranged an appointment. Our upholsterer was running late, hence the appointment failing. Please send our apologies to Stephen. And the lady I was speaking to said, I will give him a ring to arrange if you would please advise as to when he'll be available. And I said, well, call him now. And they came back to me. Yeah, she came back to say, just to advise, I've spoken to Stephen now, and we have rearranged an appointment for the 12th of September between 7:30 and 10:30.
Yes, that's what
they said you are okay with this. So, I know it's frustrating, but...
Yeah, they did say till 1 o'clock, and I did say to them, not being funny, but that's going into like the afternoon. It's not really a morning.
Exactly. So just prioritise it. Make me the first appointment and be done with it.
That's what I said. Yeah. Because obviously they've messed me around. But yeah, I mean, I'll have to. 10:30 is a lot better than kind of them turn up again at 1, and then me probably being there till 2 or 3 o'clock.
Look, fingers crossed. When they come out. They'll have a look at it. The guy will be able to stitch it up. Job done. No cost to you, and you can move on with your life. Hopefully, that will be an issue. That will be the way that it's all resolved. I will obviously.
I can't see the point in it. I can't see no problem with it because, like I said, if you look at the settee and the seat where it is, I mean, you can see where the other seats have been sat on, and this one's kind of brand new because someone sits on it. So I'm very confident that they're just going to say, it's just split, and they'll just stitch it up and.
Yeah, job done. Right.
Yes.
Okay. Well, look, Steve. Let's leave it there for now. I'll talk to you next week. Let me know when it's all done, and we'll then be able to say goodbye and thank SCS for getting it sorted out. But it's certainly not being particularly straightforward at the moment, is it? We'll talk to you next week. All right.
Thanks, Sean, and thanks for your help. Cheers.
Thank you very much indeed. Right. Amanda's daughter left year 6 of school in July. Well, the big excitement at the end of the year for the children at her school is getting a yearbook as a treasured keepsake. A couple of the parents and helpers sorted out all of the group photos, but each of the 49 children had to individually select 7 photos to put on their own page. And then each of the parents had to upload the photos to a yearbook on the company's website. Once the photos were all sent through, a representative from the school would then get a PDF for them to proofread and to proof check and just to make sure that everything was okay. Each parent then paid £20 for the yearbook. However, when Amanda's daughter received hers, she was really disappointed with it because one of the photos on her page was of somebody else, not connected to them whatsoever. Well, we've been trying to get this sorted out. Let's find out what the latest is because Amanda's back on the JVS show. Hello, Amanda.
Good morning.
Good morning. Right, now we may need to continue this on Monday because we are up against the clock a bit. But I know Tara has been working on this week to try and get things sorted out. And I gather, Tara, things are looking up. What's the latest?
Well, I did send the company an email as soon as we got off air when we spoke to Amanda a little bit earlier on this week. And then Amanda was very excited because I hadn't heard back from them as yet. But she was very excited to give me a call yesterday morning to say what, Amanda?
What had they said to you?
So the good news is that with your help, they replied to me the very next day to say that they will now give my daughter a copy of the yearbook with her page in it.
And this morning I also have confirmation of that.
Good.
That they are organising a new yearbook for you, Amanda.
Great. At no additional cost.
No additional cost. But I guess what Tara and I were talking about is, has this completely solved the problem?
Well, why would it not have solved the problem?
Well, I guess as we discussed the other day, the whole idea of the yearbook is it's a collection of treasured memories for the children in that group of in year 6. And over the years, they're going to pull them out, reminisce about their early years. But my daughter's book will never be the same as anyone else's, so her memories won't be shared in the same way if only she has a book. And when I first spoke to you about this, I did say that I remembered initially saying to the company, I was shocked they wouldn't even give me one, but because I thought that they would understand the importance of that and the fact that, her friends wouldn't see her picture, and it was, to solve the entire problem, it would need to be more than one. And I think...
So what are you thinking then? Are you thinking then that all of the books for the whole class, for the whole year, should be changed?
Well, I'm not sure, and that's why I came back on really after discussion with Tara, what you think is reasonable, because I think Tara mentioned in her daughter's yearbook the company they use absolutely understood the value of these books, and when they had made an error, they reprinted all of theirs so that everybody could have the same version of the book. I think my daughter's friends, her closest friends, for example, would love to have the same book as my daughter. And I think the other thing that really became apparent yesterday is they sent me a copy of my daughter's page for me to check before it goes to print. And actually, it just goes to prove they've had it all along. So it clearly was some kind of error in the process, allowing somebody else's photo to, as they call it, float onto my daughter's page.
Well,
So
as I mentioned to you earlier, because of the time, we're going to have to continue this on Monday. But it does give a bit of time for us all just to reflect on this over the weekend. So what I'd like to do, can we speak to you at just after 11 on Monday? Let me have a think about it. Let me see what my listeners have to say as well.
We are already getting some messages in, so yes,
great.
that will be interesting.
Let's see what happens. Let's revisit this on Monday at 11, and we'll see what the listeners think. Do this company have an obligation to replace everyone's yearbook, or is replacing your daughter's yearbook sufficient? We'll revisit that on Monday's JVS show.